don't like them putting chemicals in the water. I don't want to see them kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see them kissing goblins, succubus with goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see them kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see them kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. Dump it. Charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop and blood on it, especially up to his ankles. Trump charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop. Goblin vomit and slop. I'm not expecting him to not get dirty slop. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, succubus with goblins, in bed with a goblin. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin.
Hey guys, just be another moment there before we start up. But just be playing something just to chill out and have a chat. I'm gonna be looking at the chat more or less for the majority of it. I tell you, those injections are quite hard to do. And where I had a busted up finger or whatever from last time, it was even harder today, so it took me a little while. Make sure he's okay afterwards and stuff, so took me a couple moments. So I'll play another one of those songs. One sec.
I don't.
Not that one.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frogs. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. Place point.
All right. This music is usually a little bit slow, so let's try and put something else on. Yeah, it's a bit stressful, I guess, doing that with the little buddy. And kind of like avoiding thinking about it a little bit too. So. It's stressful, but we'll get through it. We'll go through a three-peat, a little bit of Alex, Ready. Neighbor. It's not gonna haul him up by chain. Chop. Some guys about gonna haul him up. Chain. Chop, chop, chop. Ridiculous. Oh. Can't hear? I'm sorry. That's sad. Sorry about that. Hold on, let's see what's going on here. Desktop audio properties. Not on headphones. That's fine. Okay, let's try it again. It's worth it.
I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like size it up? I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, "Oh, I killed a cow out back, baby." You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get my hands around your throat.
All right. So,
The welfare state has done to black Americans what slavery could not have done. Jim Crow and the harshest racism could not have done, namely to destroy the black family. Many people believe that the route to economic power is...
I think they give me some music on the side. Do the old sneaky sneak. Let's do light ambient. I'll hit that in the back because I don't have anything else ready. I don't want to. Okay. Oh no, not me. What I was doing wrong. I still hear that. Yeah, it's a bit of a tall order to ask to eat someone's, you know. Alright. So, James Munder? I don't know who he is. Let me just do a quick look. Lots of freakouts. What I'm seeing, anyways. Well, I can just scroll back. You know what you're talking about. He's the James Munder guy's pretty cued out from what I see, maybe. I'll turn that down just a wee bit. There you go. Alright. So I think I have this queued into... What do you call it? Europa Universalis. So I'm not very good at this game, to be quite honest. I'm okay, don't get me wrong. Not too bad. Just starting off a Savoy, which is one I haven't done before. It's like an Italian nation. And we're gonna see how it goes. I haven't looked up any strats, but I've gotten through some campaigns and stuff like that and other ones, so it'll be fun to see how far I can get anyways before I miserably fail. So I haven't done too much just yet. Just building up the army where I can and getting some light trade. These things give you trade. So I don't know too much about them, the barks. So I'm making a couple more of those since I don't have many. Then we're going from there. Have to set these up real quick. Give me some administrative power. Property of Strong Duchy, so supremacy over the crown and that. Oh! Okay, he's coming in. Hello, boo-boo! I'll try and rip through this quick enough. Oh, I need to get extra stuff there. 46 there, so I just need one more. Be oversight by the clergy. And this one here, load up. For another diplomatic point. I can make a bit of money from that, but... here and get a little bit of money doing that. I think that's the best thing. Yeah, this is a modded skin to make it look a little bit better. Yeah, I haven't looked up I've never really seen any videos by James Munder. Sometimes like Alex Jones and stuff I can watch just for like entertainment purposes, so. Give me the extra. So this is just initial setting up of things. I have to choose whether or not I want another Maintenance. Morale is good to have for fighting, and I probably want to prioritize my military. Looking pretty good there. And we have just enough of a balance. Okay, we're gonna let it run. Need to pick my allies. I want Florence. Maybe backstab them later. But that looks like a good place. Four of 7. I have we call vassal states, so like they're kind of like my slave states or whatever. Not exactly slaves, but they're good to have for extra money and stuff like that. That should actually give me a little bit extra. An interesting topic. Florence is on it, Montferrat is on it, Milan. I have an alliance offer from Geneva, but or Genoa, I mean. I think I'd rather take their land. I don't think I want to. I think I want to figure out a way to fight these guys and win. Do maybe ally Ferreira. We can attack him together. Byzantium, that's brutal. Now that I have a little extra money, I can build up my army. Do a nice stack. Or almost stack. Put that on Ferreira and anybody close? Be my vassal. Oh, kitty. Get some extra. It's a weird decision, but because my mission for the time being is to improve the relations with the Papal State, and the decision was about improving relations on the Papal State, I went with that. Okay, and England going at it. See who wins that. Kind of a big deal because if France gets too small, or too strong, they're gonna want to come after me probably. I want to take these guys on at some point. France is their friend, so that's a bit scary. Who else do I have for rivals? I have Switzerland up here that I can take from. could fight them now. Yeah, I suppose I could. Raise war taxes. And fight now. If I did a no CV, I'd be here. No good, man. No good. Yeah, we'll go ahead and try and get some early points and humiliate rival. That's a pretty fun time. Aachen's up here somewhere. Yeah, right here. Yeah, they better be talking about donkeys, I know. Nah, I just had the Alex Jones song on. See, it's my bad. Alright. See how much of a failure this turns out to be. Alright, I think I can just go without allies because I probably want to keep my allies for a better war. Alright, oh, we got a nice. I just gotta fight these two guys. And I have vassals now, so I can get them to see if they'll siege over the other place. Even better, okay. So I've knocked him out for a little bit. Nice. I got a little lucky. Just a bit of patience. I'll take over this place. I got my mission completed just then, and that gives me papal influence, and that allows me to buy extra cool, I guess for lack of a better word, buffs. So your situation improves. Once again, you want to have a good situation so you can take land or do something else, depending on what you're trying to do. But you want to keep your economy intact, and as you can start snowballing your economy, the faster you can do that, the better. A lot of those options help you with that. Now, I can't take any land in this war. This is about just getting these points here, and you also get, you complete this objective, which added with other things, you can start your golden era, which means things are cheaper, you fight better, yada yada. So sometimes there's more than one reason to fight a war. See, now where's this guy going? Question. They got some sort of army going on up here, I think. We'll see. We just need to be patient and sit this out. Guys keep on attacking, and then my dudes are kicking butt. Okay, so we got a bit of an issue here now. These guys are going to meet up, and that's a problem. So I'm going to ask these guys to try and meet up with me. And then jump into this fight. Wait until they're locked in. See that lock there? It means they can't get back. They can't stop themselves. Then I go in. Try and get there before them, but it's not going to work. They got to jump in quick. Looks like I got it. So I got lucky. because I made those movements to tell them to come join me, I got reinforced. So now I think probably the biggest issue is probably getting rid of these guys. I gotta figure out where they're going. I can't really let them recover. They're going to Berrois. I don't know how he was able to just do that, but that's okay. I assume they're going up towards Aachen. This is the ally. Yeah, got him somewhere. So he's going to Rethellois. We're going to try and catch them. Or at least part of them. Which won't happen. Okay, I did catch them. Nice. And that actually cuts them up. Which is actually really good. I got really lucky. All this ourselves. And while they've been doing that, have these guys here. I might call in some allies. Maybe, no, not Ferrara. Let's go Milan. I think that's the right move. Now, one thing I can check. They don't have much army to reinforce again. So I can do one more check, see if I can catch them. You're doing this. I'm not sure what they're doing here. But I've chased them out enough. Now I should probably come back. Unfortunately, I do have to restart the siege. But that was a really big deal to be able to take all of that, or take all of their forces like that. Puts them at an extreme disadvantage, and in a war of attrition, it puts me well ahead. It's just another one of those kind of small decisions that it's complex. Here. Okay, now he's coming back. If I have a decision I can probably chase after. He's going to Brescia. And I'm getting reinforced, I do believe. Not really a good idea to do that all the time, but I wanted to catch him hard. Let him burn out some more men while I mostly regain mine. Need my buddies to siege with me. I'm a little bit behind on schedule for a lot of this, but I think it should close out pretty soon. Yeah, the Alex Jones. Okay, so they're gonna come up and there's another stack there somewhere. Okay, they're making more people. But it's probably better at this point. Let them take that. That's okay. I'll just deal with this. Take down this place alone. Except this guy's gonna break out and do something really dumb. Oh, but we're good. I got lucky and we finished that siege really early. Now I can jump in and help. I don't have my dudes yet. Hmm. 163. At what point now can we do 23 on that? I get my power projection. To do a full one is quite good though. Get these guys just to chill together. I have another ship I can send out and make money. This is a gutsy move, and I don't know if I'm gonna succeed. I think I got it. Okay. It was a little too gutsy. A little too gutsy. Please don't run away from me, teammates. Oh, they have a high liberty desire. This is why. I might have to just take the quick humiliation rather than getting the extra points. Because at some point this ends up getting too costly for what it's worth. And I'm in a good position at the moment, so... probably better to do that. I have lots of room to do other things, maybe. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Now with my rivals, with that extra stuff too, what I can do is assault my rivals, Provence. I get my extra power projection, and then on top of that, can't do it with Switzerland. I should have thought about that earlier. If I issue my embargoes, I get another 2 points here, and if I get, anytime I'm over 50 here up top, I get an extra, those points down at the bottom. So I get a hastened increase of this. So this is the way to go often in your first battle. I think when you don't take land too, you can fight them faster again. Okay, it looks like France is kicking butt here. So that can be a problem when they get too big. They're going to want to start taking here. Now, all right. I'm going to be going through my emails over the next little bit. It's been a rough week, so it is one of the first things I want to get back to. There's a couple of people that have sent me some emails recently, so maybe yours is one of them. The Ninth Gate, elections of Rosicrucianism, yeah. Rosicrucianism is an interesting topic. Ooh. To take the hit on prestige. I also want to get rid of this guy. Okay, so I have a problem. I don't have enough manpower, so I have to fix that fast, or else I'm going to die to the next rebels that come up, which isn't far from now. Oh, goodness gracious. Please. Be nice to me. Oh, it's going. It's going down. Yeah, YouTube is not the future. Actually, I'm just playing these games just to get used to the streaming factor and things that I can do. Like if I'm playing games, I'm thinking probably maybe Twitch. Well, even Twitch. Keep things separate, and if I want to talk about other things, then not YouTube. Not YouTube. Oh, this is gonna hit me hard, bro. I'm gonna have to give them a moment. Chill. Oof. Maybe try and calm these down by going on them. I think the paper maybe. Relying on the internet is probably not smart. Find a way to not spend money. Making a little bit more. I have another 10 years before I can fight them again. These guys are starting to calm down, you see? This why? Because they're Swiss and I just fought a war with them. Why they're mad at me. That's probably it. On to one. Sure. Conquest in Provence. Gotta get France out of that war. Or it looks like I'm gonna be pretty landlocked. I'm pretty stuck. Oh. So when you have a little bit of troubles with expanding, you can always build tall, which is developing your land. Not the best air, but I have to do for now. I'm getting ready for the next fight. Mine's gonna be a little bit Oh goodness. This is big trouble. This is actually terrible, terrible. What's happening? Okay. Little corruption and a couple ducats, that's fine. BitChute's gone? What do you mean BitChute's gone? Like it's been taken down? Or it's just gone to censorship? Can't lose any more prestige. This is kind of bad shape. I'm in pretty bad shape here. I think the war maybe did not turn out as good as I thought it could have. I don't know, maybe it's okay. Probably move out of there. So I'm waiting for this 90% to turn to 100, and then rebels will spawn. So I have to keep my eye on this as it goes. Once that happens, okay, there it is. Once that happens, I'm hoping this guy's gonna help me by jumping in. If not, I'm in trouble, maybe. I should be okay at this point. Should have just enough men. Yep, okay. That's not gonna be for another while. So I can actually chill here. And I got my next move to do. There we go. I can now take that down. I don't need to pay for men at the moment. I can pay back this loan. And now I can actually afford another one of these when I get the money. And we can do trade efficiency. I've already built up production a good bit, so... Okay, now I'm not in bad shape now. There's some things I need to pick up quick, but it's no longer scary time. Now again, a better player would be able to work out a really cool war, but I'm just taking it nice and easy. Sometimes it's fun to just like sit back and wait until the... Make sure you're good, and then the opportunities arise. I have lots of allies. So, and another thing too, I have vassals, which sometimes they want to fight other people. So, Montferrat, nah, they both just want to fight me at the moment. These guys are pretty bad allies. So, it's a pretty piano. So we're just gonna grow and catch up in tech. That's what we're gonna do. And it looks like I would need to improve my diplomatic situation, because only having 2 people that you can talk to at once, like to improve relations and do other things, not very good. That'll be the first move. Oh, that would be amazing. So up here it says disputed succession back in the monarchy days or whatever, because monarchy was based on the divine right to rule, and it had to go by blood and stuff like that. You have junior partnership sometimes, so if a king dies before a successor is named or whatever, that falls into the hands of, like, if there was a royal relation with another country, that other country could take over, kind of vassalize the nation. And what it's telling me right now is that this guy who's right next to me, with whom I have a royal marriage, his king is about to die and they don't have a successor yet. So that could be my next war, and I could get all of this land. So, I mean, I just want to make sure everything's ready first, and we'll see what happens. Now, I need to take a little bit of a break there. Maybe about 10 minutes on this. I need to make sure Kitty's got food and stuff like that. I'd like to welcome everybody coming in, by the way. There's a couple names, a couple unfamiliar faces, actually. Rage Napier, channel back from the grave. Am I and the Vigilant Christian Mario good now? I don't approve of what he does. I think he's not who he claims to be. So that hasn't changed, no, but I haven't seen him in a long time. And I think it's just because things really did not work with him. What is Iceman Cometh? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Oh, Canada's, yeah, the one who's taking over the virus, Theresa Tam. He's an interesting cat. So I mean, like, are we good now? I mean, it's not really about whether or not we have a good relationship. It's that I don't believe that what he says is true. So, my thoughts on Mark Dice? I haven't seen him in years. I didn't like him back then. However, you know, I didn't know him as well as I did Mario. So, he was a little bit, he was playing the, you know, yo bro kind of thing a little bit much for my liking, so it could just be my bias that got in the way. The man on the street stuff was, I don't know if it was genuine or not, or genuine, but if it was entertaining. I feel like they were cherry picked, but that's just my opinion. I don't have anything to go by that. I mean, he's okay. He's not the worst, you know? He's not the worst. Okay, these guys are gonna rise out soon, aren't they? Check Genoa. And now we have enough sailors out, so... Oh goodness. It costs a lot of money. I suppose I'll go broke doing this. What do I get per month? Just another 100 per month. Oh dear. I have a fleet equal or larger than Paul. In Torino with a church. What is Torino? Mountains. But it has a lot of income already. That's kind of nice. What is my fleet now? I would need 13. I can't do it. Can't do it, man. It's gonna have to be this one. Give this harsh treatment. Pull it back for a moment. Brescia. It's going to be 11k. Oh, the manpower problem is just terrible. Terrible. Well, I got two buddies here anyways. Get by with a little help from my friends. Okay. I'm going to do a quick break. It'll be like 10 minutes. And maybe we'll say a word in the chat there for you. For all of us. No, I'm just kidding. Just a second. And if you want to, you know, make it grow a little bit, because I know this is just a chill spot or whatever, press the like button. It kind of snowballs over time. Helps reach more people. Sometimes we all need to chill out a little bit. Is the stream blocked now? I just came back and it said that it may be temporarily blocked. I thought this was royalty free. The stream blocked. I'll just be a sec. I'm trying to check that. Okay. Oh. This is brutal. I would lose these. I do it. If not, he's gonna want to leave. I have to let him do it. Ah, that sucks. Oh. I don't know how I could keep this up. Do a little corruption. Even then I can't pay. Ah. I sink all of this. Just a second. Eight there. I have no trade centers. All I have is Brescia, which is worth developing, really. Oh, man. This is really rough. Needs cost a fortune. I have to go to war with them? Do I have a chance? There's no way out otherwise. believe I've put myself in a very bad position. Somehow. Anything I can do here. Oh dear. When I have all of them together, I have 100k back. Oh, into no chance there. No, I think I have actually screwed myself over. I'm gonna have to restart this, I think. Unfortunately. Massive failure. This is a hard game. And that happens. While it's restarting, because it does take a long time. Say hello. Sorry I failed you guys, even though I think most people are here just to kind of chat. See where we're at. Not blocked here, that's good. Yeah, I noticed that. I hurt myself after. But let me turn this off on that end and give myself some room to load. I haven't really been on YouTube, so to speak, says the Iceman Comments. My kids make an account years ago, or made an account years ago, to use it to comment. Usually just watch stuff without commenting. I was following the death of Jeff C. and really wanted to comment on something, so started from there by coming out. Well, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's a great name, as Brian T says. The old days are gone. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta keep pushing it, you know. Keep trying to keep them. Like, hold to account where you can. Alright. So that was a major failure. I could go back to an older one that I'm doing, but I'd rather do ones here. So I'm gonna go Random Nation, but I don't really want to do ones in the New World at the moment. Keep going until one catches my eye. I could do an Irish one. Shanghai is pretty kind of cool, but I'd rather something in Europe, maybe. Morocco? Okay, I can come back to it. Aragon. I think there's something you just gotta be careful about with the Aragon, that you fall under Castile. Give that a try. It takes a moment to load. What video is that? Ryan T? Okay. That's my junior partner, Naples. Different income. I think we're gonna wanna improve relations there. Takes a moment to get this and everything. I don't think I have any. Leave that option open for a second, because it looks like I have a lot of men to fight with already, and if I could take something, I will. Oh, I got double music going on it. There we go. I have a shot at vassalizing Navarra, but it's something that, like, all of these countries do, so it's kind of a race. So that will be the first thing that I do. I'll take a month to get back to that. While I'm waiting, my rivals. So not against France, I could ally France. Who are against Castile, which is like the bigger part of Spain back then. These united over time, but Aragon was a own place. These will be a very good alliance. Now, just one second. Yeah, as I thought it was the Papal State. We can get to that momentarily. Now what I have to do is check out my trade, keep my points. I'll go here. And am I in the right spot? Sevilla, pull back. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. And the others, whole table. And I have a good starting income, a really good one. Tax is probably going to be the best one. Get most of my money back. Diplomatic reputation is a great one. Discipline. I'm quite well set up, Aragon. The only problem is this. This is an issue. Oh, that's so dirty. I think I have to get rid of this person. And I think this is where the problem happens, maybe. Am I gonna learn another lesson on how this works? Okay. Back to Navarra. Oh, no. I do have to set other things up. He's 34, so... Just one sec. These are state privileges. That looks really good. Military power. Monthly administrative. And I'm going to have if that was a good move or not. Got extra money. I don't want it, but I don't want to give that up. Trade is really important in this game. Now, who do I choose as my rivals? England isn't gonna like me. France is gonna call me into war with them. That's what's gonna happen. Okay. I could rival Morocco. And if I shadow them quickly, I can slingshot my power. Same thing with Hungary. You guys are chilling. Oops. Touch any of this. There's been a limit, but I could do more than that. Probably cut this in half. Nice. I need all those galleys. I'm just watching my limit here. I don't want to build more than that because they start costing more after here. I could do more because I have all this land here. But I think I will keep it at that for now and see what happens. Should be careful with my money. Be prepared for a disaster. Gonna do whatever. Okay. Now I'll figure it out. Barcelona, I already have this guy. Lions from Lithuania. That's kind of interesting. Sure. I already have. Kind of sketchy to have your king there, though, especially if I don't have an heir. I will do that. Okay. So right now I have a choice between significantly gimping or debuffing or fighting fighting rebel armies. I'm gonna choose to fight, but I need to also position myself well. Rossello, is this all like over here or something? Where are the other ones? My map knowledge of 1444 is not amazing, I know. Okay, so this one fights first here, and then possibly go here. I have an... wherever Rossello is. Right here. Turn that guy, or the castle back on. Have them ready to go. They both come in after. Okay. Go. Okay, this is the thing. And I forgot the Navarra thing. Oh no. Okay. Wait, I should pay attention to this. And the Kingdom passes. Okay. Somebody else. They're not gonna get him. I should give subsidy. Rush this. Restoration of Union. Oh. Scary. Okay. So I think my job is pretty clearly to attack over here. I have my king out. Oh boy. This is probably why Aragon always falls under Castile. I have to be careful that my finances don't spin out of control here either. I probably need to rush that. So this is not ideal. I'm also low on manpower. Money really isn't an issue. My issue is losing more manpower here. Doing that. So the force limit. Okay, that's pretty sweet. That's actually really good. It saved me a bit of money. Royal marriage in Lithuania, that's good. France, we do royal marriage, I think. How's Navarra doing? Running a deficit while having low. New subsidies. Throw a guarantee on. Let's get a 143 and then you should rise as fast as possible. Okay. Focus on this here, I guess. This is my main army. No, this is my main army. This is a back army. My king is on my back army. We're base trading. The question is, do I want to counter it with mercenaries? Good leader. Don't think I have a leader that can beat it. So, too high of a cost. Base trade it is. Could do a harass while I'm teaching this. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna link up with me. Okay. So that buys me time. Chased him a little bit too much. That's okay. Maybe could have caught him there, but now I have my king in. I'm gonna swap out. This button allows other armies to attach to me. He can also siege. Cut this guy off. just get my reinforcements in. I guess he had a better leader, better circumstances. This could be good. Oh, he outskirted me. Nasty, nasty. I want the mark. Okay, here we go. That was as good as I could ever hope for, to be quite honest. I could take here. And then these guys are my rivals. This would be an interesting start. And while I'm at it, I don't think their fleets will try to come into the Mediterranean. So I think I'm free to trade. It'd be cool. I'm being a little bit gutsy with that. It's not a good time for that to happen. Take that. Book of Moses. Yeah. Mormonism, man. Oh. I'm getting punished. I'm getting badly punished. Okay. That wasn't my best move. I need to get out of this war. Get him as a vassal. Or onto him. Even pull it up. I could do this. kind of unclear what's going to happen here. We have... Oh, Calais is becoming retaken. Oh, he ends it. Portugal ends it. Did I get anything out of that? Oh. That sucks. Well, at the end of the day, if I stay in the war, I get a favor from France. Kind of a big deal. It's a good ace to have in your hole. France, you know, now they're known as the country that surrenders, but these French, a different story. These guys are tough as nails. I haven't been playing it that long. But, I guess I've been playing a little bit too much lately. Gaming or whatever, just trying to take my mind off of, doing the injections. My cat, pretty rough. Okay. I don't think I can get there in time, and if I did, these guys would just come in and wreck me. I'm way too far. Meantime, pay off those loans. Bring these back to sea or port and save some money. Now we gotta drive those damn English out. Is this what... So, Valois, instead of the Castilian one. And I get Navarra. And I can choose between unrest and autonomy. That looks rough. I'll go with the autonomy. Oh, the Psalms recording? Yeah, it was good. Good. No, there's not much I can do. I gotta stick around. Almost medication time too. Yep. It's quite late. Be kind of nice to get this tall order. Oh, I suppose this is the time. We gotta finish this fast. I could actually take something from Castile. Blockaded ports, by whom? Calais? How did I take Calais? I suppose Naples did it for me. Oh, there's 37 of them. 38k. Oh boy. Yeah. I'll give up Naples. I got what I needed. I didn't need to, What dip do I have? I don't lose that. Not a big deal. I don't have great power status, so no. Okay, homies, what are we doing here? Are you planning on doing anything about this? Just gonna sit there and do nothing? Is that what this is gonna be? That might have to be my plan to dip out of this. I'm getting dragged down for France. They're not going to make any attempt at helping me attack. Definitely here, yeah. He goes, okay, oh, never mind. We made a mistake. Big shock. Got good lines. I have a flank and I'm gonna have him in to take me. There's a river here, so I'm not gonna have a fun time. Beautiful. He scurried off pretty fast. Hmm. No. I have Calais back, and I have a good war, a good battle won against them. I just want the money. France, are you gonna give this? Are you gonna make a move, or are you gonna give this up? So far ahead, buddy. What are we doing? Well, I think I know what I'm doing out of this war. Actually, what do we got here? I can't take anything, right? $208 in war reparations. It's not bad. I'll take it. Let's do that. You know what? I could ally the Papal State. Hmm. $21K and it's a bit rough. Boy. Hmm. I'm just kind of chilling, kind of pass time. I got another 30 minutes before his medication. $21K. It's not gonna be fun. I'm gonna maybe turn on something besides just this kind of corny music. It's okay for a little bit. No air yet. Terrible legitimacy. Naples then turns on me because they want this, I guess. Now I have these guys coming up. And I have to boost that stability. Slow this down. Oh my goodness. Give me another fail. It was a tough game. Very tough game. Assault my rivals. Oh no. It was a waste. Insult these. Okay. Sweet. Now those guys are gonna pop up anytime. They need to be ready to go. And we got that. Falling from there. What am I doing here? Is this my home node? No, Valencia's. So why am I going here? okay, I guess. Look at that hiding away. It says 7K soldiers, but it's really 22. Got that for this. Oh. Wow, no love on those things. There we go. Okay, and we'll do another loan. Love my loans. Let's get that straightened out. Client's offer from Silly. No. No. Okay, here that comes. Could be in any one of these. Oh, that's just great. Gonna pop any second. Oh, it happened here. That's brutal. No. Lovely. Of course it would happen there. Not even all that sure that I have this. Oh. Yeah. I had a good general. That's the only thing that saved me. I'm not gonna make it. Rough times. It's my good shellac in there. All I have left in my army. Like, I got a war with Castile. This would be great. Now, come on. Hurry up. Hmm. Can I even hold out on this? I don't think I can afford to lose this opportunity. Let's do this. Yeah. I think any later and I would have been in major trouble. Provided I still have a chance now anyways. Okay. Move them in. 2 liters, I'll take another hit for that. It's okay, I suppose. Need my French buddies to come in and come in fast. Maybe take a swipe at these. Yeah, have these guys out of port. I can hold for these. Get a decent morale boost there. Start roasting these. Okay, got them. I'm in the port. Let the French do what they do. Unless they're gonna be absolute idiots. What is this? Wow, the French won that. Maybe turn this down a little bit. Oh yeah, they're in some big trouble. Could help to reinforce this. Uh-oh. I got in there in the last second. No, that's a big problem for them, and it looks like there's going to be a short war. Looks like this is going to be a very fast cleanup. Depends on how much he has in reserves, and he doesn't have many. I'm gonna have to pull out of the economic issues that's going to come of this. As much as I want that manpower. Probably need to do that. What do we got here? 20K. 25 there. 21. Yeah. Done, 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 done. They're over. This is over. This is far better than I deserve, really. I gotta pull out that mercy. I'm drowning in debt now. Oh, not too bad. We'll make up for it. Okay, they are making a little bit of a comeback. Do have to keep my eye on it, because they might be pulling out mercenaries, which it's good because it means they also take a financial hit, because I'm not going to be able to just take over all of this. I can only take over a couple of the provinces. Some of that inflation, and I guess I'm probably gonna have a lot of war exhaustion. Yeah, okay. I guess we can just turn this up. What happened? Oh dear. What's gonna happen here? Just cooking on the side, don't I? Oh. We got 16K going there. Rain, he'll leave these alone. Rain. Kitty's picking. Found himself a paper bag, I think. What does he wanna do here? Nice. I'm gonna lose mine. Oh. Oh dear. I gotta be more careful than that. Oh. Vince keeps the occupation there. Granada's gonna attack Castile. Wants to take this. This is here. No. Hold on to that power. Can. 26 knocking that. Looking good. Steel can. Strength yearly prestige. I have the money to deal. I can go down and finish these guys off. Wait. No, he's got those. I'll go down here. Good. We're good. Oh. What are you doing, bro? Yeah, I think Supremacy is a grand strategy game like this. What kind of piece can I do with you? Could actually get these. No. I don't want that. Granada, what are you doing? Oh, Granada. Oh. You're cutting my grass, bro. Are you even gonna core that? I suppose you already have claim or something. From being Granada. I don't even have any music on or anything, sorry guys. Yeah, this game can last a long time, so it starts off at 1444 and it ends at 1844, and it's only at 1458 at the moment. Castillo. They talk in peace. They talk in peace. Oh, that looks gorgeous. Castile and England would hate me. But it's like it doesn't matter. Because all of this glorious land. Oh. This is one of those things now where it's like you have to think about how this works. Yeah, I could also do... Granada just took that. I can go in here. There's a whole bunch of different things that I can do right now. I can take that, cut off the sea to Sevilla. Or Sevilla, whatever. Then I can come down here instead. I could even take that. I could even take that. If I do something like that, I can actually colonize the New World as Aragon. And this is coincidentally the time to actually think about that. In the meantime, we have Malta about to pop with rebels. So I could spend that. Okay. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I know there's probably not a lot of people in here now. Let me see if I can play something instead. Like, well, just have some news on or something. Nah, not that one. Just a sec. Throw on some Fox News for laughs.
The Democrats are fighting Trump voters harder than they fought the war on terror. 9/11, some people did something. Fort Hood shooting, workplace violence. Defeating ISIS, give them jobs. Global warming's a bigger threat anyway. And don't you dare profile.
Racially profiling predominantly Muslim neighborhoods. It's wrong, it's counterproductive, it's dangerous.
Oh, hey, Bucket Boy. I'll be back in just a couple moments. I just have to get up and take a break and stretch.
Muslim Americans should somehow be treated differently.
Don't profile suspected Muslim terrorists. That's Islamophobic. But
So I am the green one right here. It's actually on the political map. It's red. I'm Aragon, and I have a beautiful chance to take a lot of land off of Castile, which is very lucky to do in the early game. And so before I start looking at how this is going to shape out, I'm just going to take a quick break, clear my mind, because I've been handed a very lucky thing. And on top of that, but before I do anything, I'm going to drop the papal influence on forgive usury, because I am hurting in interest at the moment now. Starting to drag me down. Yeah, so I'm just going to take a couple moments and I'll be back. And when we get back, this land, which is my main homeland or whatever, it's going to be with a lot more of Spain, which is going to be great. Which is, like, I'm really happy that, because usually Spain is too tough to take on at all. But this could actually change things big time.
Into their schools.
Precious children in my congressional district.
The education of our kids.
It's all a talking point. Left-wing teachers' unions are refusing to go back to class and teach. Millions of children all over the country, many of them are from pretty poor backgrounds, are falling behind, stuck in their apartments in a pathetic little Zoom classroom. Congress spent billions upgrading schools to make them COVID safe. But the teachers' unions are holding out for more money. Waters World believes teachers' unions are extorting the taxpayers and pocketing the cash, and we're investigating that. The San Francisco Teachers Union refusing to go back to class, but they found time to change the names of schools like Lincoln, because apparently Lincoln was a racist. Yeah, and these freaks teach our kids. American students, they're fed up.
I feel like we were giving up on them. I feel like they gave up on us. I feel like they just kind of looked at the public school kids and was like, you know what? They're not really that important.
Joe Biden's given up. I agree. He hasn't stepped up while liberal unions are shaking down mayors and slowing down students. How much does the president really care? Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot lost it the other day.
We are failing those children by not giving them the option to return to school. Failing grades, depression, isolation, and so much more. My patience for delays from the CTU leadership is over.
They always say how much they care about science.
We'll follow the science. We'll follow the science. Let me say that again. Let's end the politics and follow the science. If we follow the science and keep faith with one another, I promise you, we'll get through this and come out the other side much faster.
Look, I think it's important to follow the science. Listen to the experts. Do what they tell you.
But the science says get back in class and teach. Follow it. So pay attention to what the left says they care about. When someone tells you how much they care, make them show you how. If they can't, then they don't. Joining me now, Fox News contributor and New York Post columnist Miranda Devine, and host of The Dana Show, Dana Lash. So, Dana, the Democrats have made it their brand about how much they care about everything. But then when you see them in action, They don't care at all, do they?
No, and Jesse, thanks for having me. I really don't get this like sentiment of caring from them. And I know that the big popular brand that they were putting forward was the branding of unity. Everybody has to have unity, which I think in many respects people are conflating with civility. Unity suggests that people just want power, whereas using civility and calling for that suggests that people want peace. But for all of the discussion, Jesse, of caring, I don't really see a lot of care applied towards millions of Americans who voted a certain way and yet have their characters completely maligned as a result using identity politics. And then when they're upset over the treatment of this, then they're further referred to as extremists, etc. So yeah, I'm not really getting any kind of any actual caring from them.
No, and you know, they don't really care at all, like Dana said, Miranda, about all these people out there who maybe have a different opinion and tweet something that the Democrats disagree with, and that basically puts them on a terror watch list now. I mean, remember the war on terror, how crazy they went when someone, I don't know, listened to a phone conversation? I mean, civil liberties are about to go out the window, but now it's with Trump supporters.
Yes, well, look, you've heard them talk about libertarians and, Christians who are supposedly so violent. They're coming after Trump supporters. Anybody who did not vote for Joe Biden is the enemy within. They've come after, the greatest patriots in this country, our military. It's happening so quickly. I think that people are blindsided by it. They can't quite wrap their head around how malevolent the Biden administration could be, that it is setting the security apparatus of the nation against American citizens. And it is obscene to compare Trump supporters going. Most of these people just went to a rally on the Ellipse to hear their president speak, and they're now being cast in the same light as violent people who broke into the Capitol and fought with Capitol Police. In fact, anybody who is a MAGA supporter, a Trump supporter, is now suspect, and this is terrifying.
Well, remember what we heard, Miranda. You know, you're right. Listen, obviously you can't break in anywhere and you can't break the law. And that police officer obviously thought he was trying to protect the Capitol and the people in it. But what they said, Dana, I'll give you the last word in the war on terror. You know, there was one Muslim terrorist attack and they said, oh, you can't paint all Muslims as terrorists. Well, that's what they're doing here with MAGA supporters. I'll give you 30 seconds.
No, exactly, Jesse. Yeah, Jesse, you're exactly right. And I hope that everyone realizes that that's why the media is focusing on Marjorie Taylor Greene so much. I mean, it's really hard to argue that she's the avatar for the Republican Party, the same party that voted to retain Liz Cheney as conference chair, number 3 position of power in the House. But to that point, they want to paint her as the avatar for all Republicans so that they can say there is a faction within the GOP that is extreme enough to necessitate, as Pelosi called for, a 9/11 style commission. And then remember back 0809, the Tea Party, the targeting of the Tea Party by DHS and others, that is getting ready to happen all over again. I hope it's not that on steroids, but it sure feels like it, Jesse.
Well, I've already been audited. I don't think I can go through that anymore. All right, Dana Lash, Miranda Devine, thank you guys so much for the commentary. I appreciate it.
Reality, captured in user-friendly symbols and processed for understanding. The Idea Channel.
It is my great pleasure to introduce to you Milton Friedman. Thank you.
topic I'm going to talk about tonight, I had thought it was announced. If not, it'll come as a surprise to you, but I hope not as an unpleasant surprise, is the topic of money and inflation. It's not a topic I think there's anybody in this room who is uninterested in, at least the inflation half of it. Most of you are also very interested in the money half, but from a different point of view. Whenever I talk about inflation, I am reminded of a wonderful story about the man who decided to take advantage of the growing science of cryogenics. That's the science of freezing people up so that they can be in deep freeze for a time and then restored to life. And he got himself put into the deep freeze for a 20-year period. And of course, before he went into the deep freeze, he left all his securities and his worldly belongings at his brokers with instructions to do the best he could for him. And 20 years later, after the deep freeze had worked, he was unthawed and came out of the deep freeze. And of course, the first thing he did was to run to the telephone to call his broker. And his broker said to him, "Well, you know, you're a millionaire many times over." "Oh, really?" said the man. "What happened to this stock?" And the broker said it went from here to here, multiplied 10 times, 20 times. "What happened to this stock?" He kept on going. But suddenly the telephone operator interrupted. The man was just ecstatic. Telephone operator interrupted and said, "Sorry, your 3 minutes are up. That'll be $250,000 for the next 3 minutes, please." That's real inflation. That's at the moment a story, but it's not a story which does not have some examples in history. Inflation is a disease. It's a dangerous disease for a society. It is sometimes a fatal disease for a society. It's a disease that, if allowed to rage unchecked, can destroy a society. And we have many such examples. The classic examples, of course, are the extreme examples of Germany, of Austria, of Russia, after the First World War, when inflation really did reach levels at which the kind of apocryphal story I told you was a literal description of the reality. When inflation reached levels at which employers would pay their workers 3 times a day after breakfast, lunch, and dinner so they could go out and spend the money before it lost all its value. That's the real extreme cases. But you don't have to go to such extreme cases to see the enormous harm which inflation left unchecked can do. You have the example in many examples in South America. Brazil, before 1964, was brought down by an inflation that led to a revolution that toppled the existing government in order to stem the inflation. In the famous case of Chile, with Mr. Allende in power, he produced an inflation, which was one of the major factors that caused the economic catastrophe that led to the replacement of his government by a military dictatorship. We are nowhere near that stage in the United States, but it behooves us as a nation to pay attention to this disease, to ask ourselves, what is the cause of the disease? How do you cure the disease? What are the effects of the cure? What are the side effects of it? And what will happen if we don't cure it? And I propose to discuss the topic tonight under those headings, and then go on to consider in somewhat more specific detail the experience of the United States over the past decade or two and the present situation that we face. Now, the first step toward understanding the cause of inflation is to recognize that it is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. It's always and everywhere a result of too much money, of a more rapid increase in the quantity of money than an output. Moreover, in the modern era, the important next step is to recognize that today governments control the quantity of money, so that as a result, inflation in the United States is made in Washington and nowhere else. Of course, no government any more than any one of us likes to take responsibility for bad things. We're all of us human. If something bad happens, it wasn't our fault. And the government is the same way. So it doesn't accept responsibility for inflation. If you listen to people in Washington talk, they will tell you that inflation is produced by greedy businessmen, or it's produced by grasping unions, or it's produced by spendthrift consumers, or maybe it's those terrible Arab sheiks who are producing it. Now, of course, businessmen are greedy. Who of us isn't? Trade unions are grasping. Who of us isn't? And there's no doubt that the consumer is a spendthrift. At least every man knows that about his wife. But none of them produce inflation, for the very simple reason that neither the businessman, nor the trade union, nor the housewife has a printing press in their basement on which they can turn out those green pieces of paper we call money. Only Washington has that printing press, and therefore only Washington can produce inflation. If you listen to the people from the communist world, they'll tell you inflation is a capitalist phenomenon. That's not true. If you look at Europe today, one of the most rapid rates of inflation in Europe has been in Yugoslavia, which is a communist country. One of the slowest rates of inflation has been in Switzerland, which is a capitalist country. So inflation is not a capitalist phenomenon. But neither is it a communist phenomenon. If Switzerland has low inflation, the United Kingdom in recent years has had inflation rates running up to 20-25% a year. Italy has inflation rates today of that order of magnitude. Inflation is not a capitalist phenomenon, it's not a communist phenomenon, it's a printing press phenomenon. Now, in saying that inflation is a printing press phenomenon, in saying that inflation is always caused by a more rapid increase in the quantity of money than an output, you're only at the beginning of the problem, because you must distinguish the immediate cause from the more ultimate cause. You must ask, why is it that the quantity of money increases too rapidly? But before I go on to that question, I just want to settle for once and for all the point that inflation is a monetary phenomenon. That proposition has been documented over and over again. We have evidence for the United States for over 100 years, for Great Britain for 200 years, for Sweden for 200 years. There has never in history been an inflation that was not accompanied by an extremely rapid increase in the quantity of money. There has never in history been an extremely rapid increase in the quantity of money without an inflation. But in order to persuade you of this quickly and with a minimum waste of time, I have brought a few pictures along to show you that will graphically illustrate the proposition about the relation between money and inflation. And I'd like to, if we can start with the first of those slides now. Maybe you can make out that there are two lines on that chart. That chart is for the United States, and it covers the 13 years from 1964 through 1976. And one of those charts, the solid line, is the quantity of money per unit of output. And the other line, which is a dashed line, is the consumer price index. Those two lines cross at 1970 because that's the way they're constructed. Both of those series were expressed on 1970 as a base of 100 in order to try to get the two series in the same scale. But there is nothing whatsoever in the arithmetic of it to make those two curves the same elsewhere. And I may say that the quantity of money that's plotted there is the quantity of money for a year ending 6 months before the price index, so that you are not, there's nothing funny about that. And you can see that the two lines are almost indistinguishable. Now, I've got a segment of 13 years up there, but if I had a segment of 100 years, the relationship would be the same way throughout the whole of that period. But you may say that's only for the United States. But what about other countries? And so let's have the next slide. The next slide is for Germany for the same period. And again, you will see the same story. Now, the interesting thing here is that you can see that the quantity of money for a while in the later in the 70s was running ahead of the price index, but now they're coming back together again. And that's a behavior you very often observe. The quantity of money per unit of output is a major factor that from the immediate sense determines the price index, but it doesn't operate instantaneously. Sometimes there are delays of a year or two, but sooner or later they all come back together. Well, the United States and Germany are very similar countries. What about another country? Let's have the third chart. And the third chart there is supposed to be for Japan. I can't read it. Is that what it says up there? That's for Japan. And you will notice that the Japan experienced a much greater price rise than either the United States or Germany did. But Japan has now been coming back. It's done a remarkable job of controlling the quantity of money. And as a result, the rate of price inflation in Japan has come down from close to 30% a year to where today, in the period after this chart, it's back down to about 7%. But again, you have the same synchronism between the two charts. Now, the next chart, let's have the next chart, which is for Great Britain. You can see each one of these has a little bit more inflation than the preceding one, but each one of them, you again have the same relationship in every case between the quantity of money and prices. Now, one of the interesting things about that comparison between Japan and the United Kingdom is you will hear many people telling you that the real reason you have inflation is because of trade unions. If you listen to anybody telling you about Great Britain's plight, they will tell you that the real problem in Great Britain is that you have such strong trade unions that they push up wages and that causes inflation. Well, if that explains this relationship for Britain, what explains the previous chart for Japan, where trade unions are not very important or much weaker than they are in Great Britain? Or what explains the next chart, which is a honey, for Brazil? Can we have the last chart? Now that's an inflation that's really an inflation. That's none of these baby inflations we've been playing with. Of course, there are still better ones in Argentina and Chile, but we don't have a big enough room. Now, here again, if trade unions cause inflation, as you know, Brazil has a military government, and trade unions have absolutely nothing to say about anything except as they are branches of the government apparatus. So that it's clear you cannot explain, in the case of Brazil, the inflation by trade unions, but you can see very clearly that you can explain it by changes in the quantity of money. Thank you. We can have the lights back on now. As I say, that's a very small sample of the evidence that is available on the linkage between the quantity of money on the one hand and prices on the other. That evidence is available for hundreds of years in many countries, and there are no exceptions. But that only gets you to first base. The question is, why is it that the quantity of money increases relative to output? If you go back 100 years ago, and here in California this is very appropriate to go back a little more than 100 years ago, sometimes the quantity of money increased more rapidly than output because of discoveries of gold or precious metals. As you know, you had the gold rush in California in late 1840s, early 1850s. You had the Australian gold discoveries in the same period in the 1850s. And you had a worldwide inflation as a result. In the 1890s to 1913, you had a worldwide inflation because of the perfection of the cyanide process for extracting gold from low-grade ore, which produced an outpouring of gold from South Africa to supplement the gold strikes up in Alaska. But those were the good old days, before the days when governments discovered that it could escape from that relic of an earlier time, the discipline of gold, and that it had a much more scientific method of controlling the quantity of money by ending the link to gold and instead turning to government-dominated money. And today, you do not have inflations for those reasons. Today, you have inflations because governments create a very large quantity of money. The question is, why do governments do that? And today, in the main, there are fundamentally three reasons, in my opinion, why we have experienced inflation and why it is a threat. The first, and by far the most important, is in order to pay for government spending. Now, of course, I say the government does this. That's wrong. The government doesn't do it. You do it. I do it. We, the citizen, do it. We tell the people in Washington, we tell our congressmen and our senators and our representatives, we want you to spend more money on us. But we don't want you to put any taxes on us. Oh, no. We don't want you to levy taxes. We want you to spend more, but we don't want you to tax more. There's no way you can do the one without the other. The real tax on the American people is what government spends. If government spends if the federal government spends $450 billion and only raises $400 billion in taxes, who do you suppose who pays that other $50 billion? Do you suppose the tooth fairy does? You pay it, and I pay it. And one of the ways we pay it is by the tax which we call inflation. Inflation is, from this point of view, a form of taxation. If government spends more than it takes in the form of things that are called taxes, it has to meet the difference, either by printing money or by borrowing from the public at large. Printing money is a very attractive device because inflation, from the point of view of a person sitting in Congress or in the Senate, is a wonderful tax. He doesn't have to vote for it. Have you ever known of a congressman who got up and said, I vote to impose a tax in the form of inflation of 10% next year? No, sirree. Inflation is a tax which is imposed without representation and which nobody has to vote for. And of course, it's a marvelous tax from the point of view of a congressman trying to meet the demands of his constituents for more spending. Inflation its taxation yields tax revenue in three different ways. It yields it directly. We think of these pieces of paper we carry in our pocket as money, but it would be just as accurate to think of those as receipts for the taxes you've paid. If you pay the government $100 directly in taxes, the government sends you back a receipt you paid us $100 in taxes. Well, now the beauty of printing money is that the receipt is right straight with the payment of taxes. What you're getting there is not money, but tax receipts. And from the point of view of the government, those pieces of paper, and I'm exaggerating, of course, they're not really pieces of paper, that's only the primitive way of doing it. In our modern age, we do it in a more sophisticated way through using a bookkeeper's pen or a computer instead of having to turn the printing press. It's in the form called deposits, one of the most misleading terms in the human language. When I think of a deposit, I think I put something there and there it is. But you know, when you go into a bank and deposit money, the people behind the counter run as fast as they can to another part of the bank to pay it out over another counter in the form of loans. It's not deposited there. And similarly, when the government sends a check, it may, in effect, be doing the equivalent of printing paper money. I won't go into the details of that process. You will get the right answer if you think of it strictly as printing paper money. So when the government gets revenue from inflation directly in the form of these pieces of paper, it can go out and spend without having gotten taxes from anybody. But it also gets revenue in two other ways. In the first place, with the kind of tax system we have, inflation raises other kinds of taxes without anybody having to vote for it. You might think that if prices go up by 10% and your income goes up by 10%, you're in the same position as you were before. But you're not. You're pushed up into higher brackets of the income tax, and on the average, if prices go up 10% and your income goes up 10%, your taxes will go up 15%. So that the Congress, again, is in a marvelous position. It can vote to lower tax rates when, in fact, taxes are going up. There's a lot of talk in the papers these days and the news these days about the president proposing a tax cut next year. That's pure fiction. Nobody is proposing a tax cut. These much publicized tax cuts of the past few years have not been tax cuts at all. Inflation has raised taxes, and the so-called tax cuts has given back a small part of that to the taxpayer. But the actual taxes the taxpayers have paid have gone up as a result of the automatic effects of inflation. In the third place, the government gets revenue from inflation by repudiating its debt. Many people keep worrying about the government debt. That's not something you should worry about, because the government debt today is smaller, that is the announced government debt, the open and above board government debt, bonds outstanding and the like, is smaller as a percentage of the national income than it was 20, 30 years ago. How can that happen? Every year we have deficits. How can the debt be going down? Because those are not real deficits. They are deficits that have been financed by inflation. Anybody who has bought government securities in the past 10 years has paid the government for the privilege of lending to it. Anybody who has bought a long-term government bond and then redeemed it has gotten back an amount of money which has less purchasing power, less ability to buy goods and services than the sum he initially paid for the bond. And to add insult to injury, he's had to pay taxes on what they call interest. And as a result, the debt has gone down in meaningful terms. So that inflation is a marvelous resource for a government in all three of these ways. That, as I think, has been the main reason throughout history, not only now, but going back for thousands of years. You know, you had a great inflation during the time of the Roman Empire, when Diocletian was emperor. He did it in a different way. He did it by taking nice, good, full-bodied silver coins and replacing the silver by an alloy that was worthless until there was less and less silver, until one of the history books talks about the ancient denarius, which used to be a full-bodied silver coin, finally having become, in Diocletian's era, little more than a copper coin with a wash of silver. Now, I happened to come across that quotation the same year in which the American Treasury was replacing our full-bodied silver coin buy a copper coin with not even a wash of silver, only of nickel. History does repeat itself. So that's been always throughout history a major reason why you have had creation of money to finance government expenditures. But we've added another reason in these days, and that's allegedly to promote full employment. In the post-war world, after World War II, every country in the West has had a full employment policy, which means not that we've had full employment. On the contrary, as you know, we've been having increasing unemployment in recent years. But that every time, for quite a period, there was a threat of unemployment or unemployment started to rise, there was a strong tendency by government to say, we've got to do something about this. We have to print more money. We have to spend more money. We have to stimulate the economy. The result of which has been to create an increased quantity of money that in the first instance has had some favorable effects on employment, but only temporarily, only so long as you could fool the people. And then, when people got on to what was going on, it came out in the form of inflation. In the United States, we've also had, and in most countries, a third, less important factor that has contributed to excessive increases in the quantity of money. And that has been mistaken policies by the central bank. Professor Segan referred to the mistake of the Federal Reserve Bank in the late 20s, early 30s. From 1929 to 1933, the quantity of money in the United States went down by a third. And that was a major factor that produced the catastrophe. That was a great mistake of the Federal Reserve. It learned from that mistake. Government agencies, like people, don't always make the same mistake the next time. They make a different one. And since that period, the central banks have tended to make the mistake in the opposite direction. Their mistake has almost always been caused by confusing their function, by thinking that they had something to do with interest rates, instead of recognizing that their real function was to control the quantity of money. Now, most of you will be inclined to say, well, that's all very well, but aren't there some important things you've left out? Of course, the most obvious thing you would have told me I left out was trade union behavior. But I hope I've already persuaded you that that's not a fundamental source of inflation. Trade unions may do a great deal of harm in a great many ways. Trade unions have done Britain enormous harm, but they are not responsible for Britain's inflation. Higher wages are in the main a consequence of inflation and not a cause of it. And as I say, the examples of these charts I gave you before, I hope, will show that anybody who thinks that's a fundamental cause of inflation had better pause for a bit. But there are two other factors that people are inclined to cite. One is to say, what about international influences? The government is particularly fond of citing this, to say, oh, well, you mustn't blame us for inflation. We've imported it from abroad. There's a worldwide inflation, and how can you expect the United States to stay clear of inflation if all the rest of the countries of the world are inflating? Now, that was a valid explanation before 1971, when we had a worldwide system of fixed exchange rates. In that case, it is true that inflation in one country would tend to spill over into another because it would influence the quantity of money. In that case, it was inflation in America that produced in the United States that produced inflation in many countries around the world, because their currencies were linked through a fixed exchange rate with ours. But today, that explanation is not valid. As long as countries have variable, floating, flexible exchange rates between their currencies, inflation is a national phenomenon and not an international phenomenon. And the proof of that is very simple. If inflation is a worldwide phenomenon, inflation is a worldwide phenomenon, but it's not an international phenomenon. You know, in every country of the world you have too high taxes. But high taxation is not an international phenomenon. It's just that all the nations of the world do it at the same time. In the same way, you have inflation in many countries. But if it were an international phenomenon, how come it's roughly 0 to 1% in Switzerland, 4 to 5 or 6% in Germany, 10% in France, 18% in Great Britain, maybe higher than that in Italy, and so on down the line? No, inflation is a national phenomenon produced by monetary policy and other policies within the countries. Now, the second argument that will be made, you've left out of this picture productivity. In those charts, what was it that I connected with prices? It was not simply the quantity of money. It was the quantity of money per unit of output. And it's true. Anything that increases output will tend to hold down prices. And so it's very common for people to say, well, the real source of inflation is that our productivity has not been increasing as much as it should. Or to say that the real cure for inflation is to increase productivity. Now, productivity is an enormously important phenomenon. From the point of view of our standard of life, of how well we live, there's nothing that's more important. If we can get a rate of real growth of 3% instead of 2%, that will make a great difference over a period of time. And I don't doubt that one of our national problems is a fall off in the growth and productivity. But from the point of view of inflation, it's the wrong order of magnitude. It would be a tremendous achievement to raise the average rate of growth of real output in this country from 3% a year to 4% a year. That would be a 33 1/3% increase. It would be a dramatic change. But it would reduce the rate of inflation by 1 percentage point a year. And from that point of view, the possible variations in the quantity of money are much greater than the variations in output and productivity. So from the point of view of inflation, productivity is very much of a bit actor on the stage. The lead, the hero or the villain, as you wish it, is not productivity, but what happens to the quantity of money. Now, so much for the cause of inflation. It's very easy to say what the cure is. There's no problem how to stop inflation. That's the easiest thing in the world to say. In order to stop inflation, you have to have the government spend less and print less. That's the only way you're going to stop inflation. That's the one and only cure. But you know, the real problem isn't to know how to cure inflation. The real problem is to have the political will to do so. If I may go back to my medical analogy, some years ago my physician told me about a young man who was a patient of his who had a debilitating disease, as a result of which his fingers were threatening to fall off, his toes were threatening to fall off. And my physician said, you know, that young man could be cured in no time. The only thing he has to do to be cured is to stop smoking. But I cannot in any way bring him to stop smoking. He refuses to do it. Now, the disease was curable in one sense, but it was not easy to do it. An analogy that in some ways is much closer to the problem of inflation. It's a very literal analogy, but also something of a medical analogy, is alcoholism. The thing about alcoholism is that when you go out on a toot, the good effects come first, and the bad effects only come the next morning when you have the hangover. Now that's exactly the way it is with inflation. When you start inflating, the good effects come first. After all, the government's printing money, everybody thinks he's richer, he's got all these pieces of paper. And initially it does have that effect. It makes business good, it expands output. It's only after a while, when it works its way through to inflation, that the bad effects come later, and you then have inflation. Similarly, on the other side, The great problem in curing an alcoholic is that the bad effects come first and the good effects come later when you try to cure it. If a man who has been subject to a craving for alcohol goes off the wagon, it's terrible. He's got a terrible time getting rid of his craving. But if he once can succeed in doing so, everything will be fine. It's exactly the same thing with inflation. If you succeed in slowing down inflation, you will initially have some very difficult times. Just as inflating stimulates the economy temporarily, so slowing down inflation slows down the economy temporarily. A more direct reason why it's difficult to apply the cure is because it's not so clear that people want to stop inflation. If I ask people, are you in favor of inflation or not? Everybody's against inflation. But when I explore a little bit further, if I say to people, tell me, have you gained from inflation? Oh, no, you say. I haven't gained. And yet the fact is that a great many people have gained from inflation. There are many, many people who have benefited. Of course, the major gainer from inflation is the Federal Treasury, as I've already said. But almost everybody who has bought a home in the past 30 years has gained from inflation. He was able to borrow on a mortgage, which inflation has paid off along with paying off the government debt. So that almost all homeowners in this country are beneficiaries from inflation. Indeed, one of the things that makes inflation such a bad social disease is precisely that it tends to be divisive. Because some people do very well during an inflation period and some people do very badly. And as a result, the population gets split into people who are seeming in great prosperity and people who are in great distress. When most people say they want to stop inflation, what they mean is that they want the prices of the things they buy to go down and the prices of the things they sell to go up. But since what one man sells is what another man buys, that's a neat trick if you can do it. And as a result, people aren't really serious when they say they want to stop inflation. Certainly not in the early stages, not before they fully understand, not before it's gotten to the point where it is really creating serious social problems. Everybody wants to stop inflation at somebody else's expense. Now, I've already said that if you start to cure inflation, you will get some bad effects first. Let me emphasize that those bad effects are not themselves a cure. They are side effects of a cure. If you have your appendix out, if you go to a doctor and say, and he says, you have appendicitis, you've got to take your appendix out. But after your appendix is out, you'll have to stay in bed. It used to be 2 weeks, now it's 10 minutes. But you'll have to stay in bed for a little bit. And you say to him, well, you know, I think I'll just stay in bed and not have the operation. That isn't going to cure you. And in the same way, unemployment is not a cure for inflation. I can tell you 100 ways to create unemployment that will produce more inflation, not less. I may say that used to be a proposition that people found it difficult to understand. But the experience of the past 10 years or so has done a great deal to make people understand that it's perfectly possible to have unemployment and inflation go along simultaneously. In fact, we've coined some ugly new words like stagflation and slumpflation to try to explain this phenomenon. Well, I shouldn't say to explain it, to name it. So unemployment is not a cure for inflation, but it is an almost inevitable side effect of an effective cure. Now, why should that be? Why is it that there seems to be no way to cure inflation without going through at least a temporary period of relatively slow growth and relatively high unemployment? The answer is, fundamentally, because of the time delays between the turning of the printing press and the ultimate effects on output and on prices. Both ways you produce the same result. Look on the upgrade. Suppose the government first prints money and spends it to pay for its expenses. To begin with, the people who find themselves doing better business don't know what the explanation is. Government is paying more money. Its employees have better salaries. They're coming to the store and buying more goods. The storekeeper is delighted to sell them at the same prices as before. Each man thinks this is something special happening to him. The shoe manufacturer says, look, I can sell more shoes. The demand for shoes is going up. He doesn't recognize that what's really happening is the demand is going up everywhere. And then not only is the demand for shoes going up, but he's going to have to pay more to get labor. He's going to have to pay more to get leather. He's going to have to pay more to produce his product. But when that shows up, when after a while he finds out that his costs are up, then he suddenly discovers that he has to raise his prices to make both ends meet. And that's why, on the average in the United States over the past 100 years, an increase in the quantity of money has taken about 5 or 6 months to affect people's spending. The first thing that happened is people just have bigger bank accounts. Then it takes them a little while to realize that, and they start spending it. And then it's another 12 to 18 months before that works through into prices. So on the average, over the past 100 years, and in Britain it's been for 200 years, I say 100 years because that's as far back as our data go in the United States, there's been about a 2-year interval between a more rapid increase in the quantity of money on the one hand and the inflationary effects of it on the other. But the same thing happens the other way. If the government slows down its spending, in the first instance, people simply experience that as slower demand for their products, and they tend to retrench. They tend to say, well, my inventories are going up, I better cut back production. It's only after a considerable interval that that's reflected in lower prices or in a slower rate of increase in prices and works its way through. So there is no way that I know to avoid the interim effect of slowing down inflation. In the long run, there is no relation between inflation and unemployment, on the average. Suppose a country gets accustomed to 10% inflation. That's perfectly livable. That's something people can get along with. What will happen? Everybody will know that it's going on. All wages will automatically tend to go up by 10% more a year than they otherwise would. All prices will tend to go up by 10% more. Instead of interest rates being 5%, they will be 15%. Everything will get adjusted to it. And we have a great deal of evidence that the average rate of inflation over a period of time has no relationship at all with the average rate of growth or the average level of unemployment. The thing is that only surprises matter. It isn't inflation that produces a stimulus. It's only higher inflation than you expected. It's only the surprise. If you get adjusted to it, it doesn't do any good. It's just like, again, alcoholism and drug addiction. When a fellow first gets started on drinking, all it takes is one drink to make him happy. But after his body gets adjusted to that, it takes a little more, and pretty soon he's taking a half a bottle. Similarly, with drugs, it takes bigger and bigger doses to have the same effect. And similarly with inflation. As a country gets accustomed to higher and higher rates of inflation, it needs a bigger dose to have any stimulating effect. So in the long run, there is no relation. But in the short run, there certainly is. There's no way to avoid these side effects. but those side effects can be minimized by trying to take the cure gradually instead of overnight. Here we are in this nation with a base rate of inflation at the moment somewhere around 7%. It would be a mistake to try to bring that down to 0 next year. We ought to do it over a 3 or 4 year period to give people a chance to adjust. We can also minimize the side effects of inflation, in my opinion, by adopting a widespread program of escalator clauses, particularly with respect to government obligations, particularly with respect to taxes. I think it is a disgrace and a scandal that we have not had a legislation which has adjusted the income tax system so that inflation does not automatically raise rates. Congress has been very quick to index its own salaries. Congress has been very quick to index the salaries of government employees. But it has been very reluctant to apply the same principle to the taxes that it imposes on the citizen. I must say myself, I would go the other way. I would like to see the taxes indexed, and with respect to the salaries of Congress and of government officials, I would index them perversely. Every 5% inflation is a 5% reduction in their salary. And I assure you, if you did that, you'd cure inflation real fast. One more general point. What if we don't cure inflation? We have no good choices. If we don't cure inflation, if we continue at high rates of inflation, we'll also have high unemployment. One of the main reasons is because of the false cures that will be attempted. In every country that has had great inflation, the governments have resorted sooner or later to wage and price controls, supposedly as an attempt to cure inflation. We did that in this country in 1971 with disastrous results. Wage and price controls are not a cure for inflation. In fact, wage and price controls, you will find, are imposed by governments that want to inflate but want to conceal it from the populace. Governments want to get a short-term benefit by pumping up the economy, but they want the populace to think they're doing something about inflation. So they announce with great fanfare that they're fixing prices and wages. But the result is only to hold down, to conceal the inflation for a year or two and then have it blow up, which is, of course, exactly what happened after 1971. In light of this background, I come to the final point I want to make. I think it's very instructive to look at recent U.S. history. Our inflation really started in the post-war period in the 1950s. In the 1950s, we first had a very substantial inflation during the Korean War, and then after that was over, we had a creeping inflation. It was an accident that 1950s inflation didn't continue and grow from that point on. But we had a political accident. We had a non-political president who was willing to risk the election of his vice president in order to stop the inflation. Mr. Eisenhower was willing to take the unpopular measures that stopped inflation, that put us back on a non-inflationary source, by approving measures that led to a series of recessions in 1958 and then in 1960, by holding down government spending, holding down government money creation, so that from an inflation rate, which at that time was regarded as terrible, of 3.5%, it was brought back to essentially zero. Our real inflation started in the early 1960s, when John F. Kennedy inherited this windfall of a non-inflationary environment as a result of President Eisenhower's policies. And from 1960 on, we have been on a roller coaster. We have been going up in inflation, we have been coming down. We've been going up, and we've been coming down. Every time we go up, there's a great outcry, we have to do something about stopping inflation. And so we tend to step on the brakes. That tends to produce a downturn. But the moment unemployment starts going up, there's an even bigger outcry. We have to do something about the unemployment. So we reverse and step on the accelerator instead of the brake, and we're off again. But this roller coaster is around an upward level. It's not been on the level. Each peak has been higher than the preceding peak. Each trough has been higher than the preceding trough. In 1961, the lowest rate of inflation at that time was 1%. In 1967, the next trough, the lowest rate of inflation was 2.5%. In 1971, before Mr. Nixon introduced price controls, in order to control what was then supposed to be the horrendous rate of inflation of 4.5%. In that period, the lowest rate was about 4%. In 1976, last year, when again we went through a recession to stop the inflation, the lowest rate was 6%. It was 5%, I'm sorry. So each bottom rate has been higher than the preceding one. Similarly, each top rate has been higher than the preceding. In 1966, we reached 4%. In 1969, we reached 6%. In 1974, we reached 12%. In 1979, we will reach, you fill in the numbers. It's not a pleasant prospect. So we've been on a roller coaster, going up and up and up. And we've been on that roller coaster because of the problem that I've mentioned, that we get accustomed to our addiction, and we need bigger doses to get another high. If we look at the most recent period, we've had the same situation again. From January 1974 to January 1975, the quantity of money defined to include the currency in your pockets and all deposits at commercial bank, demand and time, what has come in the jargon of the literature to be known as M2. I apologize for having given it that unlovely name. But M2 has been grew in that year at 6.8% a year. That was a relatively low rate. And it was that was responsible for the tapering off of inflation, so that by the end of 76, it was down to about a 5% on a year-to-year basis. But in the period from January 75 to now, the money supply has been running at the annual rate of 10% a year. M2, this quantity of money. And that portends an increase in the inflation rate. We've hit the bottom and we're now on the way up. We had a temporary bulge in January, February as a result of the very hard winter. But the more fundamental phenomenon is that we're now on an upgrade. We'll probably hit 7 to 9% next year, something like that. And the base rate of inflation today is somewhere in that level. The tragedy of this whole history is that we have time and again, 4 times now, paid the price of stopping an inflation and not gotten the benefit. We've stepped on the brakes. We've slowed down the monetary expansion. We've taken a recession. We've had unemployment. And then just as inflation is starting to taper off, we throw the whole ball game away by going to the races again with the printing press. Unfortunately, given these mistakes, at the present time, the options open to this country are only bad options. We don't have good options. If you were sitting in at the Federal Reserve Board and deciding on monetary policy, you mustn't suppose you'd have anything good you could do. Whatever you do is bad. Given the amount that you have now of money that has now been pumped into the economy, you have only 2 bad choices. If you slow down drastically in order to try to hold back inflation, the economy will experience a recession in late 78, early 79, and it may be a fairly severe recession. Alternatively, you can say, well, we can't do that. We've got to step on the gas, keep doing what we're doing now. Then you are condemning the economy to going into another period of double-digit inflation. 2 years ago, there was a choice. Having paid the price for slowing down the inflation, we should have continued on a relatively slow rate of monetary growth, and then we would by now be well on the way to a cure for our inflation. But we have not done so. And as I say, I don't really blame the people who are doing it. The real blame has to be put on us, the citizens, the voters of this country, for not telling our government what we want them to do. And I am afraid that we shall have to go through several more of these swings in the roller coaster before the American people decide that they have had enough of it, and that it's time to bring it to an end, that it's time to send an unmistakable message to Washington: we want you to stop the roller coaster. When we do, there is no technical difficulty about stopping it. Let me emphasize, it will not be costless to stop it, but it will not be costless to continue what we're doing. If I may conclude with my medical analogy, if you're sick, it's very, very seldom that a doctor can give you a cure which will enable you to rise from your bed the next day, a whole person, completely unaffected by your illness. We have a disease called inflation. Fortunately, our basic constitution is strong. This is a strong, healthy country, although we've been doing our best to make it unhealthy. We've been doing our best to take measures that will reduce our productivity. But nonetheless, we're still a pretty strong, healthy country. And there's nothing basically wrong with us. But we have been suffering from a self-imposed disease of inflation. Sooner or later, I am sure we will get up the will to cure it. But we shall not cure it or continue it without paying a price either way. Thank you.
Dr. Friedman, if you were advising President Carter, would you advise him to work through the Federal Reserve or through Congress to implement your recommendation?
Well, I'm not sure those are different, and I'm not sure it's really President Carter to work through them. You know, the president has a lot of influence but very little power. The president does not pass the appropriation bills. The president has no direct control over the Federal Reserve printing press. The real source of power in this respect are the Congress and the Federal Reserve, together and jointly. And I believe that's where the public at large has to bring political pressure to bear to produce the right kind of policy.
So we need to change Congress to get off the treadmill.
No, we don't need to change Congress, excuse me. You know, people have a great misunderstanding about this. People in Congress are in a business. They're trying to buy votes. They're in the business of competing with one another to get elected. The same congressman will vote for a different thing if he thinks that's politically profitable. You don't have to change Congress. People have a great misconception in this way. They think the way you solve things is by electing the right people. It's nice to elect the right people, but that isn't the way you solve things. The way you solve things is by making it politically profitable for the wrong people to do the right things.
You said rather optimistically, I think, that you have detected a trend wherein the public will accept a slowing down of the rolling of the printing presses. I confess that that trend is invisible to me, and I wondered what evidence of it you have seen.
I was really not referring directly to a trend to slow the printing presses, but a more fundamental trend in people's ideas and attitudes toward the role of government. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it was widely taken for granted that there was hardly any problem, the solution of which did not reside in Washington, did not reside in throwing more money at the problem. Very few people believe that anymore today. People are greatly disillusioned about what government can accomplish. In the more particular area you're describing, worldwide, and not merely in this country, the public at large has shifted its major emphasis from unemployment to inflation. It is not any longer politically popular to reduce unemployment by creating inflation. If you take a case like Great Britain, which has in some ways been on the forefront of this, 10, 20 years ago it would have been said that it was absolutely politically intolerable to have had rates of unemployment of the kind that Britain has had. But today, the Labour government in Britain finds it popular, politically profitable, to put its emphasis on reducing the rate of inflation. In Britain, last September at the Labour Party conference, Prime Minister Callaghan found it politically profitable to say, we used to think that if you had unemployment in a recession, the way to get out of it was by spending more money or cutting taxes. But if that was once a solution, it is no longer an option open to us. I'm not quoting precisely, but the sense of it. He said, because we have learned that that only works temporarily, but the ultimate result is more inflation. So you have in Britain and in other countries around the world a willingness on the part of the population at large to stand for measures directed at reducing inflation. The same thing is true in this country. Every public opinion poll has shown that inflation is a problem that the public at large is more concerned about than the problem of unemployment. It will not be. You see, I think President Carter faces a real dilemma at the moment with respect to his own election prospects in 1980. He cannot control. I said before, he has much influence but little power. He cannot really control it, but suppose he could. What should he do? He's facing a dilemma. 10 years ago, the answer would have been obvious. Step on the gas, print money, create a great period of prosperity by 1980. But with double-digit inflation, the double-digit inflation will do him more political harm than the boom will do him good. So I think there is a very strongly detectable change in the attitudes of the public at large. On the one hand, they are more inclined to attribute the responsibility for inflation to government and to be more conscious of it. And on the other, they have less rosy views about the power of government to cure all ills. Thank you very much. Let's have some more people come up here to increase our inventory in process.
Professor Friedman, with the federal government's ability and willingness to produce unlimited amounts of money, what are the implications for the concept of a vital local and state government? And the broader question, the implication for the concept of federalism?
Well, obviously, one of the trends that has been reducing the viability of local and state government has been a trend toward centralization, a trend toward enhancing the power and the strength of Washington at the expense of the State House and of City Hall. And no doubt, the fact that Washington possesses a printing press and the City Hall and the State House do not has been a factor that has been contributing to that. But again, we come back to the same question that has come up before. Will that continue? Is that necessary? Is it inevitable that the federal government will grow in power? If it is, if it does, then I agree with you. Then we would be headed toward a unified, centralized country. I think one of our great strengths as a country is precisely the federal system, precisely that we have a distribution of power, that we do have states which attach loyalties to themselves, which have independent power. So I think there is a trend in your direction, but I don't think it necessarily needs to continue or necessarily will continue.
As a member of a government agency, do we do ourselves a disservice by quickly pursuing federal grants and funding to meet our needs when often those grants are not our priorities, but just where we can get matching money?
Well, you have a dilemma there. given the program, given that there is a federal program, I can't blame you for trying to go get it. And yet I think it sooner or later the public will wake up to the idea that they really aren't doing themselves any favor by sending $1 to Washington and getting 80 cents back. That's been the experience. What we have had, it's a great defect of the centralization. And it's very hard to understand why people allow themselves to be fooled. But somehow they have the impression that if the money comes from Washington, somebody else is going to pay for it. But of course, it's a two-way trip, and there is a discount taken off in Washington as it turns around.
I don't know if I can ask one more question, but since I deal with high school students and I'm concerned about economical education in our schools, what is your barometer as you talk to young people? What is their projection of the business economy? I deal with many people, young people, who go into government thinking that that's where the jobs are, and that concerns me. What is your forecast?
Well, again, that is not preordained. We're masters of our own destiny. That depends what we as a people decide. If we as a people decide we want to continue on the path we've been going on, which I hope we won't, but if we do, why then your youngsters are better off going into Washington. They will get better salaries. Do you people know what the highest income, average income county in the United States is? It's not San Diego County. It's not even Marin County. It's not Westchester. It's not any of those fancy Connecticut counties. It's Fairfax County in Virginia, the bedroom of the Washington civil servants. That's the highest average income county in the country. So that you would be telling the students right if you said to them, if you want to make an income, go to work for Washington. But it's up to us as citizens to make that no longer true. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Recently, we've heard that the inflation currently experienced in this country won't respond to monetary restraint because it's cost-push inflation and not demand-pull. What response would you have to that analysis, if any?
It's another example of the people who produce the inflation trying to find scapegoats for their own deficiencies. Of course the inflation will respond to monetary restraint. There is no such thing as cost-push inflation, except in the form of the delayed effect of monetary inflation. If you have a monetary inflation that starts to push up prices, it tends to hit retail and wholesale prices first, the prices you and I pay. It's only later that it works its way through costs. But then costs fall behind prices, and there's a make-up period. And during that period, you have what looks like cost-push inflation. But there has never been an inflation in history that didn't respond to monetary restraint. If you look at American experience, it responded to monetary restraint. If you take that roller coaster I was telling you, on each occasion, the slowdown in the rate of inflation was preceded by a slower rate of monetary growth. And you have much more dramatic examples of that. Most dramatic example from American history of how inflation responds to monetary restraint was one that was once dug up by a student of mine when he was writing a dissertation on inflation in the Confederacy during the Civil War. And in the later parts of that war, you know, the South financed the war almost entirely by printing press money. And the rate of inflation during the Civil War in the South, I don't know, got up to something like 4 or 5% a month or more. But at one point in the later part of the war, the Northern Army overran the place in the South where they were printing money. And for 2 weeks, the printing presses couldn't operate. And lo and behold, within 2 weeks, the inflation stopped. And you've got many, many examples like that. So that what you can say to people is they're kidding themselves. Yes, sir.
I've been rereading James Buchanan on the monetization of the debt.
Yes.
And his conclusion that we can't possibly reduce the debt because of the depression effects that would result. In other words, we're stuck with it forever. What's your opinions on that?
Well, which debt are you speaking of now? Are you speaking of the funded debt, the bonds?
The funded debt.
The funded debts, we've been reducing it every year. It's much smaller now in real terms,
Yeah, in real terms.
divided by prices or divided by income than it was right after World War II. And how have we been reducing the debt? By monetizing it, by paying it off through inflation. Now, when you come to the unfunded debt, this $3 trillion or more of obligations under Social Security and other programs, that's a much more difficult task. I think I may say, if you'll pardon me for a digression here for a moment, that those fiscal conservatives who keep their eye on balancing the budget and on the debt are making a great mistake. And in fact, that they have been the handmaidens of the big spenders. What has
going to try and
happened
do an
over
impression
and
of
over
him.
again is that the big spenders get off and
Not
start
right
spending
now.
money.
Just give me a
This
little bit.
produces a deficit. The fiscal conservatives scratch their head and say, my God, we got to do something about that deficit. So they go to work and raise the taxes to pay for the deficit. And as soon as they get the budget balanced again, the big spenders are off for the next lap. And the so-called fiscal conservatives have turned out to do the dirty work for the big spenders. As I said before, keep your eye on one thing and one thing only, how much government is spending. Because that's the true tax. Every budget is balanced. There is no such thing as an unbalanced federal budget. You're paying for it. If you're not paying for it through it in the form of explicit taxes, you're paying for it indirectly in the form of inflation or in the form of borrowing. The thing you should keep your eye on is what government spends. And the real problem is to hold down government spending as a fraction of our income. And if you do that, you can stop worrying about the debt.
I have two very different questions, but first I wonder if you'd comment on an assertion with regard to your theory on the political process. It seems to me that the incumbents who disagree with you and with me are one step ahead of us, and they're so carefully insulating themselves from the political process by giving themselves vast perquisites and benefits of incumbency. So we have people voting for their reelection not on the basis of their policies or their issue positions or their votes, but whether or not they're being serviced in their district, which is a vastly different situation than it was years ago.
Yeah. Well, that may well be true. I do believe that I agree with you that incumbency is an enormous advantage these days, that the drive, of course, for governmental financing of elections is really a drive to strengthen the power of incumbents and make it more difficult for anybody to challenge them, that the election, what was the bill that was passed about campaign financing, limiting private funds, was also a major step toward increasing the advantages of incumbents. But I nonetheless believe that if the public at large feels strongly enough about a subject, Congress will listen and act in accordance with it.
And aren't some of the same people feel strongly about this, the same people who are so cynical and skeptical of the political process, therefore taking themselves out of the voting process?
I'm not sure whom you're referring to at this stage. The people who don't vote?
Well, I'm talking about, we see more and more people becoming disenchanted who believe strongly in the free market, who are just giving up. You see, no matter who I vote for, the policies continue. And as they take themselves out of the political process, we're left with a proportionally larger share of the
Well,
other.
but there's more than one way to make themselves effective. I understand your point. And I would say that the most encouraging move I've seen around is one which started in this state. And that is a move to take the total budget out of the hands of the elected representatives and determine it through a constitutional amendment. That was a Proposition 1 fight that was started here 5 years ago. Unfortunately was defeated. Yeah. But I am very much encouraged by the strength which the movement for such amendments around the country and at the federal level is the strength which it is gaining. As you know, last year Michigan had a similar proposition on its ballot, and it was defeated too. It's very interesting to compare the propaganda that was put out in California and Michigan 5 years apart on the same proposition. It was the same propaganda, financed and fostered by the same groups, primarily the State Education Association, making the same kind of misstatements about the proposition, and in both cases with considerable success. But in both those states and in a considerable number of others, there is a grassroots movement that is growing and that I think we are going to see in the next 4 or 5 years at least a half a dozen states adopt tax limitation or spending limitation amendments of that kind. In addition, on the federal level, the Southern Governors Conference a few years ago had a task force which drew up a federal amendment to limit federal spending. That task force was headed by Governor James Edwards of South Carolina. Unless I am mistaken, the Southern Governors Conference has endorsed that proposal. There are various congressmen and senators who have introduced similar budget limitation amendments in Congress. So I think that there is a strong chance that we have a movement underway which will give people something to vote for that they think will be effective, over and beyond voting for particular individuals.
Dr. Friedman, part of the twofold cure you suggested tonight would be a reduction of government spending. What areas of government spending would you suggest are most amenable to reduction?
Every area. I think that the only way to reduce government spending is across the board. Cut every single appropriation, first year by 10%, the next year by 20%, and just keep going. You know, why do you want to choose?
No, the reason I ask that is it seems to me that if higher unemployment is a short-term side effect of your inflation cure, then welfare costs are going to go up as a result.
Well, that depends on, you see, the problem you're raising is the following one. Every one of us would like to reform a program. But if you try to achieve a reduction in spending via reform, you won't get it. But if you first achieve a reduction in spending through across-the-board cuts, that will force you to engage in the kind of reform you're talking about. And I quite agree with you. I don't think we need to spend more money on welfare. Not at all. But if we had a more sensible welfare system, we would spend less and yet give help where it's really needed. You know, the welfare system today does not help the people who really need it. If you take the total amount of money which the government is now spending on programs labeled as poverty programs to help the poor, and calculate how much that amounts to each person who is designated as poor, it turns out that if they were getting it, they would be among the rich people in this country. But of course, they aren't getting it. It's going to lots of other people. So I agree with you that a temporary increase in unemployment, as in the process of curing inflation, might very well cause an increase in some kinds of expenditures on the welfare side. But I think that that is not inconsistent with cutting expenditures in general.
Also, what is your opinion of consumer protection legislation as it affects economic freedom?
Well, most consumer protection legislation is not consumer protection legislation. It's the enacting into the laws of the prejudices of a small group of people who have organized themselves into an effective lobbying group. Is the consumer really being protected by having somebody else decide for him whether he may use saccharin or not? He's not being protected, he's being hurt. You know, the most anti-consumer measures on the books that have been taken in recent months have been the imposition of quotas, or their equivalent, voluntary restraints on the imports of TV from Japan and of shoes from, I think it was Taiwan. Did you hear any of these consumer protection agencies get up and protest about that? Where were they when we really needed them? I think that there's the most effective protection the consumer can get is free competition. If you really want to have a pro-consumer protection move, then you ought to join yourself with other people in promoting free trade.
I have two questions. The first is, how detrimental do you believe the significant increase in petroleum products has been to the rates of inflation throughout the world?
Not at all. The increase in the petroleum products has been a negligible cause of higher rates of inflation. It's been an excuse for governments that have produced the inflation. After all, if petroleum prices are the basic cause of inflation, how can you explain the very different impacts on different countries? Here are Japan and Germany. They both import almost all their oil. It should hit them alike. Germany went through with a maximum rate of inflation around 6%. Japan got up to 30%. What happened is that not the increase in petroleum prices, but the OPEC cartel and the reduction in availability of petroleum has produced a transfer of wealth from the rest of the world to the Arab countries. It's made us poorer. To a very small extent, insofar as it's made us poorer, it's had a slight effect on making prices higher. But it has had a very trivial effect on the rates of inflation.
Second question is, what do you believe the probability might be of the removal of the capital gains tax as well as the removal of the double taxation on dividends?
Well, I think there is a possibility that you will move in both those directions, but I think it's very dubious that you will go all the way in either case.
Thank you.
I may say, I think the more important point about capital gains is not so much about whether it's removed, but about whether the base for calculating capital gains is indexed. That's the really important question. It would be well worth paying the price of getting rid of the special treatment of capital gains if you could get the base of capital gains indexed. Because the problem with capital gains taxation now is you're not taxing real capital gains. You're taxing purely paper gains, which simply reflect inflation. That's part of the whole problem of tax indexation. Right.
Dr. Friedman, one more question about tax reform.
And one more question is right, because we're coming to the end of our time. We've got one more gentleman there, and we'll try to handle both of these if we can.
Congressman Kemp of New York has a proposal for a permanent tax cut. I don't know of how much, partially in emulation of President Kennedy in 1963, I believe. The idea being that if you cut taxes in times of a slowdown, you'll pick up the economy and perhaps even produce more revenue for the government. Now, given your skepticism about tax reform, is this perhaps one proposal you might endorse?
Well, I have long ago concluded that I'm in favor of reducing taxes at any time, under any circumstances, for any excuse. That's the only effective way to exert pressure on government spending. Congress will spend whatever the tax system will yield, plus a good deal more. But that plus a good deal more is not infinitely elastic. There is some pressure on them when it gets large. And therefore, the only effective way, in my opinion, other than these kinds of constitutional amendments I was talking about before, of bringing down spending is to reduce taxes. So, as I say, I don't go along with Mr. Kemp's reasons, but I'm in favor of cutting taxes.
Okay, many thanks.
Yes, sir.
I'm associated with the banking system, and I do.
I won't hold that against you.
I do have a line of credit, and I can go. This relates to M2. I could go in tomorrow and sign a piece of paper. The bank will write out a deposit ticket. Thereby, the money supply is increased. How do you stop that?
Oh, no. The bank will only be able to do that if it can find the reserves. And for the banking system as a whole, one bank can always get reserves from another bank. But the great mistake that everybody makes about many different items, it's not only this, is to confuse what's true for the individual with what's true for the society as a whole. The most fascinating thing about economics, the reason, in a way, it's always an interesting thing about economics. It's the most trivial subject in the world. And yet, so many people misunderstand it, and it's so hard for people to understand it. Why? I believe a major reason is because almost every interesting economic proposition has the following characteristic. What's true for the individual is the opposite of what's true for everybody together. It looks to you as if you can decide how many pieces of paper you carry in your pocket, how much cash you have. It looks to you as if you can decide how much deposits you have. It's true, you can. But to everybody together, it's a game of musical chairs. The Federal Reserve determines the total quantity of money, and then it's shared out among the people. Your bank can increase its deposits by attracting reserves away from another bank, but that puts pressure on another bank to contract. The total amount of reserves will set a limit to it. Let me give you some other examples. It looks to you when you go to the store and you see an object offered for sale as if the price is fixed and the amount available to you for you to buy is indefinite. If you want to buy 2 pairs of shoes at that price, you can buy 2 pairs. 3 pairs, you can buy 3 pairs. To the whole country together, there are a certain number of pairs of shoes available at the moment. And the price is what's free to move up or down to equate the number of pairs of shoes people want to buy to the pair available. You try this out. On almost every proposition, what's true for the country as a whole is the opposite of what's true for the individual, and that's equally true with the proposition you're presenting.
Who gets there first, then?
What's that?
Sort of depends on who gets there
Yes,
first.
it does.
Yeah.
It does, very
Thank
much
you.
so. Thank you.
Reality, captured in user-friendly symbols and processed for understanding. The Idea Channel.
Professor Friedman's subject today is the energy crisis, a humane solution.
I want to start this talk on energy by reading to you a quotation of something that was written some time ago by an eminent expert on energy. And here it goes. Day by day, it becomes more evident that the oil we happily possess in excellent quality and abundance is the mainspring of modern material civilization. Oil, in truth, stands not beside but entirely above all other commodities. It is a material source of the energy of the country, the universal aid, the factor in everything we do. It can be no matter of surprise that year by year we make larger drafts upon a material of such myriad qualities, of such miraculous powers. The question concerning the duration of our present cheap supplies of oil cannot but excite deep interest and anxiety wherever or whenever it is mentioned, for a little reflection will show that oil is almost the sole necessary basis of our material power. The constant tendency of discovery is to render oil a more and more efficient agent, while there is no probability that when our oil is used up, any more powerful substitute will be forthcoming. We cannot make up for a future want of oil by importation from other countries. Considering how greatly our manufactures and navigation depend upon oil, and how vast is our consumption of it compared with that of other nations, it cannot be supposed that we shall do without oil more than a fraction of what we do with it. It is then simply inferred that we cannot long continue our present rate of progress. All things considered, it is not reasonable to suppose or expect that the power of oil will ever be superseded by anything better. It is a naturally best source of power, as air and water and gold and iron are, each for its own purposes, the most useful of substances, and such as will never be superseded. I draw the conclusion that we cannot long maintain our present rate of increase of consumption, that the cost of fuel must rise to a rate injurious to our commercial and manufacturing supremacy, and the conclusion is inevitable that our present happy progressive condition is a thing of limited duration. The alternatives before us are simple. We have to take the momentous choice between brief but true greatness and longer continued mediocrity. Now, if I were to ask you questions about who wrote that and when, I suspect most of you would say, well, that must have been written about 5 or 6 years ago by a very, very prescient man, a man who really saw the future very well. Well, the truth to tell, those words, with one exception where I have taken liberty with it, that I'll come back to, were written in a book first published in 1865. The one exception is that everywhere I read the word oil, the original had the word coal, and it dealt with Great Britain and not with the United States. The excerpts I have read to you are from a book called The Coal Question, written by a great English economist, W. Stanley Jevons, and published in 1865. And he, at that time, in writing about the coal question, said exactly the same thing, as you can see, that our supposed experts have been saying about the oil question in these recent years. He was wrong, as you realize. And indeed, I may say, he was even more farsighted. He went farther. In the course of his investigation of this, he considered all possibilities, including the possibility that you might use airplanes instead of as a way of economizing on coal. And he wrote, "Uncertainty will forever render aerial conveyance a commercial impossibility. Even if an aerial machine could be propelled by some internal power from 50 to 100 miles an hour, it could not make head against a gale." He went on. This was 1865. But as you may know, oil and petroleum had been discovered, and he wrote, "Petroleum has of late years become the matter of a most extensive trade, and has been found admirably adapted for use in marine steam engine boilers. Its natural supply is far more limited and uncertain than that of coal, and an artificial supply can only be had by the distillation of some kind of coal at considerable cost. To extend the use of petroleum, then, is only a new way of pushing the consumption of coal. It is more likely to be an aggravation of the drain than a remedy." Well, that's come full circle. We are now talking about how coal will save us from the shortage of oil. And he was talking about how oil could not save you from the shortage of coal. Now, as I say, what conclusion do we draw from that? Jevons was a very eminent and able man. He was no charlatan. He was one of the great economists of the 19th century. But he was dead wrong. Should we draw the problem that therefore, the conclusion that therefore no problem will arise? Not at all. After all, at least one of his predictions was correct. You will remember he said we have to make the momentous choice between brief but true greatness and longer continued mediocrity. And after all, Great Britain has now descended to long continued mediocrity. Not for the reasons that Jevons supposed, but for very different reasons. I don't believe we should draw the conclusion that no problem will arise. Or should we draw the conclusion that two economists from Rand, Fred Huffman and Richard Nerung, recently stated in an article in a publication produced by that admirable Institute of Contemporary Studies that Laurie Chickering is associated with? They said, and I quote, "Design of prudent energy policy under such uncertainty requires analysis of the implications of alternative resource estimates. These results should be tested in more detailed calculations than those presented and for sensitivity to key assumptions." That is, they are saying that given such uncertainty, what we have to do is to try to pin it down and make sure how much future resources we have. That's not the right conclusion either. On the contrary, all that is a proposal for a make-work project for unemployed economists and engineers. It's doubtful if any amount of research of the kind that Huffman and Nerung proposed would have enabled William Stanley Jevons to foresee the discovery of North Sea oil. The fact is that we cannot get out of the problem by being able to predict things that are not predictable. That the right conclusion is that the crystal ball is inevitably cloudy, that is the nature of the world we live in, that all specific predictions about the precise amount of this, that, or the other deserve skepticism, that what we need is not the kind of specific, detailed blueprint for the future that Huffman and Nerung would like to produce, that what we need is an adjustment mechanism that will enable us to adapt to what happens as it develops. And of course, as everybody in this room knows, there is such a system, namely the price mechanism, which successfully steered us over several centuries from wood to coal to whale oil to petroleum to natural gas. That is a mechanism in which it is in the self-interest of hundreds and thousands and millions of people to make their best guesses about the future, in which it's unnecessary to have a single blueprint, in which you have an automatic adjustable mechanism as things develop. If we have a problem today in the energy area, as we do, it is solely, in my opinion, because that system has not been allowed to work. The price mechanism has not been allowed to work by the U.S. at home. It has not been allowed to work by the OPEC cartel abroad, which has created a monopoly to raise and has raised drastically the price and reduced the availability of oil. The problem in energy and in the approach to energy is part of a much broader problem, and a problem which we will be faced with and have been faced with in a variety of other areas and not merely in the energy area. It is what you might call the difference between the economic way of thinking and the engineering way of thinking. The broader problem is very much epitomized by the famous Club of Rome report, Limits of Growth, which got so much attention a few years ago. You will all recall that that was a report in which engineers were saying we have finite resources, a finite amount of coal, a finite amount of space, and so on and so on. Things grow at exponential rates, and so long as things grow at exponential rate, they're ultimately going to become infinite. And since resources are finite, we're going to bump into it, and therefore we are faced with a terrible future in which sooner or later we're going to run out of steel or coal or whatever you want to name we're going to run out of. And we really have to adjust our sights. We can no longer take the view that we can have growth forever. We must recognize that there are, in their title, limits to growth, and reconcile ourselves. It's the same approach that was developed by the late Mr. Schumacher in his emphasis on the idea that small is beautiful. It's the kind of an approach that underlies the appeal of zero growth, of the notion that resources are finite. For example, in the energy case, literally echoing Jevons, you could almost have taken it out of Jevons, a recent report of the Committee for Economic Development, an organization of American businessmen, says, and I quote, "The era of abundant, cheap energy is over. The people of the U.S. must face the fact that there will be significant changes in the mix of energy that they use, and that energy is going to cost more." Now, this approach, whether adopted by the Club of Rome, or by Mr. Schumacher, or by the CAD, is completely wrong. The plain fact is that from an economic point of view, the volume of resources available to us is larger today than it has ever been in history. We are less dependent today on natural resources than we have ever been. Tell me, do we have more energy resources available today than Jevons thought we had at the time he wrote? Of course we do. If you go back 20 years before Jevons, before the oil was discovered in any significant amount, the volume of energy available was much less because as long as we didn't know about that oil, it wasn't a resource available. In this country, in the 1920s, there was a great uproar about the fact that the total volume of reserves of petroleum available would only last 10 or 20 years. Today, the total volume of reserves, of known reserves, is higher than it has ever been, not only in absolute barrels, but relative to a year's consumption, relative to the population. How can that, what's true in the case of oil is true in the case of all of these other natural resources. Invention, discovery, innovation has enabled us to discover substitutes for natural resources. It has enabled us to learn how to use them more effectively, to recycle them. If you look at it from a different point of view, suppose you ask yourself what fraction of the total income of the nation comes from basic natural resources. Well, if you were going back 200 years ago, that would have been a very, very large fraction, because agriculture would have been the dominant industry. It would have been the productivity of the land that would have been the major element. Today, the total contribution of natural resources to our national income is probably of the order of 10%. The great improvement has been in the use of services, in the development of ways of getting along without natural resources, or of discovering more natural resources. And that process is inevitably going to continue. If we look at it and stick to it in the field of oil, much more important from my point of view than the evidence from these calculated figures on reserves is the evidence from prices. The calculated figures on reserves I have no confidence in. They have been revised over and over again, and who knows where they will be next time they're revised. I have no doubt that they serve some function. Otherwise, I can't see why the oil companies would pay geologists to make the estimates. But they are, as history has shown, extremely unreliable. But the prices are much more interesting because they really tell you something about what has been happening to the availability of energy. And the basic fact here is that the real cost of energy, adjusting for inflation, the amount you have to pay for a unit of energy expressed in terms of other goods or expressed in terms of the number of minutes you have to work to pay for it, has been going down for at least 100 years. The real cost of energy relative to prices in general went down by 28% from 1950 to 1970. It may surprise you to know that a gallon of gas that you buy at the service station today, including taxes, costs less in real terms relative to other goods and services today than it did 20 years ago. What happened is that in the interim it went down sharply, and in the last 3 years it's come back up sharply, but it is still below the level at which it was 20 years ago. I must say, one of the things that amazes me is really fundamentally the low cost of this gasoline. One of my favorite exam questions used to be, and if I were, fortunately, I've gone out of the business of giving exams, but if I were giving them, I'd still use it. It used to be the following. I used to say a gallon of gasoline, let me use current figures, a gallon of gasoline at the service station pumped into your car costs you, including taxes, costs you something like 65 to 70 cents here. If you go to the supermarket, a gallon of bottled water costs 79 cents. How do you explain the difference in those prices? Isn't that really quite an incredible little phenomenon? Here's water, supposedly the prime example of a free good. 79 cents for a bottle of bottled water, gallon of it. Whereas you have to put a well into the ground, extract the oil, send it through a refinery, put the refined product through a pipeline, take it to a gasoline station, have a man stand there and pump the thing, and you get it for less than that per gallon. Now the question is, why is it relevant to the problem of the scarcity or the possible scarcity of energy, to the energy crisis? Why is it relevant that the costs have been going down, that the real cost has been going down? And this goes back to the way in which the market operates with respect to exhaustible resources. This is a very interesting and old subject in which I may say that the most important contribution was made by a mathematical economist and statistician now dead, Harold Hotelling, in a famous article back in the middle of the 1930s on the economics of exhaustible resources. And he said, suppose you have a resource that's exhaustible. I've got a mine, and there's only a certain amount of stuff in it, and I own it and I'm selling it. What can I say about the intelligent way for me to exploit it? How should I handle it? How should I run it as a businessman? In particular, should I produce and sell now, or should I hold it in the ground to sell later on? Well, you can see immediately when you look at it that way what makes sense. If you mine it right now, you get cash in the hand. You can put that in a savings bank or buy a bond and get interest on it. So it will not pay you to keep it in the ground unless later on when you mine it or sell it, you can get a price high enough to cover the interest that you could have earned in the meantime. If you think the price 5 years from now is going to be $1, let's say, and now it's $1, it'll pay you to mine it now and not keep it in the ground. It will only pay you to keep it in the ground if you think the price is now, let's say, $1, and 5 years from now it will be $1.50. Well, consequently, if you have an exhaustible resource, unless people expect the future price to be higher than the present price, they have an incentive to bring it out now. That tends to drive down the present price. It tends to drive up the future price. And therefore, economically, you have a very simple test of whether anything is an exhaustible resource. Namely, is its price rising over time? But if we look at the price of energy and of oil, its real price has been going down over time. Now, how can that be? There are only two possible explanations. Either the oil companies who have been selling this are extremely stupid and short-sighted and have been throwing away billions of dollars out of their ignorance or incompetence, which seems to me a rather extreme assumption. At any rate, I would have thought that if that were the case, it would have been possible to make a great deal of money by buying a few of them up and setting them on a sensible course. The only other explanation is that from an economic point of view, oil is not an exhaustible resource. You see, consider the difference between a limited finite resource, of which you're never going to have any more, and something of which you can produce currently. Consider wheat. You can keep on producing constant crops of wheat, or you can keep on manufacturing automobiles or producing services. And where you have a reproducible product, there is no reason why its real price relative to other things should rise over time. If you have a Rembrandt that's never going to be produced again, well, then its real price has to rise over time. There's an honest-to-God exhaustible finite resource. But of course, if I have the ordinary garden variety painters who can paint pictures by the hundreds, there's no reason for those prices to be rising over time. And so, the alternative interpretation, and the only one that makes sense, is that in any economic sense, oil, far from being an exhaustible resource, is a producible resource. At constant, more or less constant, or indeed declining costs, because of the improvements in the technology of drilling and exploring and so on, you can find more oil. And therefore, the future price could not rise above the present, because if it tended to do so, it would give somebody an incentive to go out and find more and add to the supply. Of course, that situation may change. But tell me, is it sensible to talk the way so many people talk about the oil industry? The way I interpret them is they say the whole history of oil is divided into two periods. From 1859, when oil was first discovered in Titusville, Pennsylvania, to 1973, and from 1973 to 1978. Well, conceivably that could be true, but it seems to show a very short-sighted and point of view and a lack of perspective to divide all of 120 years of history into two parts, one 115 years long and one 5 years long, and say we know that there's been a fundamental change. Maybe, but if we allowed the market to work, if there were such a fundamental change, that would show up in the form of a change in the price pattern and a change in the incentives to people to find, exploit, and use oil. If you look back over the past history, the talk about the fact that this has been a nation that has been wasting energy, that we have been squandering a finite resource, is utter nonsense. By any relevant criterion, the situation is precisely the opposite. At least since the 1920s, governmental policy has been making energy more expensive than it should have been. Relative to the real costs of producing energy, we have been overpaying for it. If, from an economic point of view, we have been doing anything, we've been using too little energy and not too much. The artificial pricing of energy has forced us to substitute more expensive ways of producing things for energy. Well, then you will say to me, why then is it that we have an energy crisis? Why does President Carter propose a major far-reaching program that would restructure the whole energy industry? Why does he say that this is a first priority item, that fighting the energy fight is a moral equivalent of war? The answer, I believe, is that three forces have coalesced to produce a real energy problem. The first and the most immediate was the establishment of an effective OPEC cartel, of an effective monopoly, which, beginning in 1973, was able to raise substantially the price of oil. Incidentally, the creation and establishment of that monopoly owes a great deal to the encouragement which was given to the OPEC countries to form such an organization by the mistaken diplomacy of the United States government. The second factor has been the cumulative effect over time of government controls and regulation, beginning to go to the most important of them with the fixing of the price of natural gas from the 50s and of oil from 1971. And the third has been a change in the philosophical attitudes of the public toward the role of government in these affairs. And I want to discuss each of these three things in turn: the cartel, the cumulative effect of regulations, and the change in philosophical attitudes. So far as the cartel is concerned, there has been a great deal of misunderstanding about its behavior. We read in the paper that the cartel was formed for political reasons in order to exploit the Middle East situation. We read the paper discussions tend to be in terms of the political attitudes or the moral values or the beliefs of the country. Saudi Arabia is resisting raising prices because she's a friend of ours. And maybe Libya or Iraq is trying to raise prices because they're not friends of ours. In my opinion, that is all extremely superficial. There's a very simple interpretation of what's happening to the in oil and in the cartel. A group of nations got together and formed a monopoly. Now, again, just as with the theory of exhaustible resources, there's a well-developed theory of how a cartel should behave. Let's suppose you were able to form a cartel. What should you do? What's your practice? What's your policy? Well, in the first place, you can only form a cartel effectively insofar as somehow you can restrict supplies. Unless you can keep down the amount available, there's no way in which you can raise the price. If you fix a high price, you have to be prepared to limit the amount sold to the amount people want to buy at that price. The feasibility of having a cartel in oil arises out of the existence of two countries in particular, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, that have large flexibility in the amount of oil that they are willing and able to produce, and therefore are able to serve the function of restricting output or expanding it to the necessities of the market. In the second place, if you form a cartel, if you look at it from the point of view of Saudi Arabia as a manager of the cartel, you know very well that it's much harder for people to adjust right away than it is if you give them time. In the short run, in 1973, when the price of oil was quadrupled, people are set in their ways and their patterns. They have certain methods of operation. Overnight, the quantity demanded is not going to be much affected. Similarly, the higher price will give other people an incentive to produce substitutes. But it takes time. If you're going to produce other oil wells, you have to drill oil wells, you have to explore them, you have to develop them. Similarly with other substitutes. Therefore, the thing that is most obvious to you is that your monopoly power is very much greater at the time you form the cartel than it will be later on. And therefore, the sensible thing to do, for you to do, the way to exploit a cartel, is first to push up the price very high, and then, over time, as people start to restrict their consumption and other sources of supply come in, you gradually let the price come down so as to take advantage of your less favorable position until ultimately the price is not only back to where it was to begin with, but it's lower than it was to begin with. Because when you finally come to the end of this process, you have additional sources of supply that you wouldn't have had if you hadn't encouraged them during the cartel. That's indeed not only the logically rational way to run a cartel, it's the way almost all cartels have been run. Whether you take the Stevenson rubber restriction scheme back in the 1920s, which was very comparable, in which rubber-producing nations got together for what was then regarded as an essential item, and they quadrupled the price of rubber. And within something like 5 or 6 years, the price of natural rubber was lower than it had been to start with. Or, if you take the domestic example of the United States Steel Corporation and the Gary Agreement at the turn of the century, when U.S. Steel played the same role in the steel industry that Saudi Arabia is playing in the oil industry, of being the final adjuster or leader of the cartel, holding an umbrella over the other members of the cartel. Now, that is what's been happening. The real price of oil today is decidedly lower than it was in 1973 when the cartel was first formed, because inflation, price rises elsewhere have been greater than any rise in the dollar price of oil. Moreover, once you look at it that way, you will see immediately why you have the different countries in the cartel taking the positions they do. If Saudi Arabia is the one that's holding the umbrella over the others, if it's going to let everybody else in the cartel produce more or less what they would like and want to produce, while it itself is going to adjust, then it's clear that the other countries want high prices. And Saudi Arabia is the only one that has a strong interest in not letting the price get too high. Here is Iran or Iraq. If you hold the price high, and if they are allowed to sell all they want to produce, the result of that will simply be that Saudi Arabia, from their point of view, will have to cut down its output sharply. So it's perfectly understandable from a purely logical, rational analysis of the position of the participants that Saudi Arabia has been the most moderate in trying to hold down relatively the price of oil, while Iran, Iraq, and the others have been the most aggressive. Has nothing to do with anything else. And if the Shah of Iran was assuring President Carter that Iran was not in favor of sharply raising the price of oil, that wasn't because he was a friend of America. It was because he and everybody else could see that the market conditions in oil were changing. Because time enough has passed for a reduction in consumption and for an expansion in production. Now, the cartel the price has not been coming down as fast as I thought it would, or as it would have, if it weren't for the fact that we and the rest of the world have been helping the cartel. We and the rest of the world have been helping the cartel by doing everything we can to prevent people from having an incentive to discover and produce more oil. It's not only the United States that's been guilty in this. Every country, whether it be Great Britain or other countries, have seen this as a great opportunity to make a killing, and so they have tried to impose heavy taxes or to offer exploration on terms which would bring back to the government a large fraction of the gross receipts. And the result is that you have had less exploration and less intensive search for new sources than you would have. But the United States has been the worst sinner. It's fascinating to note that energy consumption has dropped in every major country in the world except the United States since 1973. And the reason it has not dropped in the United States is because we in the United States have been trying to prevent the price of energy from reflecting fully the higher OPEC cartel price. We, in fact, have been subsidizing the import of oil. As I'm sure all of you know, the effect of the entitlement program in oil is that we are paying a subsidy of roughly $3 a barrel on every barrel of oil imported from OPEC or from anybody else outside this country. Incredible policy, but a fact. But despite the best efforts of the United States and other countries to shore up the cartel, it'll break. It's a question of time, and you can see the signs already. The newspapers have been full of stories that there's going to be a glut of oil in the next few years, but they say, oh, of course, that's temporary. Wait till 1985. Well, wait till 1985. Let me turn to the second main factor, which has been the cumulative effect of government controls and regulations. And here, the oil industry must bear much of the blame. I would not want to, for a moment, suggest the idea that we have a wicked government on one side and a pure, snow-white oil industry on the other. Very far from it. There is no industry in this country that speaks more loudly about the virtues of free enterprise and does more to undermine it than the oil industry. Until the 1970s, government controls and regulations were very strongly pro-Texas, Oklahoma oil industry. Beginning in the 1920s, the oil industry induced the federal government to introduce a specially favorable treatment on taxes, the infamous percentage depletion arrangements. Beginning in the 1930s, you had pro-rationing of oil by state boards, the Texas Railroad Commission, the Oklahoma Commission, and so on. Essentially, a government state-administered cartel allocating production quotas to various outfits. And that was made possible by the federal legislation, the Connolly Hot Oil Act, which made it a federal offense to transport oil produced in excess of state quotas across state lines. Incidentally, that was not John Connolly. That was Tom Connolly, the flamboyant Texan who always used to wear a black tie. In 1959, President Eisenhower, so you can see I'm strictly bipartisan, introduced oil import quotas. That's an absolutely marvelous example of the perversity of government, of how government has an absolute genius for doing precisely the opposite of what needs to be done. Here in 1959, the situation was that foreign oil was cheap and plentiful. Domestic oil was, relatively speaking, expensive and scarce. So what do? We keep out the cheap, plentiful oil, and we encourage domestic oil by imposing a quota on the amount of oil that could be imported from abroad. The result was to make the price of oil in the United States about $1.50 a barrel higher than the price of oil in the world market. Now comes 1973, and what happens? Foreign oil becomes scarce and expensive. Domestic oil becomes, relatively speaking, cheap and available. So what do in the full wisdom of the government? We impose a tax on the production of domestic oil and give a subsidy to importing the expensive, scarce foreign oil. If you could think of more perverse policies, you have a better imagination than I do. Now, the situation has changed. Tom Connolly, Sam Rayburn, Lyndon Johnson, who gave Texas about 68 votes in the Senate and the House, have passed from the scene. Texas no longer has the enormous political clout it once had. And as a result, these measures, these governmental interventions which favored the domestic oil industry have passed from the scene. Percentage depletion has been eliminated. The oil import quotas have been eliminated. Pro-rationing continues, but not nearly as effectively. And instead, you have had a new set of interventions imposed which benefit and harm a different group of people. You had the two other sets of controls that entered in. The controls on the price of natural gas, starting in the 1950s after the Phillips oil decision, in which the Federal Power Commission has specified maximum prices at which natural gas may be sold between states. That was bad enough. As with any price control which holds a price below the market price, it encourages consumption and discourages production. And so the effect has been that consumers, residential consumers in particular, but also industry, were very much encouraged by artificially low prices to convert to gas. On the other hand, producers were discouraged from finding and producing and distributing gas. And it was inevitable that you were then going to have shortages and disruptions of supply. But this was greatly exacerbated by the imposition of general price and wage control in 1971 by Mr. Nixon, August 15, 1971, which included the control on the price of oil. We tend to forget that really the price and wage control measures of 1971 bear a great deal of responsibility for our present oil problem. They have been eliminated on every other product, but not on oil. It was an unfortunate accident that just at the time when those price and wage controls were being dismantled, you had the oil crisis in the Middle, you had the crisis in the Middle East, and you had 1973, the quadrupling of the price of oil by OPEC. There was an oil price control in place, but it was not removed. If that had come 6 months later, when the oil price control had already been removed along with everything else, it might not have been reimposed. But that's hypothetical. What is the fact is that it remained. And it has had the same effects in discouraging production, encouraging consumption, increasing the fraction of our energy that comes from abroad, and establishing new vested interests in the maintenance of controls. The third factor that entered in, as I mentioned earlier, was a change in the philosophical attitudes. One thing is clear if we come back to our earlier distinction between economics and engineering. There is no economic argument for the regulation of oil. There is no argument on economic grounds for having a Department of Energy, for having a Federal Energy Administration, for having price controls. And there is almost no professional economist who will argue otherwise. As Professor Edward Mitchell said in a piece he wrote on the ideology of oil, and I quote, "The last 5 chairmen of the President's Council of Economic Advisors, spanning the Johnson to Carter administrations, have supported the decontrol of both oil and gas." Now, those 5 chairmen run the gamut of professional opinion from what would be called left to right. Yet every single one of them was in favor of the deregulation of oil and gas. If you take another example, there is no disagreement between Paul Samuelson and myself, both of whom write columns for Newsweek and who supposedly represent different spectrums of professional opinion, on the desirability of eliminating regulation of oil and gas. The only difference of opinion is that, having stated it would be desirable to do so, Paul goes on to say, but it's not politically feasible, so let's look at what's the least bad alternative. and I have self-restraint enough not to engage in those statements. Also, the bulk of informed professional opinion believes that the energy industry is effectively competitive, or would be if the government got its cotton-picking hands out of it. So there's no economic argument along these lines. You have had a great deal of talk about obscene profits. There again, there is no argument. There have been a number of very careful studies made of profits of the oil industry. On the average, they are not out of line. Indeed, if anything, somewhat low relative to invested capital by comparison with other industrial groups. So there is no economic argument on any level for the regulation of oil. Why then do we have it? Well, I think again, if I may quote Edward Mitchell, who said about Carter's energy program, and I quote, "The preference of houses over cars, non-energy over energy, solar energy over oil, indeed almost any other source of energy over oil, is what leaps out at you when you read the National Energy Plan. You will not find these preferences explained in any economic book. The answer is to be found in political philosophy." An even more striking example of philosophy is the attitude that has been expressed towards so-called windfall profits. Let me quote to you a sentence from Mr. Carter's National Energy Plan, and I quote, "The producers have no equitable claim to that enhanced value from deregulation because it is unrelated to their activities or economic contribution." Now, to see how radical a doctrine that is, how fundamentally subversive of our system that doctrine is, let me translate it into another context. Let me apply the same principle. The owners of homes, or for that matter of shares of stock, or of anything else you can mention, but let me just stick to the owners of homes. The owners of homes have no equitable claim to any rise in their value because it is unrelated to their activities or economic contribution. Is there anybody who would say that that was an expression of what should be the philosophy guiding America? Who is going to decide what change in value is related to activities or economic considerations? If people are going to be entitled to keep a rise in value only insofar as it flows from their own activities and contributions, then somebody has to decide. That sentence in the National Energy Plan is a sentence declaring the alleged case for a government that owns everything. If it has the right over the supposed owners to the rise in the value of oil, it has the right to the rise in the value of houses. It has the right to the rise in the value of your services. It has, indeed, complete ownership rights to you and me, as well as to our property. That's, as I say, a thoroughly subversive doctrine, and yet there is no doubt that it is the direction in which philosophical attitudes have been moving. So our present energy problem, like our present problem in many other areas, derive from the cumulative effects of the cartel, of government controls and regulations, and of this change in philosophical attitudes. What is the present status and prospects, then, for U.S. regulation? Many people have emphasized that Carter's energy plan would not achieve its stated objectives. But that's looking at the surface of things. The true and real objectives of the energy plan are not and cannot be the stated objectives. Again, I have a very difficult choice to make. James Schlesinger is an intelligent, well-trained economist. He cannot possibly believe that the plan he has proposed would produce the results he says it would. What is the real objective? As of so many other things, you have to look beneath the surface. The real objective is power and control. You have many predictions that Mr. Carter will not get his way, that there will come out of Congress an energy plan that will be very different than what he puts in. I think that's wrong. I think Mr. Carter has already gotten his way in what really counts. He has already gotten the major element of the whole program, namely a Department of Energy. A Department of Energy which has 20,000 employees and a budget of $10 billion. A budget roughly equivalent to the profits of all of the American oil companies combined. He is going to spend, what is it, $3 a barrel of oil in order to keep the price of oil from rising. But more important, you therefore have 20,000 full-time employees who have a strong interest to propagandize for and to work for the government takeover of the oil industry. And is there any doubt that that is what they will be doing? Let every other element of that program be defeated in Congress, be turned down. And it's only a question of time until they're enacted. Because what really matters is having the position of power from which to move. So I believe that those people who have been rather optimistic on the ground that Congress is not going to enact the measures Carter proposed are making an enormous mistake. That the Congress has already given Carter most of what's involved. And I may say the Department of Energy was established with a bipartisan vote of Republicans and Democrats. Unfortunately, Republican politicians are no less short-sighted than Democratic politicians when it comes to matters of this kind. The next question, and the final question, is how come? Why is it that we have moved in this direction? Why is it that we have adopted these counterproductive controls on the prices of gas and oil, that we have enacted this enormously expensive boondoggle of a Department of Energy? The answer is very straightforward. The enactment of such intervention has been and remains politically profitable. We must apply the same kind of an analysis to the political system that we apply to the economic system. If we try to interpret the way business acts, we ask what is in it for business? What direction of activity is profitable? We have to ask the same thing on the political level. That's a different market in which the people are trying to acquire votes. They are trying to acquire position and influence. And they will do what's politically profitable to do. They have gotten political hay from professing to protect the consumers of natural gas from higher heating bills. Here is the senator from my longtime state of residence, Illinois, Senator Adlai Stevenson, who has been in the forefront of those trying to hold down natural gas. I once wrote an article in which I said that was a bill he was proposing was a bill to drive industry out of the state of Illinois. That's indeed what it is. Because if you hold down natural gas prices, it's going to be first allocated to residences. Industry isn't going to get it. They're going to move down to Texas to be able to get it intrastate. But nonetheless, the lower price of oil was visible to Mr. Stevenson's constituents, the lower price of gas. The fact that they were losing their jobs in the process, that wasn't visible. So he gained votes the one way and didn't lose them the other. There is too much of a tendency to interpret votes in terms of what people believe. Human beings are amazingly adaptable. The capacity of the human being to adjust his beliefs to his interests cannot be underestimated. Again, consider the present energy bill. It's been an enormous source of political hay and contributions from both sides. Those who are opposing it contribute. Those who are in favor of it contribute. And so It's in the self-interest of Congress to argue about and debate and discuss issues of this kind in order to have something to sell to their constituents. Over and above this, you have had the general sentiment in society at large toward more and more government control. And this is only a particular manifestation of it. After all, this isn't the first industry that's being nationalized. Passenger traffic has been nationalized through Amtrak. Freight traffic is on the way to being nationalized through Conrail. It's a continuation of that same trend that the energy industry is on the way to being nationalized. What is the bottom line? What will be the effect on the price and the availability of energy? Well, obviously, the situation is not a very favorable one, but I think it's a mistake to go to the other extreme and become a purveyor of doom and gloom. You should just as you should never underestimate the ability of people to adjust their beliefs to their interests, you should also never underestimate the ability of people to get around controls and interfere with them. There is a strong incentive for people all around the world to find ways of getting around these artificially expensive energy, to find ways to produce and benefit from the artificial energy. And as a result, the price of crude oil will come down in real terms, as it has been coming down since 1973. Sooner or later, the cartel will break down. Now, let me emphasize again, that doesn't mean it was a mistake for the people to, from their point of view, to have had the cartel. You must not confuse two different propositions. The statement that the cartel will ultimately break down and disappear is one statement. The implication that people sometimes draw from that it was against their interest to establish the cartel, is wholly wrong. During this temporary period of running the cartel, they are amassing enormous wealth. That wealth is not going to disappear when the cartel breaks down. All that means is that when the cartel breaks down, their regular business of providing oil will go back to yielding them the kind of income it did before. But in addition, they will have this enormous accumulated wealth. Of course, like all governments, they will be short-sighted too, and they will dissipate much of it. So it may be they won't end up much better than they would have been, but they will have quite a fling in the interval. So that I think that we're not going to head for doom and gloom. The price of energy will come down. We are not going to have a worldwide shortage of energy. But we're going to pay a heavy price. We shall have a lower standard of living than we could have had. We shall have a lower rate of growth than we could have had. And we shall end up stuck with another major government parasite sucking our lifeblood and making it more difficult to overcome the adverse effects of government controls on our lives. Thank you.
In view of the historical fact that the cartel will ultimately, be break down, as you stated in the case of rubber and steel. My question is this: why President Jimmy Carter keep on talking about energy crisis? The first question is, it certainly had, political implication. Mm-hmm. To what extent the American, people will be benefited. And as you just mentioned, the tendency is towards, on the way to nationalization. Would that be beneficial to the Democrat Party or the American people?
Well, it would be, in my view, it would be very harmful to the American people. But it's not. But whether it would be politically profitable or not is a much more complicated question. I assume that President Carter is talking about an energy crisis because he believes, rightly or wrongly, that it is politically profitable to do so. I suspect that he is better qualified to judge political profitability than I am. At least his track record would suggest that. So I'm not about to double guess him on the question of whether it's politically profitable. Now, the more important question is, why is it politically profitable? And that's what I was trying to explain briefly. It's politically profitable because politics is the art. Well, you know, James Schlesinger, before he became Secretary of Energy, and before he came into the government, when he was still simply an economist, wrote a fascinating article in which he said, among other things, that politics is the art of calculated cheating. And that's right. It's the art of giving and appearing to be able to distribute benefits so that the benefits are visible and the costs are hidden. Well, the purpose of an energy policy from a political point of view is to have benefits to distribute that are visible and costs that are invisible. You cannot have a situation in which you appear to be distributing benefits unless there is a crisis. If everything is fine and everything is going along well and there's no problem and nothing to do, and therefore it has always been politically profitable to have crises. It's just a question of what kind of a crisis you have. So I don't believe it's difficult to understand why you call it a crisis. The question is whether somehow or other, by trying to have greater public understanding of the issues, we can make it politically unprofitable. Thank you.
If, as you've suggested, the government is so very intent on nationalizing the oil industry, can you explain why it's first attacking it through the mechanism of vertical and horizontal divestiture, unless, as perhaps it appears to me anyway, it's doing it to fragment what now is a very viable example of free enterprise, to then come back and pull it back together under its own aegis and say, now we saved it, we're running it in a coherent fashion. But is this a really reasonable thing to do? To free enterprise as it works now, to a good coherent organization, to jobs, to perhaps national security and welfare?
I think there are several points involved in your question. First of all, there isn't such a thing as the government view or the view. You have many independent fiefdoms in what is supposedly a government. You have many independent views. One group will be moving for divestiture while another group may well be moving in the opposite direction. So it isn't necessary to have a coherent view. But in the second place, a major component of the movement has to be in all these areas is to try to establish the inadequacy or inequity or evil of the industry to provide a case for having the government control it and run it. Now there are many levels in which you can do that, and one of those levels is to complain that it's a monopoly, which is unfairly exploiting the consumer, and that it's able to get that monopoly power because it's vertically integrated. So in part, the move for horizontal divestiture must not be interpreted necessarily as a serious move to divest it, but simply as part of the propaganda campaign against the oil industry as an efficient, effective, competitive industry. Needless to say, I think that is a very undesirable movement. I do not believe there is any evidence or any significant evidence that aside from government involvement, the oil industry is imperfectly competitive. It's rather very competitive.
I think a lot of people agree there.
Yeah, essentially, all professional economists who have looked into the competitive state of the industry have agreed that absent government involvement, it would be a highly competitive industry. So in answer to your question, I see no point to divestiture, and I don't think it'll get anywhere really. And I think it's just part of the general propaganda attack against the oil industry, which establishes a climate of opinion that is favorable to increased government controls over the industry. I speak of nationalization. That doesn't mean that you have to have literal government ownership and operation of the industry. If government bureaucrats can use that $10 billion pot they have to decide who produces what, who consumes what, well, then you have essentially control over the industry, whether the name is private enterprise or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman, you have reiterated what I'm sure that most of us recognize, that big business, oil industry in particular, but really all big business, and perhaps even a lot of small business, has gone, quote, gone to bed with the government and is now reaping the sad benefits of it.
You and me too.
We seem to have a situation that I don't find an answer for, in that our college students, when polled, hate two things very strongly: big government and big business. Now, it's to our advantage to try to reduce the big government, to have them hating big government. But I do not know how we separate their hate of big government and big business, particularly since people like my own Congressman, George Miller, at a recent town hall, when he was telling everybody why we must have the energy program, said we must conserve energy. And I asked the question, I'm certain that you understand about Carter's MOPS energy group that estimated a 600-year supply of natural gas given the free market. And he said, yes, but he said, we must conserve our energy for future generations. And I said, George, 600 years? And with that, you know, he looked around the audience and he said, I will not let the oil industries rape you. And of course got cheers. Now, as long as they can play this way, we are not going to be able to separate big government being able to blame the oil industry for what is happening. So my question, it's a long way to get there, I realize, but my question is, how, given the fact that maybe industry will wake up and stop playing the game with big government, but that seems almost unlikely since it's to their benefit, and we are all self-motivated, self-interested, how are we going to break this combination, which we have to break in order to be able to destroy the big monster of big government?
Well, I don't know that I want to break the combination. I'm opposed to big business, and I'm opposed to big government, and I think they are in bed with one another. I'm pro-free enterprise, but I'm not pro-business. Those are two very different things, and you must not confuse them. Free enterprise means competition. And the reason I'm in favor of free enterprise is because it's the only system known to man which prevent capitalists from having too much power.
But
when you combine ownership of property with government political power, you have too much power concentrated. If you have free enterprise, if you have competition, then one power is offset against the other power, and you can hope to keep it in check. There are big businesses which have been very beneficial to the American people. They have been responsible for much of our productivity. And I'm not trying to eliminate the productive efficiency of big business. But I think that the students are right in believing that the future of this country is threatened not alone by big government, but by the extent to which businesses contribute to that. I have often said that the two greatest enemies of free enterprise are, on the one hand, my fellow intellectuals, and on the other hand, the businessmen, for opposite reasons. Every intellectual is in favor of freedom for himself and against freedom for everybody else. And every businessman is in favor of freedom for everybody else, but special privilege for himself. He wants a tariff. Now, I think that the college student is right to believe that when U.S. Steel comes out, when the steel industry comes out and says, we believe in competition, but we want you to restrict the import of steel, I think they're right to say they're a bunch of hypocrites. When the oil industry or when companies in the oil industry come out and say, well, we recognize, as they do, even the best of them in their advertisements, we recognize that you cannot let windfall profits develop, and therefore we are in favor of decontrol, but gradual, please. Well, that's hypocrisy. So I'm not really going to join you in your crusade to try to separate the attitudes about this. I think what we need to do is to try to have people understand the virtues of free enterprise, of competition. And if you had, in fact, part of the reason business is as big as it is in many areas is because government is as big as it is. If you look at most of the governmental regulations, most of the governmental activities, the tax structure, they have had the effect of leading to larger scale enterprises than would be socially desirable. So that I think that if you could get a proper governmental policy, you would end up with much less big business than you now have.
Well, I see their attitude as...
Who's there now?
The college students
Yeah.
that I talk to. I see their attitude as being, big government must not control me, but it must control big business.
Right, that's the where
And
it's from.
so this is where I'm trying to separate things.
What I say to them, what I say to these students is something different. I say, you are right, we don't want big government to control us. But you're kidding yourself if you think that big government's going to control big business. The history of this is always that well-meaning people like you who have favored governmental controls on big business have ended up being the front men for the big businessmen they would never knowingly serve. Because what happens is that every time you set up one of these supposed controls, the business comes and takes it over. So if you want to control big business, you rely on competition, on an open door. I have a standard question I sort of ask, a part of the question I ask to people who talk about the vices of big business. I say, suppose you could pass one law for the sole and solitary purpose of increasing competition, no other purpose. What law would you pass? And they very seldom come up with the right answer. So, you know, they come up with stories like doubling the budget of antitrust or setting a limit no single company can have more than X percent of an industry, or things like that. The right answer is very simple, and everybody will immediately recognize it. Complete international free trade. Abolish all tariffs, all restrictions on imports. That would do far more to introduce competition and prevent monopoly than anything you could do in the antitrust area directly. You know, it's an interesting thing that if I look at the behavior of business organizations, if I look at the NAM or the Chamber of Commerce, on any given issue, they're as likely to be on the wrong side as on the right side. The only organization that is almost always on the right side is the National Federation of Independent Business. Why? Because it represents small business. Why? Not because small businessmen are nobler than big businessmen, but because they know they can't get anywhere through government, while the big businessmen can. So don't you try to defend the big business. They'll take care of themselves.
You spoke of the oil industry today. Aren't we really speaking of the energy industry?
Yes.
And if so, what is to prevent this industry, which has tremendous economies of scale in transportation and in raising capital, once the deregulation of gas comes about under a free market situation, from basically indexing all energy supplies and then maximizing profit?
That is, the question is, would a monopoly arise?
Exactly.
Why didn't it arise in the prior 80 years, 100 years? Why is it? After all of these factors you're describing were present before the price of oil in particular was regulated. Why didn't it happen then? The answer is that you must distinguish between individual size of an individual enterprise and the total industry. It's an enormous industry. You can have very, very large enterprises, but a good many of them. Moreover, in every industry, whether oil or anything else, you have large by the side of small. And what effectively prevents monopoly is the fact that attempted monopolization introduces an incentive for people to come in and break down the monopolization, induces small people to come in alongside the big ones. So I think there is neither reason in history nor in logic to suppose that the so-called energy industry would become effectively monopolized. You have many sources of energy. You have competition not only between different gas producers, not only between different producers of oil, but between oil and gas, between them and electricity, between them and coal. Solar energy will be coming in. New forms of energy will be coming in. I do not believe that I think this problem of a monopoly emerging is a false problem and is not one that you need to be seriously concerned with, except insofar as the government steps in and enforces it. Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel that we will eventually see complete decontrol of government decontrol of oil and natural gas? And if so, how long do you feel it would be before the alternate sources of energy and additional exploration and so forth would eliminate the energy crisis?
Well, if you had, well, let's take that in steps. If the price of natural gas and oil were deregulated tomorrow, the energy crisis would end tomorrow. It would take no time. There is no energy crisis fundamentally. Where's the energy crisis? What is it that bespeaks a crisis? The only thing that that bespeaks a crisis is that you have handcuffs on the production, distribution, and use of oil through government controls. So there would be the crisis would end tomorrow. On the first part of your question, I doubt very much that we will ever get to the complete decontrol of oil and gas prices. I hope I'm wrong. But I doubt very much that we will get to it. It looks to me as if we're heading the other way. We did not erect, Winston Churchill once remarked, I did not become prime minister in order to preside over the dissolution of the empire, which is exactly what he did, of course. And maybe I started out on that thinking it was going to lead me one way, but it seems to me leading me to the opposite, because the empire did dissolve, and I was going to start to say I don't think James Schlesinger became Secretary of Energy in order to preside over the dissolution of the Energy Department. But I hope maybe Churchill's example will be powerful. At any rate, I'm very pessimistic about the fact of ultimate decontrol, effective decontrol. There are too many political advantages for maintaining it, and it's so hard to think of any other examples. Tell me, we've had precedents in this in many areas. Where have we had decontrol? Railroad prices were railroad fares were first put under control in 1880 something. They're still under control. The charges for trucking, sometime in 1920 or so, they're still under control. It's very hard to think of those government regulations that have been abolished. In fact, one of the major, not one, perhaps the major argument against government involvement in these measures, in these activities, is that it's easier to start than it is to stop. See, the great virtue, people have a misunderstanding about what the virtue of a private enterprise system is. They talk about it as a profit system. But it's a profit and loss system. And the loss part is as important as the profit part. Because what it means is that an unsuccessful experiment has to be terminated. But when the government has an unsuccessful experiment, it simply doubles the budget. So that I am not optimistic about ending controls.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, Dr. Freeman, can I just ask a point on that? Maybe somewhat larger, but...
Come around here. Come around here. We're going to enforce discipline on you, unaccustomed as you are. Yes, sir. Come on ahead, and he'll take his turn.
Dr. Friedman, there's a great deal of debate, both nationally and particularly here in California, about generational electricity through nuclear power. I wonder if you could give us your comments on that and mention also what you're feeling in terms of government regulation of nuclear power and really government direction and Carter's proposal that the breeder reactor program basically be canceled and so on.
I'm not enough of an expert to comment particularly on the breeder reactor. That gets you into a problem which really is not at all an economic problem. It has a problem of the extent to which that would contribute to the proliferation of nuclear weapons. fundamentally, the argument against the breeder reactor that I can recognize as making a great deal of sense is the argument that that its development and it would make it far easier for countries to develop in very quick time a weapons capability. And I'm not competent to evaluate that. But let me go back to the first question. We have taken a measure, the government has taken measures which has, in a way, hampered the possibility of allowing nuclear energy to be produced under appropriate free market conditions. Namely, the measures to limit the liability. You see, there is a measure which limits the liability of a nuclear generating plant for harm which may be done to others as a result of accidents. Now that's, I think, a very unfortunate measure. A free enterprise system is one under which people are responsible for what they do. And it is appropriate that a nuclear generating station should be subject to the same responsibility in case of harm to others as any other activity. And by limiting the damages that could be assessed against it, the government has essentially reduced the private incentive to minimize, to make the production of nuclear energy safe. If that could be eliminated, it seems to me that the first step that ought to be taken is to eliminate that limit, so as to make it really a private enterprise thing. Beyond that, it seems to me nuclear energy ought to compete on an even keel with other forms of energy. I believe that there has been an emotional reaction against nuclear energy that is completely unjustified, so far as I can see, in terms of the evidence about its safety and about its what can be done to prevent, to store and prevent harm from coming from the byproducts of it. So on the whole, I have very little doubt that we are going to make much less use of nuclear energy than it would be desirable to do. But I don't have any very good suggestions about how to do anything about it, except, on the one hand, to impose responsibility, and the other, to try to counter the hysteria and the tendency, irrationally, to link the production of energy with other aspects of nuclear fission. As you know, the record is incredible. The safety record of the nuclear generating plants has been very, very much better than that of the fossil plants, so that on objective grounds it's very hard to justify the hue and cry about nuclear energy, and I don't believe that is on objective grounds. I think that's entirely on emotionally irrational grounds. Thank you. Yes, sir.
What you consider to be the continued effect of the current balance of payments?
Thank you. You know, there's, as you know, one of the major arguments that is made about the problem of oil is that somehow or other it's responsible for the weak dollar abroad. That supposedly we have a balance of payments deficit because we're spending so much on foreign oil. Well, you can immediately see that that's a bunch of nonsense. If you, because we import, what is it, not less than half of our oil. Germany and Japan import 100% of their oil. If our importing half of our oil makes the dollar weak, why does importing all of the oil make the mark and the yen strong? Obviously, there must be something wrong with that argument. And of course there is. The dollar is weak, not because we're importing oil, but because we're producing pieces of paper, namely money. The dollar is weak because our inflation rate has been higher, and our anticipated rate of inflation is higher than the inflation rate of Germany, of Switzerland, of Japan. That's why our dollar is weak. We have a large balance of payments deficit. You can almost reverse it. Instead of asking, why do we have a large balance of payments deficit, it would be interesting to ask this question. If we have a balance of payments deficit, somebody must be accumulating those dollars. If we're spending more dollars than other people are using to buy our goods, what's happening to the difference? Somebody must be holding it. And so you might ask the question, why is it that people are willing to add $30 billion that foreigners were willing last year to add something like $30 billion to the amount of dollars they hold. You could interpret that as a sign of enormous confidence in the strength of the United States. That's not a sign of weakness. Well, it may or may not be. It depends on who holds those dollars and why. In point of fact, a considerable volume of those dollars have been accumulated by foreign central banks, the German central bank and the Japanese central bank, because they have been unwilling to allow the value of their currency to appreciate vis-a-vis the dollar. But that's their doing. Insofar as they're doing that, they're giving us a gift. They're providing us with goods without our having to ship out any goods to them. There is no area in which things tend to be upside down so much as in the area of international trade, where it's common to regard exports as a good thing and imports as a bad thing. But of course it's the other way around from the point of view of the consumer. Imports are what we are able to consume, what enables us to have a higher standard of life. Exports are what we have to pay for it. If foreign countries, if Japan is perfectly willing to send us television sets and steel and so on, and take green pieces of paper in return, bigger fools we not to take them up on it. But of course they're not willing to do it. At any rate, from the point of view of this talk, so far as energy is concerned and oil is concerned, it's a strict red herring. The balance of payment issue is a very different issue, and it's almost entirely unrelated to the problem of our oil imports. What is true is that because we have been discouraging domestic production and subsidizing foreign production, we are reducing our standard of life. We're handing over to the OPEC countries a larger chunk of resources for oil than we need to do, and that's making us poorer. That's true. Has nothing to do with the balance of payments deficit or with the weakened dollar. Thank you for asking the question. I think we had better close it off. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Reality, captured in user-friendly symbols and processed for understanding. The Idea Channel.
Dr. Milton Friedman.
I am very glad indeed to be here with you to talk about this problem, because there is no place in the country where the problem of how to put learning back in the classroom is more important than in this particular area of New York. I need spend no time whatsoever on the proposition that the state of schooling, elementary, secondary, higher schooling in the United States is deplorable. That evidence is available for all of us to see. It is a conclusion that all of us recognize and are aware of. At the lower levels, we have seen problems arise, particularly in the major cities and particularly in the inner cities. We have seen problems of discipline, problems of schools becoming places for keeping people rather than for schooling and educating people. Throughout the country, SAT scores, college board scores have been going down for some 15 or 20 years. At every level, we have a deplorable state of our present educational system. And as I say, I need spend very little time over the fact that it is a problem about which we should be very much aware and about which it is essential to try to do something. there are two fundamental questions. The first is why? What has happened? Why is it that education in the United States today is in so deplorable a state? And of course, the second question is, what can we do about it? Is there some way in which, by taking thought and acting, we can turn the direction of movement around? Instead of the problem getting worse and worse and worse, we can turn it around and get it better and better and better. I want to direct my attention first to the question of why. Why are we in this spot? And then I want to turn to the question of what we can do about it. In my opinion, there are two fundamental reasons why the problems that have developed in schooling are what they are and have developed the way they have. The one reason, the immediate reason, the reason that we can all see, is the increasing centralization and bureaucratization of schooling. Education has increasingly become centralized, has increasingly moved away from the control of the local community to the control of broader and broader communities. It has moved away from control of the parents to control by educational administrators. Now, there's nothing wrong with educational administrators. They are fine people. Indeed, some of my best friends are educational administrators. So I have no prejudice against them. But as in every area, the question is the ultimate task of schooling the children running the administrators, or are the administrators running that task? Who's in the saddle? This tendency toward increasing centralization and bureaucratization is the direct way in which the schooling problem has become worse. But it reflects a deeper force. On a deeper level, what it reflects is a change in the basic philosophy in our society on the relation between the individual on the one hand and the society on the other. I believe that in part what is happening in schooling is a manifestation of a force that is having effects on a much broader area over many other phenomena. And I want to come in discussing more fully the reasons for the deplorable state of public education to how this change in basic philosophy is related to the problem of schooling in particular. Let me start on a very much broader level. There's a British physician by the name of Dr. Max Gammon who spent the past 5 years studying the British health system, the nationalized medicine in Britain. And on the basis of his study, he formulated a theory which he calls the theory of bureaucratic displacement. Now, this theory is really an extension of the famous law by F. Northcote Parkinson the historian. Some of you may remember that he's written a number of books that are supposedly humorous but are really very serious. And the major thrust of his law, of Parkinson's law, is that work expands to fill the time available. Another version of it, another element of it, is that spending always increases to exhaust whatever funds are available. Dr. Gammon's version of it is a rather different one. In his version of it, he says, in any large bureaucratic organization, useless work tends to displace useful work. The more bureaucratic an organization is, the larger the fraction of the people who are spending their time on shuffling papers, and the fewer the people who are producing useful things. Input goes up, and output goes down. Now, Dr. Gammon developed this on the basis of the British medical system. He showed in the British health system that the number of people employed in the system was going up, and the number of hospital days of beds occupied was going down. But the U.S. education system gives an even better illustration of that tendency. The evidence is really striking. In the 5 years from 1971, the school year 71-2 to the school year 76-7, in that 5-year period, the total professional staff in all schools in the United States, this is for the United States as a whole, the total professional staff went up 8%. the cost per pupil went up 68%. Now, much of that was due to inflation. But even if you take out the inflation effect, the cost per pupil went up 21%. So input went up. More people, more money. What about output? Well, the number of students went down 4%. The number of schools went down 4%. And needless to say, if instead of looking only at measures of quantity, you were also to look at measures of quality, the quality of the output went down too. The SAT scores, the scores on college board exams, the scores on all sorts of common tests show that the performance has been declining. Similarly, reading levels in the elementary and secondary schools have been going down. The level of math performance has been going down. So here you have 5 years in which you're spending more to hire more people, and on the other side, the number of students you're teaching and the number of schools you're teaching is going down, and the quality is going down. I do not have strictly comparable figures for New York City, but I have some for New York State, and Babette was good enough to provide me with a few for New York City just before. For the nation as a whole, the cost per pupil in 5 years went from $829 per pupil per year to $1,395 per pupil per year, to $1,400. That's countrywide. In the state of New York, it is $1,991. In New York City, it is $2,700. And I think that nobody would show any surprise that the higher the expenditure per pupil, the lower has been the quality of teaching per pupil. So even these comparisons across states in the country tend to suggest what an important addition to our scientific knowledge Dr. Gannon has produced in his law of bureaucratic displacement. I may say that the costs in New York State are the highest in the nation, except only for Alaska. And the reason costs are higher in Alaska, of course, is very clear. It has nothing to do with the same kinds of problems. It's just that all the costs in Alaska are higher, and that all the wages, prices, and everything are much higher because of the distance and the cost of getting stuff there. But after Alaska, New York is the highest. Now, it will come as no surprise to you that the next highest state in the nation is my own home state, Illinois. And I guess there is perhaps little argument that New York and Illinois, and especially New York City and the city of Chicago, and especially in those two cities, in the poorest areas, in the areas of black occupation, black residency, that those areas have among the lowest educational quality in the nation. So you'll have a crystal clear illustration of the tendency that the more you centralize authority and bureaucratize it, the more it costs you to produce less and less. Now, what about the relationship between centralization on the one hand and bureaucracy on the other? Well, in the same 5-year period, the number of school districts went down 10%. Number of schools, number of pupils went down 4%. The number of school districts went down 10%. You were continuing the process towards centralization, bigger school districts. Again, I don't have the figures for the exact same period, but for a slightly earlier period, an earlier 5-year period, the teaching staff went up 14%. But the supervisors went up 44%. This is exactly what Dr. Gammon found for the British Medical Service. As the total number of personnel expanded, the group that expanded most rapidly were the bureaucratic supervisors, organizers, and the like. And now the question is, why is it? Why should increasing centralization, increasing bureaucratization have the effect of increasing input and reducing output? Why should it have that effect? Here, in many other ways, we all have the hope and belief that, after all, if you're big, you're efficient, that mass production reduces costs, increases output. Why in this area should centralization and bureaucratization have the opposite effect? Well, the answer is very clear. In the other areas, you have a consumer and you have a producer. Other enterprises can get bigger only as they can produce a product more cheaply. They can attract somebody to buy it. The only way you can get a big company is by producing goods that you can sell. But in the case of schooling, that isn't the situation. The consumer is the parent and the child. The producer is the teacher and the school administrator. And unfortunately, from the point of view of quality and efficiency, centralization in this area reduces the impact of the consumer on the producer. If you're dealing with a small local area, even in a school system in which there is no direct payment for schooling, in which it is financed by the government through taxes, even in that, if you deal with a small local area, there's a good deal of interconnection between the local parents and the local teachers. The parents can have a good deal of input. The more you broaden the area of control, the more difficult it is for the parent to have much of an input. So the effect of centralization has been to put the producer in the charge and in the saddle, and to reduce the feedback from the consumer. What you do is take the control out of the hands of the parents and put control in the hands of the professional educator. In New York City, as you all realize, what you do is take control out of the hands of the parents and put it in the hands of Albert Shanker. Now again, Mr. Shanker may be an excellent person. I don't know him. I've never met him. I have no quarrel with him as an individual. But his objectives are not the same as the objectives of the parents. He is serving a different clientele. He isn't getting his income and his power by satisfying the parents. He is getting his income, his power, and his clientele by satisfying a very different group with very different objectives. This phenomenon is not at all special to schooling. Wherever government bureaucracy takes over, costs go up and quality goes down. That's no less true of the post office than it is of the schooling system. It's no less true of garbage collection than it is of the schooling system. You know, there have been a number of studies made of this kind of phenomenon. Many cities around the United States have private garbage collection. That is to say, people pay privately to private firms to collect their garbage. A number of studies have been made comparing the costs of that private garbage collection with the cost of garbage collection when it is done by a municipality. The answer always turns out to be the same. It costs just roughly twice as much to do it by a municipality as it does to do it by private means. Again, if you look at the post office, it's hard to find any area in our society in which the quality of the product has shown less improvement over the last 100 years than in the post office. In fact, I think there are many people who would say the quality of the product has gone down, not up. And the cost has certainly gone up. The cost, there are very few items that the consumer buys whose price has risen as much as the price of mailing a first-class letter. Costs have gone up, quality has gone down. Again, there's a small town in Arizona which has a private fire department. It's a private enterprise fire department. The costs of fire protection in that town, Scottsdale, Arizona, are roughly half the costs of municipal fire protection in those towns that have municipal fire protection. A study was made some time ago of the efficiency of clerks in handling pieces of paper in the Social Security office in Washington and in a private insurance office. And lo and behold, the clerks in the private insurance office did twice as much work in the same amount of time as the clerks in the government office. Again, this isn't because government employees are bad people. They're not. They're human beings like you and me. It isn't because the private people are better people. They're not. It's because in the case of the private arrangements, the customer has something to say. In the case of the governmental arrangements, the customer has very little to say and the producer is in the saddle. If we go back to our educational problem, note that the complaints about the quality of education are least in the small towns, where there is the closest connection between the parents on the one hand and the way the school is conducted on the other, and are greatest in the large towns, in the inner cities in particular, where the administration and running of the schools are most separated from the parents. Now let me turn to my more fundamental reason. Why is it that the role of government in education has been increasing? Why is it that the parents have been given less control and the administrators more? And the increasing role of government in education is true not only at the elementary level, not only at the secondary level, it's also true at the university and college level. Fundamentally, I believe, it reflects it's part of a general shift from the philosophy of individual responsibility that prevailed in the 19th and early 20th century to an increasing belief in social responsibility. The view of the 19th century view was that an individual was fundamentally responsible for himself. It was up to him to make his way in the world. He was responsible for his success, and he had to bear the responsibility for his failures. Of course, everybody realized then that an individual was much affected by the circumstances of the society, that an individual who was fortunate enough to be in the United States could do a lot better with his life than an individual who was born in India or in Africa or in a less developed country. So this wasn't to say that society didn't matter, but it was to say that the function of government and of the social setting was to provide the individual with the maximum opportunity to express his own values, to develop his own capacities in accordance with his own values, own beliefs. The modern view is very different. The modern view has become, I shouldn't say has become, became, because I think it's now changing. But the modern view became that after all, an individual was an innocent puppet pushed one way or another by the social forces that impinged on him. That you couldn't blame an individual for anything, that wasn't his fault. It was society that was responsible. That the ultimate unit of our society was a collectivity rather than the individual. That you had social responsibility, not individual responsibility. And this was associated with a view that there were experts, people who knew what was good for people better than they did for themselves. That after all, you couldn't let an individual decide what he was going to do because he might make the wrong choice. And it was up to those of us who were in the elite class, who knew more about what was right, who had the proper social point of view, not to dictate to the individual, of course, but to guide him in the right direction, to make sure that he did what was good for himself. And that tendency has manifested itself very strongly in our school systems. In the 19th century, the schools, even in crowded cities and in urban cities, might not have been affluent, they might not have had the best facilities, but they had an atmosphere in which the individual was made responsible for his own development and own learning, and he was given an opportunity to learn and develop. And that was a concept. In the 20th century, the concept has been that the schools are an expression of society's values and interests and should be imposed upon the child, and that the child should be made to do what's good for him, and that the major problem in schooling was to get the child out of the hands of his ignorant and not very sophisticated parents and put the child in the hands of the sophisticated and knowledgeable educational experts who could guide him along the correct way. Similarly, if you look at the very simple problem of discipline, if you look at the very simple problem of physical destruction, if I have a philosophy that everything belongs to society, and that if something bad happens to me, that's not my fault, that's because this bad society did it to me, then the whole concept of property loses its role. Why shouldn't I steal? Why shouldn't I destroy property? After all, it's nobody's. It belongs to everybody, so it belongs to nobody. It's society's. And moreover, the fact that I happen to be accidental, happen to be in a lower income group or in a deprived social group or in a discriminated against racial group, that's the malevolence of other people. It's not my fault, and I have every right to get back at them. So that the whole concept of social responsibility, the whole reduction in the sense of individual responsibility, tends to denigrate the respect which the individual has for himself. It tends to remove from the individual his own feeling of importance and significance. It tends to convert him into an atom who is being moved about by other forces on the one side, and on the other side, it tends to promote in another group a sense of controlling people rather than assisting them. This, I may say that this shift in philosophy has been accompanied, therefore, for obvious reasons, with a shift in the whole concept of America from the concept of the melting pot to the concept of ethnic separatism. The 19th century conception was that we should become a unified nation by all of us as individuals, partaking in a common culture, a common heritage. The whole justification for governmental public schooling was in order to provide a common framework so you could have citizens who could harmoniously exist together in a single, free, democratic society. The concept today has tended to go in the other direction. I believe in a very diverse society. I believe it's highly desirable to preserve variety and diversity and different kinds of things. But it has to be a variety and a diversity within a uniform set of standards, a uniform set of institutions, ideas. What can we do about it? Let me turn to the second and the more immediately important point for action. The answer to what to do is very simple. There is no difficulty in saying what changes would alter beyond belief the character, quality, and climate of education. But the problem of how to get that done is not easy and not straightforward. The crucial problem, the problem that I feel most frustrated about, is the political problem of getting done what needs to be done. The way to bring learning back into the classroom, the way to make sure that schools are responsive to the needs of the children they have in their classroom, is to give parents more power, more control over their own children's schooling. The parents have the greatest interest in their own children's schooling. They are the ones who are involved. They are the ones who should have the power to control the kind of schooling their children have. Some of them, if they got the power, would make a mess of it. Of course. But a mess is now being made on a much broader scale. But most of them would not make a mess of it. I think that there has been a terrible tendency for some of our intellectual community to underestimate both the interest and the capacity of the citizens with whom they deal to do something for their own children and to improve the kind of opportunity that their children have. Now, how can you give parents more power? Here's a very simple scheme for doing so. It's a scheme that is very old, that I personally happen to have been trying to recommend and propose now for over 20 years. It's called the voucher plan. And this plan is a very simple one. It says you're a parent, you're sending your children to school, the government is providing public schools for your children to go to. If you decide if you would like to send your child to another school, a private school, you're saving the city money. The city doesn't have to spend, the city of New York today doesn't have to spend $2,728 per pupil to school those children who are going to non-public schools. Well, therefore, the city should say, very well, if you relieve us of the expense of schooling your child, we will give you a voucher, a piece of paper, worth a certain sum of money, which you may use for one purpose and one purpose only, to pay the cost of schooling your child in any school you want to go to. Now, I say the city of New York would save $2,728, but I want to make this proposal attractive to everybody, and I think it would be very attractive to parents if instead of their getting a voucher for $2,728, they were to get a voucher for $2,000 or $1,500 or $1,000. In the usual rule, I would estimate that to have schooling provided privately of of better quality would cost half as much. So that if you gave parents $1,500, they would be able to acquire with that better schooling than they're now getting for the $2,700 that is being spent on their account. Well, then the voucher scheme would say, any parent who chooses to send his child to a school other than the governmental public school is entitled to a voucher which he can use for the payment of tuition and costs at that school. It's exactly the same principle that was applied after World War II and much more recently in the so-called GI Bill for returning veterans. They chose their school. This was at the college level. They went to the University of Chicago, or they went to Notre Dame, or they went to NYU or City College, or wherever they went to, and they were entitled to receive, as long as they could show they were going to school, they were entitled to receive so much per month. In that case, a voucher covered not only tuition, but also living expenses. That's in its simplest form the idea of the voucher plan. I may say, it does not in any way raise any problem about the quality of the schools. Because if you think of private schools that might be established for this purpose that don't exist, they would have to satisfy present requirements. Under our present compulsory education laws, no school can be treated as a school whose students satisfy that law unless it meets certain minimum standards. So I'm not touching a thing about that. Those minimum standards would stand. But what you would have instead would be that parents would be able to control the school their children went to. If they liked the public school, they could send them to the public school. If they didn't, they would have another alternative. Now let me note that today, those of us who are lucky enough to be in the upper income classes have that choice. We can send our children to private schools because we can afford to pay twice for the schooling of our children. We can afford to pay once in taxes and then say, okay, that's going to go down the drain. We'll pay a second time by sending our children to a private school. But those in the lower income classes and those in the middle income classes, for the most part, do not have this same opportunity. They cannot afford to pay twice for schooling. They are now paying through the nose in the form of taxes, and they cannot afford again to pay directly. Now, many parents in the lower and the middle income groups have made tremendous personal sacrifices in order to do that, in order to pay a second time. But I believe it is fundamentally an invasion of their rights, a violation of their rights, to force them to engage in that kind of sacrifice for that purpose. What this proposal for the voucher scheme does is to make available to lower and middle income parents the same range of alternatives that those of us in the upper income classes have now. Now, what good would the voucher plan do? It would do exactly the same good that competition does in every other area. How do you get good quality products in other areas? What is it that keeps supermarkets trying to serve its customers? Why is it that we have had an enormous improvement in the quality of supermarkets in the past 20, 30 years, but we've had a deterioration in the quality of schools? Look at what's happened in the area of hi-fi. You take any area. What produces an improvement in quality is a competition among different people for the custom of the citizen. And what would the effect of the voucher plan would be to introduce competition in schooling. In addition, the effect of the voucher plan would be to hold down costs. Now let me note that the effect of the voucher plan would be to improve the public schools as well as the private ones, because public schools would lose their customers. Now they have a captive market. Their customers, their clients, or should I say their prisoners, have nowhere else to go. Give them some competition. Make them shape up or close down. If under a voucher scheme they continue to offer poor schooling, well, then the parents will take the children out and send them to private schools, and the public schools will have to contract and close down. In reaction to that, the public schools would have an enormous incentive to improve the quality of their education. Now, I have discussed at great length elsewhere the virtues, the problems, the arguments for, the arguments against the voucher. I only want to cover them here today in very brief compass because I want to devote what time I have left to why the voucher plan is so difficult to get adopted. I may say only that the voucher plan would resolve every present critical problem in the school system. It would resolve the problem of discipline. You do not have discipline problems in schools to which parents have voluntarily chosen to send their children. You compare today commercial trade schools which train people for a vocation, and the people who go there have to pay for training. They have no discipline problems because if the customer there, if the student is spending his own money, he wants to get his money's worth. And similarly, if you have the parents and the children who are spending money that is available to them, you won't have a discipline problem. If you do, parents will pull their children out and send them somewhere else. Second place, the voucher plan would solve the integration problem. The fundamental obstacles to integration, in my opinion, have been the desire of parents to maintain the quality of their schooling their children get. It has not been fundamentally the racial problem. In any event, in a voucher plan, you would have other factors that would enter in that would simply take the place of the whole integration problem. Parents would be free to send their children to whatever kind of schools they wanted and know what would happen. All schools would not be the same. Some of them would concentrate on vocational activities, and parents whose children were interested in that would go to those schools. Some of the schools might concentrate on the arts. Some might concentrate on the sciences. I don't have a good enough imagination to figure what would be the whole variety of kinds of schools that you would develop. If you look at the variety we have developed in every other area, do you know that we spend as much more in this country on schooling than we do on foods? More on schooling than we do on restaurants? There's no shortage of variety of restaurants. There are restaurants for every appetite, for every taste. Turn the forces of competition and the incentive of that volume of money free, and you will have schools of every variety appealing to every taste to serve every need. The voucher plan would solve the busing problem. There might very well end up to be more busing, but it would be voluntary, not compulsory, because parents would then bus because they wanted to send their children to a superior school or to a school that was more nearly suited to the particular interests or problems of that child. So as I say, I think that this plan would resolve all of our present critical problems and would not itself raise any other problems of major importance. But as I say, I have discussed all those advantages and disadvantages elsewhere, and I want to go rather to the question. If the voucher plan is so attractive, why hasn't it been adopted? What stopped it? And here I have had a great deal of personal experience on this subject, and I have been increasingly frustrated, increasingly aware of the difficulties. During the late 1960s and early 1970s, a group in Washington at the Office of Economic Opportunity and later the Institute of Education was very much interested in trying to promote experiments in voucher schemes. And they offered money for experimental voucher programs. They offered to fund the costs of designing them, of setting them up, and of meeting the initial costs. Quite a number of states and cities expressed an interest. The one I was closest to was New Hampshire, because it happens to be near my second home in Vermont, my summer home in Vermont. The head of the New Hampshire Board of Education, the governmental, not the, I'm not using the right term. He was not the civil servant in charge of education, but the top political official in charge of education, was absolutely sold on the voucher scheme. He was determined to put it through, and he worked his head off to try to get it by. Washington made grants. A half a dozen different cities initially expressed an interest in it. It was never tried anywhere. Why? Because of the effective and determined opposition of the educational bureaucracy. Over and over again it was stymied. not by the teachers, but by the educational bureaucrats. And the reason was very simple. They could see that this would destroy their power. This is a straightforward issue. If parents can choose, then administrators cannot dictate. If schools have to shape up or shut down, well, then they are under real pressure to conform to the demands and the tastes and the desires of their students. And so wherever this has come up, the educational administrators have opposed it. That happened in New Hampshire. It happened in Connecticut, where there was a group, a town, Hartford I think it was, I forget the exact town, in which the superintendent of schools, in this case an educational bureaucrat himself, was strongly in favor of it. But he could not persuade his teachers or administrative staff. The only place in the country where there was even a vestige of a voucher experiment was in a small town in California called Alum Rock. And it was a fake. It wasn't a real honest-to-God voucher experiment because all the choices were restricted to public schools. What it turned out to be was a way in which the educational administrators were very imaginative, and they saw an opportunity as the way they could get some extra federal funding. And they did, but even so, the program was interesting, because what they did was to establish within the public school system a variety of sub-schools. And they established an arrangement under which parents had some measure of choice about which school their child went to. And the evaluation which was made of that experiment by the Rand Corporation subsequently came to the conclusion that there had been a distinct improvement in the quality of education and in the satisfaction of the parents with the system. So it was a very tortured experiment, but the results were in the right direction. Now, in my opinion, the political problem is dramatized by the inner cities. That's why I'm so glad to be talking right here. Because I believe that's where vouchers would do the most good and where we need them most. If I ask myself in what respect are blacks, and especially poor blacks, most discriminated against? How are they most deprived? Anybody who lives here in Harlem can buy the same automobile as somebody who lives out in the country if he has some money to pay for it. But he can't get the same kind of schooling. There is no doubt that the respect in which he's worst off is in the kind of schooling he can get for his child. The better off can do fine. They can move out to suburbs where they have the equivalent of private schools. They can send their children to private schools. But the poor people, the people who are stuck in the inner city areas, they have no choice. And they get a very, very low quality of schooling. And yet, I have tried over and over again, in my own city of Chicago in particular, where I've had more contacts, to try to interest leaders of the black community in promoting and pushing the voucher scheme. And I have almost always failed miserably. Why? All of these leaders whom I am talking about, almost without exception, send their own children to private schools. Just as, on the national level, most of the white legislators who have been most stridently in favor of compulsory busing send their children to private schools. So why have the black leaders opposed? The answer is crystal clear. As long as the schools are governmental, as long as they are financed and administered by political entities, they are a source of political power. They are a way in which the politically ambitious can improve their lot. On the other hand, no black leader in an inner city can make political hay out of supermarkets. If you had a voucher system and you had a widespread system of private schools, you no longer would have any political leverage through the school system for patronage, for influencing votes, for having influence in other areas. And as a result, I have found it extremely difficult to interest the leaders of the black communities in Chicago. Very often, many of them will express an interest and say it's a fine idea, but I never hear anything further from it. It drops like a rock into the ocean. But the picture is not completely dark by any manner of means. As the educational problem gets worse and worse, there is more and more clamor to do something about it. Not only here in New York, but throughout the country. Parents have become increasingly concerned and increasingly active in trying to get some change. The emergence of this group here in New York is a great source of hope. Equally, I know of at least 2 national organizations that have developed for the purpose of getting a greater degree of freedom for parents to control the schooling of their children. There's a CEF, the Citizens for Educational Freedom, which started in St. Louis, now has a national office in New York. There's the National Association for Personal Rights in Education, started in Chicago by Professor Frank Brown at Loyola University. There is right at this moment a bill before the Illinois legislature proposing the equivalent of vouchers in schooling in the state of Illinois. The people who are promoting that think they have not necessarily a chance of getting it passed this year, but a good chance of getting it out of the committee and onto the floor and at least under consideration. The CEF group, the Citizens for Educational Freedom, are planning a campaign, a petition campaign in the state of Michigan to try to get a constitutional amendment which would mandate the use of vouchers in schooling on the ballot for next year's election. I don't say that'll happen, and I don't say that if it's on the ballot it'll get passed. It will not. We know the problem. We had an experience along that line in Michigan last year with another amendment. This was an amendment which attempted to set a limit on total spending by the state of Michigan as a percentage of the income of the people of Michigan to hold down the continued tendency for the state expenditures to grow. Who do you suppose ended up beating that? It was a Michigan Educational Association. The Michigan Educational Association, a month, 2 months before the election, straw votes were showing a 2-to-1 majority in favor of the amendment. In the last 2 or 3 weeks of the campaign, the Michigan Educational Association threw $500,000 roughly into the campaign, a sum which was 4 or 5 times as large as the whole amount of money which the proponents of the bill had spent. And they conducted a media blitz in newspaper and radio and television, and ended up defeating the proposal by 54 to 46, I think it was. Well, I have no doubt that if the proponents of this manage to get enough signatures to put on the ballot an amendment mandating a voucher, you will have exactly the same kind of event over again. The Michigan Educational Association will fight it tooth and nail. So I do not mean to say that the road is easy, but I only say that first, we know what the right thing to do is. And second, there is support for it. There are people who are interested in this. There are possibilities of moving in this direction. And it is the most promising direction. It is the only way I can see that we have a hope of turning around the trend that has been going on. So I say to you, go to it, parents. You have everything to gain for your children. Thank you. You go ahead.
My name is Elijah Boyd. I'm the U.S. Labor Party candidate for mayor of what's left of New York City. Now, there are so many objectionable things that you've said in your talk that in the interests of getting at the bottom of your philosophy and the institutions that you represent, as opposed to the philosophy and institutions that I represent, I would like to challenge you to an open public debate on economic policy and how we get the world out of this depression.
Well, I'm afraid that's not the subject matter of this session today. It's a subject I have talked extensively about. Whether it is the most effective use of my time to debate you publicly in New York is a different question. Whether it is or not, it's not, I'm afraid, within the bounds of reason at the moment. So do you have a question you would like to raise about the content of what I have said here tonight?
Yeah, you specifically excluded mention of two things, namely the public unions, and secondly, the massive growth of debt service and public indebtedness of New York City, which is by and large the most important problem in not merely the educational system here, but the fact that this entire city is being subjected to the kind of Hayalmar Shaktian economics that is causing this city to virtually disappear. It is precisely the kind of economic policies that you have proposed and saw implemented in Chile that you are representing right here in this discussion.
Let us try to see if we can get out the little element of your comment which is really relevant to our discussion here. So far as trade unions are concerned, there is no doubt that the emergence of strong city unions has been a serious element of the problem of not only New York City as a whole, but of the educational problem. It's part of the reason why the costs of schooling in this city are so high. Again, a voucher system, by providing alternatives, by providing competition, would tend to reduce the possibility of the control which the unions have exercised, the stranglehold which they have been able to exercise. I have no objections to unions, provided there are alternatives and they are voluntary. As to the interest cost and the debt service, that really has very little to do with why it is that current operating costs of schools in New York City, independent of interest, independent of capital costs, are the highest in the nation.
That is an outright lie, and that's why I challenge you to a debate.
Well, I am sorry. I think we have given you a chance. I think we will take the next question.
All right,
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Freeman. My name is Bill Hall. I have two questions to ask.
Yes, sir.
We hear a lot said against public education by people such as yourself and others. Can you tell me and those in the audience who are those that are advocating the present system? Are there people who are talking about the present system?
What do you mean, who are the people who are advocating the present
Well,
system?
you indicate that you find that you find some problems with the way schools are currently run.
I would suppose that that was the understatement of the evening.
Right. Okay. What I'm interested in is that there does not seem to be a debate. There does not seem to be people on the other side advocating what exists.
Nobody is advocating what exists.
Okay.
But the self-interest of people on the other side is keeping them from accepting the only effective cure.
Who are those individuals or organizations?
Those individuals or organizations? Yes. Well, as I was mentioning before, in the cases in which I have had direct contact with them, in Michigan, they're the Michigan Educational Association. In the city of New York, I take it they're the American Federation of Teachers. I take it they are in New Hampshire, where I had contact with them. They were the superintendents of schools. They were the local board, some of the local representatives of the educational administration, the superintendent of schools, the supervisors, and so on. Now, all of them recognize the problems. Many of them recognize the problems, of course, but they are in a bind because they regard what I believe is the only effective solution, which is greater power to parents, as a threat to their position. As I said before, I have no quarrel with them as individuals. They're decent human beings. They're not doing this because they want to produce bad education. I never would say anything like that at all. On the contrary, I think, especially among the teaching staffs, there are many devoted, dedicated teachers who, under terrible conditions, are trying to do the best they can. All I'm saying is I can only see one effective way to enable them really to do it. I may say, I don't believe teachers in general are opposed to the voucher system. I have talked to many teachers who have said to me, I would much rather teach in the kind of schooling system that would develop under a voucher arrangement, where the students would be coming there of their own free will, where they would be choosing my school to come to. I would much rather teach in that kind of a school, but I don't have that possibility now. So I'm not questioning the intent or the desires or the aims of people. They are caught up in a system, and they are in a box where they believe, erroneously I think, that their self-interest would be hurt by shifting to a voucher scheme. My own belief is that the teachers would be among the biggest beneficiaries of a voucher system. They would be able to do their job. They would no longer have to be disciplinarians.
The reason I ask that question is that it certainly doesn't endear many of us who are a part of that enterprise that you're criticizing when there doesn't seem to be any effective options currently. The other question that I have deals with the voucher system.
Sure.
Is it the intent of the voucher system to break up the monolith, to make public education more dynamic, more competitive?
Absolutely. Absolutely. If the voucher system were uniformly applied, you see, the next stage is to apply it to the public school system itself. The next stage is to say, not only those parents who choose to take their child out of the school, but every parent will get a voucher. And he can use it anywhere he wants to. If he wants to use it at a public school, he can use it at a public school. And then the public schools would have to charge a tuition equal to the sum on the voucher, and they would have to finance themselves out of the proceeds from the voucher. As I said, I believe that the vouchers system is the only system that will save the public schools. It won't destroy the public schools. On the contrary, how can you destroy a system more effectively than it's destroying itself now? I have nothing to offer in that direction. They have everything to teach me. But what the voucher system would do would be to offer a way to turn that thing around and provide a creative move and a movement toward improving the public school system rather than making it worse. Look, I personally grew up in a small town in New Jersey. I went to a public elementary school. I went to a public high school. I went to Rutgers University on a state scholarship. So I'm not a person who can really turn up my nose at public schooling, and I'm not trying to do it. And I think that there was a time when it was serving a very, very useful function very effectively. But I think the increasing bureaucratization, the increasing centralization of authority has converted what was at one time a responsive system into an utterly unresponsive machine, which is grinding the students under its wheels as well as the teachers.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Mead. I'm a member of the faculty of Medgar College of the City University of New York. And I'd like to question you on your voucher system. It seems to me that fundamentally it assumes perfect competition, meaning, of course, that you have a homogeneous product that's being offered to consumers.
Not at all.
I'll continue. That, in fact, there are large numbers of sellers and buyers, and those kinds of things. And additionally, it seems to me that what is not considered, at least you gave very short shrift to, the fact that racism, which of course is an aspect that economic theory has not developed a well-developed theory in order to handle, is sort of like assumed away in your model. Let me suggest that at the higher level, we have, in fact, the voucher system, as you sort of said earlier in your speech. That is that anyone can choose any of the private universities and or state colleges and to go to. However, in this society where racism does exist, what happens is that individuals whose abilities are retarded by environmental racism, etc., do not have the same choice and ability to go to, for example, the Harvards and Yales and Columbia, as, for example, other students who may not be so afflicted. So what can possibly happen, though, even though under your system, you might have an increase in the general level of scholarship among all students. If, in fact, there's no relative change within this system, you still have the situation that employees are obviously going to take the best, which is going to be a white upper strata, leave the rest, which is going to be a black and minority lower strata. And in fact, even though all scores, board scores and everything have raised, the level of marginal product has to be met, which is also now higher, you in fact haven't solved the problem. So again, even though it's possible to have an increase in the general level of schooling in the system, you can still be left with the fundamental problem that the people who finish relatively on the lower level are going to be left with their problem. And I think that your voucher system doesn't appeal to that. And we see, for example, now University of California, Davis, for example, the famous Bakke case, where a 35 or 38-year-old man is suing because some students with lower scores entered and so on. So again, to conclude, the fact that the institutions themselves also have a choice in the matter. It's not just the consumer. the producer, the school, can decide not to accept the student if, in fact, he's filled up his quota with the best of students.
Well,
So
let's
your voucher
examine-
system, although it might, as I say, make marginal changes, is not a panacea, and it should not be.
Of course
pushed
it's
that
not
way.
a panacea. There are no panaceas. But in the particular terms you're raising, you've got the situation exactly upside down. In my opinion, there is not a single thing you could do in this world that would do more to improve the condition of the black people who have in the lowest income classes, of the black people who have been most affected by discrimination. There is not anything that you could do that would be more effective than the voucher scheme. Why? Because as I said to you before, and I challenge anybody to deny that there's no respect in which the black in the slum is more deprived than in the quality of schooling he can get. He's much worse off in that respect than he is even in the quality of housing he can get, than in the quality of the automobile he can buy, in the quality of the job he can get with given education. I agree with you that the poor educational qualifications have had further effects carry through life in leading him to have few opportunities to improve his economic conditions. But if we want to improve his economic conditions, we want to enable him to be a more productive, a more valuable, a more useful person. And the way to do that is, first of all, to improve his schooling. And how do we improve his schooling? The only effective device that there is for improving his schooling that anybody has suggested is to give the parents more control, to introduce the competition and the drive of private market to improve the quality of the schooling that is available to them. Now you say, I assume perfect competition, I assume, those are all words. I don't assume anything of the kind. I assume that you have a world of the kind you have. In this world of the kind you have, you do not have perfection. That's for the next world. We'll have to wait till we get there, and we don't look forward to it very much. In this world, you have imperfection. The question is, how do we have the least imperfect world? We're not going to eliminate all problems. We're not going to eliminate feelings of racism. Of course not. But we can try to follow policies which will minimize their adverse effects. We can try to follow policies which will give those people who have a desire to improve their own conditions, who have no prejudice, who want to hire people. We want to have a society in which they have the greatest opportunity to do so. By introducing competition, by making it possible to have a variety of different schools and different choices, you say, well, just consider what would happen. If the parents in Harlem, each one of them separately, had the possibility of disposing of $1,500 per child per year for the schooling of that child, do you mean to say that there wouldn't be a flowering of schools of all kinds? I'll bet there are a dozen people in this room who would set up schools to try to meet that demand. Look at what's happened with those small private schools that have been set up under tremendously difficult circumstances. If I go to the other end of the country, if I go to Oakland, California, there's a small preschool school in the suburbs of Oakland set up by the Black Panthers in California. It's the most effective preschool school that there is around there. It's done a better job than any other of the schools in giving the kids who come to it an opportunity really to get an education. So I'm pleading your case, sir. You really, if you'll pardon me, you are repeating in your words formulae you've learned. You are not thinking for yourself.
Sir,
look at the world as it is.
With all due respect, I did say that it is possible to improve generally the school system.
I'm talking
but
about
I said
the
that
bottom.
that does not necessarily mean that if you don't improve positions relatively, that you're going to have any change.
But you would improve
and I say
them
also that the higher university system has provided a kind of laboratory experiment in which crucial problems still exist because you have small numbers of people, minority people, who are able to go to Harvard, to able to go to Yale, your University of Chicago, etc. And I say that those kinds of criticisms must be confronted, because otherwise you now mislead the people that all you have to do is somehow have a kind of free market system, and people are going to be able to purchase a product which, for example, unlike in a private firm, he can deny that product to you. If I go to a corporation under the law,
excuse me.
he cannot. But at the university, he can deny admission.
We're going to have to terminate this.
Fine.
But I just want to make one more statement along your line. In every proposal I have ever made for the voucher scheme, I have said that it shall be perfectly consistent with the law that vouchers be usable only in schools which do not discriminate with respect to race. That provision can be made just as effectively under a voucher scheme as it can under any other scheme, and it would be,
I did not say that it would be discriminated on the basis of race. When you go to buy a car, no one's going to ask you whether or not you have dirty clothes or whatnot. If you have effective demand, you're able to purchase a car. If you present yourself at the University of Chicago, you also must present a grade point average, which is a function of the environment and other kinds of considerations.
But that isn't the problem at the first grade.
Well,
the reason you have the problems you cite at the university
the
level,
Head Start program would deny that. I mean, there was
the reason you did not have the problems at the university level is in large part, not wholly. Of course, you're not going to solve all problems. You're not going to overnight create
life is tough,
heaven on earth.
Still.
Life is tough. The problem is, how do we move in the right direction? How do we get off of this descent and turn the other way? Let's give some of the other people
let's see.
an
At the age of even 4 years old, there's already deprivation which is set in. So you do
Maybe
have the problem.
So.
Also
I
in the
want
first
to do. I want to do what
Thank
I
you.
can not to intensify that. Let's have the next question. Yes.
Dr. Friedman, my name is George Basak. I'm a lawyer, and I am committed also to the struggle for freedom of educational choice. And I agree wholeheartedly with just about everything you've said, but I feel that maybe it just doesn't go far enough. I identify the issue also as freedom of educational choice, and certainly compulsory governmental education infringes upon that freedom. And I think when we look for the justification for the infringement on the freedom, the only possible one that would make any sense would be the interest of the state in an educated citizenry. The problem, however, is that the means which have been employed to accomplish that objective seem totally foreign to its accomplishment. And the reason I feel that there is another step beyond your comments is that I would identify the failure of that system to accomplish the objective to the fact that government in education is an enterprise. While we speak in terms of competition and so forth, I think that the people who are holding the strings for the construction of schools, for the staffing of schools, and so forth, view it as their own little business. So that I think when we talk in terms of continuing public school systems as opposed to the interest of the state in an educated citizenry, we are in trouble. For example, as an example, let's take your voucher idea. I think that the voucher idea is a great idea, but I see no point to a voucher system for one who has no need of money from the government to educate his children. If we consider, for example, a wealthy person getting a voucher, it would make no sense. Best description I heard was at a meeting of lawyers in which one lawyer said that type of voucher system, that is for everyone, would be like giving yourself a transfusion from the left arm to the right arm and you lose a gallon of blood in the process. You really don't need a voucher for the wealthy person, you just make a greater bureaucracy. I think it's the people here that need the vouchers. And I think that the voucher should be based on need. If we could establish a need factor, then we would need less bureaucracy to handle the vouchers.
On the contrary, you need the bureaucracy to determine need.
Yes, but the number of people whose vouchers would be being handled would be diminished enormously.
No, but I beg your pardon. I don't agree with it all with that view. I think that everybody in this, every man at the moment, whatever his wealth, is under our present laws. Whether he should be or not is another question, but under our present laws, he is entitled to send his child to a public school. Your argument, if it made sense, your argument would imply that public schools should be available without tuition charge,
No,
only on demonstrated need.
No.
Now, every parent, regardless of his income, is now entitled to send his child to a public school. If he chooses not to send his child to the public school, he is saving the community money. He is paying his share of the taxes. And I think it is very important to separate out this question of taxes. If you think that the taxes on the wealthy aren't high enough, then propose higher taxes. But let's not get that mixed up with the problem of education. On the question of compulsion, I have a great deal of sympathy with the view you've expressed. But I like to separate issues. I want to take up one thing at a time. It's hard enough to try to make this one modification. If we succeed in making this one modification, then I will welcome you to join with me perhaps in going further. Because I think that there is a very, on a purely intellectual level, I have very great difficulty with the concept of compulsory schooling. But at the moment we have compulsory schooling. And at the moment I think it is utopian to suppose that we're going to do anything very much about that. We don't have compulsory education. Don't misunderstand that. We don't have any compulsory education at all. We have compulsory schooling. Not all schooling is education. And not all education is schooling.
May I just offer this by way of rebuttal, that I think you have demonstrated in talking about the theory of bureaucratic displacement and so forth, that when the government gets into any area of enterprise which involves the individual freedom, it is inevitable that it will overtake the whole enterprise. And I think that to assume that government schooling would continue on a modified basis with this voucher system that you propose, without inevitably, again, eating up the competition because of the tremendous amount of public monies available to it, I think inevitably we'd be right back where we started.
Well, I'm afraid the evidence is not on your side. It so happens that Denmark has maintained this kind of a dual system for something like 100 years. And the free part of the Denmark system, where they have it's a small part of it, most of it is public, but there are also free, what they call free schools, which are essentially a voucher kind of school. They have maintained a stable part of the system for a long time.
I don't think they have the political
But let me
atmosphere
only say to you, I have a good deal of sympathy with that argument too.
Yep.
But here we have a situation where we are. And our problem is how to go from where we are to where we would like to be. Vouchers would involve less bureaucracy than our present system. They would involve less government control than our present system. I don't see any way to create utopia on earth overnight. I think we've got to do it gradually and in a way which is acceptable. Yes.
Dr. Friedman, I'm Barry Farber, conservative candidate for mayor.
Boy, I'm sorry to have gotten involved in this mayoral campaign. I am not a New Yorker, and I am not a mayoral candidate. Let me make one statement to everybody. I am not a mayoral candidate.
I disagree with you sharply in only one respect. I don't think you lack the imagination for anything that you would care to fantasize. You said your imagination was not broad enough to cover what might happen if there were a voucher system. I want you to try to guess what Harlem would look like and live like 1 year after a voucher system. And the second part of the question is, you know, on paper, if you give a parent $3,000, let's say that's the cost per child, the school system breaks even. If you give him $1,500 cash, the school system's $1,500 ahead. But in theory, we know good and well that we're talking about fixed capital expenses, and if you give him $1,500, the city's out $1,500. If you give him $1, the city is out $1 in real money. Now, is there a way to keep from administering too much medicine too fast that might kill the patient? That 3-year-old girl endeared herself to us by saying to her father, what if they gave a war and nobody came? Well, what if they gave a voucher system and everybody came?
Well, in the first place, if they gave a voucher system and everybody came, personally I would regard that as fine. But in the second place, you needn't worry about that problem. And the reason you needn't worry about that problem is because it takes time for alternatives to develop. Just as it takes time for a business to build up and develop and create. And in the same way, if you start on a voucher scheme, I think a year from now, the effect in Harlem would be very small. A year from now, you would see 2 dozen schools around. You would see some dedicated groups of parents mostly, who would have organized themselves into setting up voucher schools, and they would be able to use the money they got from the vouchers. I think if you look 5 years ahead, the story would be different. By that time, you would have a great many prosperous enterprises in Harlem. If you want to talk about giving opportunity for minority employment and for minority entrepreneurs, I cannot think of any industry which would be more capable of doing it than the voucher industry. So in 5 years it would go. Now let's go to your question, what about school expenses, the city's expenses? It is true that if you made the voucher equal to the school's expenses, the school would lose on that deal, for two reasons. First, there are some students now who go to private schools and who cost the city nothing, and they would be entitled to vouchers. That's one of the main reasons for suggesting that the voucher be about half what it is now, because that gives you that leeway. But second, the figures I gave were not capital costs, but current operating costs of the schools. In addition to that, total capital costs, including amortization and interest, are higher than I've described. Those other costs will continue, but they aren't going to be affected one way or another. If you reduce the number of pupils in the schools, you will be able to reduce the ongoing current costs. You won't be, first of all, people will say, but you've got these contracts with teachers. How are you going to, what are you going to do about them? No problem. Because they will be shifting from the city school, public schools to the voucher schools as the voucher schools emerge. So you will simultaneously be reducing the burden on the city school and increasing the amount. It was entirely precisely to meet the kind of problem you're talking about now that we wanted to have demonstration projects in Connecticut and in New Hampshire in order to try these things out. And unfortunately, I am sorry we couldn't have some trial projects.
Well, I congratulate you for your imagination, your concept, and your presentation of both.
Thank you very much. I am sorry to say we're going to have to close this off. I wish we had more time, but our time is up. Thank you very much. Whether they were initially in favor or initially opposed to the various measures. And finally, ask ourselves, what, if anything, is the alternative to it, and what can we do about it? As to the origins of the welfare state, they go a long way back. There was a book which was published quite a long time ago by a man by the name of Cecil Driver called Tory Radicals. And it referred to a group of people in Great Britain in the early part of the 19th century, 150 and more years ago. William Osler, Lord Shaftesbury, these were a group of people from the upper classes of the British aristocracy who were very much concerned about the welfare of the ordinary people, of the lower classes, and who became the driving force behind a whole series of legislation, the so-called Factory Acts, the first 12-hour day and then 10-hour day act, and so on, which they promoted from a point of view of noblesse oblige. Their whole attitude was, after all, some people know better than other people what's good for people. We are among the elite. We know what's good for the ordinary man. We don't want to force it down his throat, but we believe that in a properly structured society, he would recognize that we do know better and would assign to us the task of structuring things for his benefit. That was a notion which the Tory radicals had at that time. And it is in many ways the basic motivating force on a moral and ethical level behind the movement for the welfare state. The closest modern descendant of that movement is John Kenneth Galbraith, who is also a Tory radical today. He and those who share his views, again, believe themselves to be an elite who know what is good for the ordinary man, who again do not wish to impose their views on the ordinary man, but who believe that the ordinary men too ought to recognize the superiority of the elite and assign to them the task of choosing what goods they consume, what products are available, and so on. The fundamental driving force is paternalism. It's an attempt to do good for other people. Now, interestingly enough, the other source of the modern welfare state comes from a very different yet not wholly unrelated tradition. It comes from Bismarck's Germany. Bismarck's Germany, as it was established in the late 19th century, was a centralized bureaucratic state, and it was the first modern state which introduced on a fairly large scale the kind of welfare measures that have become common in most societies in the modern day. The movement toward a welfare state in its modern form dates in Great Britain back to the early decades of the 20th century. It was already before World War I that in small measures Britain started down the path of introducing governmental provision for one contingency after another. What ultimately came to be known as cradle to the grave had its start in the early 1900s, in the main with measures for governmental provision for the old and for the mentally deficient. It was followed by Sweden in the 1920s and 30s. Many of you will have remembered a very famous book called The Middle Way, which told about how Sweden was establishing a new, different means. The welfare state came to the United States relatively late. It came to the United States really in any significant form only in the 1930s after the Great Depression and the beginning of the New Deal. Now, the interesting thing is that in every case, the welfare states are in trouble. The United Kingdom has obviously been having great difficulties, social, economic, political. For a while, everybody was saying, but there's Sweden. But now Sweden is in trouble. It is having great difficulties. Its government has changed form, which is a minor matter because the substance hasn't changed, but it has having a good deal of discontent and a great deal of economic difficulty. Denmark is in trouble. The United States, as we have moved farther and farther down the road, we have had more and more dissatisfaction with what has occurred. In the case of the United Kingdom, it is tempting to attribute the problems of the United Kingdom, and many British have done so, to the consequences of World War I and World War II. To say that World War I decimated a whole of a young generation that would have provided the leadership for Britain. In World War II, destroyed its economic capacity. And yet, in a great book that was first published in 1899 and of which a revised edition was published in 1913, A.V. Dicey, a famous constitutional lawyer, outlined what was going to happen in Britain in coming decades. In the 1913 edition of The Relation Between Law and Public Opinion in the 19th Century, Dicey already saw what was going to happen from the developments that were going on. He dated the turn in Britain back in the 1880s and 1890s, the turn from individualism to collectivism. And he discussed what were going to be the far-reaching consequences of the changed role that was being assigned to the state vis-a-vis the individual. And if you read that preface, that 1913 preface, there is nothing that has happened from that day to this that was not pretty clearly foreshadowed, so that it wasn't the war. In any event, Sweden is decisive evidence, because if it was the war that caused the problems in the UK, Sweden stayed out of both wars and indeed profited enormously on an economic level from them, and you certainly cannot blame the problems that have been arising in Sweden on the war. The thing about the welfare state is that when you start on this route, everything goes fine. To begin with, you are imposing taxes on 90% of the people, small taxes, and are able to give considerable benefits to 10% of the people. But the problem is that as time goes on, more and more people come in and either express a desire or are given a chance at a part of the proceeds. So you gradually get to the position where 50% of the people are providing benefits to other 50% of the people, and then you ultimately get to the position where 100% of the people are paying taxes in order to provide benefits to 100% of the people. And you are then in that situation, which Frederick Bastiat described so well 150 years ago, when he said that government is that fiction whereby everybody believes he can live at the expense of everybody else. The question remains, however, what goes wrong? Why is it that such noble objectives lead to such disappointing results? After all, the objective of promoting the welfare of the ordinary man, of eliminating poverty and disease, providing security for old age and against mishaps of fortune, those are noble objectives. I do not believe that there is anybody who can regard them as undesirable. Why is it that the attempt to effectuate such noble objectives by using the machinery of government tends to produce results which are so disappointing? In my opinion, the fundamental answer is very simple. Using government to achieve these objectives means trying to do good with someone else's money. And when you try to do good with someone else's money, there are two basic flaws in the process. The first of those is that nobody spends somebody else's money as carefully as he spends his own. And therefore you are going to have waste and ultimately fiscal catastrophe. But the second is that you cannot do good with someone else's money unless you first take it away from them. And therefore, force, coercion, sending a policeman around to pick somebody else's pocket is at the very heart of the welfare state. And the situation becomes one in which bad means corrupt the good intentions. It's when you try to use bad means to achieve good objectives, the end result is likely to be that the badness of means will triumph over the goodness of the objectives. New York City provides a perfect illustration of this point. There is no city in the country that is more welfare state oriented. There is no city in the country, and few in the world, that have so long a list of programs allegedly designed to benefit those in a state of difficulty. Some 5 or 10 years ago, John Kenneth Galbraith, whom I mentioned before, wrote an article about the problems in New York, in the course of which he said that there was no problem New York had which could not be solved by having the government spend more money on it. Since he wrote, the budget of New York has roughly quadrupled, and the problems of which he spoke have gotten worse rather than better. Why? Well, in the first place, if the government spends money on it, somebody else has less money to spend. The government has been spending more money on these problems, but more money has not been spent on these problems. Because the government can get money to spend only by taking it away from somebody else. And since no one spends somebody else's money as carefully as he spends his own, it's not surprising that money spent by governmental officials has produced less satisfactory, less efficient results than if people had been spending their own money. It so happens, of course, that New York has been, from this point of view, fortunate in not having one of those printing presses on which you can turn out green pieces of paper. So that unlike Great Britain, unlike Sweden, and unlike the United States as a whole, the fiscal problems of New York could not be concealed by inflation, by printing money and trying to acquire resources for a time with inflation. In the case of the United Kingdom, that has proved a very fruitful resource, and it has enabled Britain to postpone the evil day. But New York, fortunately, had no such recourse, which is why the results showed up more clearly and more sharply. In lieu of a printing press, all New York had were some senators and congressmen to go down to Washington. But given the great burst of sympathy for New York from the rest of the country, those missions to Washington were not uniformly successful. And the result is that on a fiscal level, New York is bankrupt. Whether it calls itself bankrupt or not is largely irrelevant. The fact remains that it is. It is bankrupt, not in spite of, but because of the attempt to do good with other people's money. That's the one of the consequences, a necessary consequence of the welfare state approach. But a second consequence is a loss of freedom. If you use force to effectuate objects, good or bad, there is going to be a loss of freedom. And New York has lost freedom, and New Yorkers have lost freedom in a double sense. The city of New York has lost freedom. The citizens of New York have lost freedom. They may elect a mayor, but he's a figurehead. The actual power in running New York is now in the hands of a commission appointed by the state of New York to supervise the bankrupt city of New York. And the mayor and the elected officials have very little power to do anything. So you have lost freedom in that sense. But the individuals have lost freedom in a more important sense. That the citizens of New York, over that considerable part of their income which is being spent for them by governmental officials, no longer have freedom to dispose of. As individuals, they do not have freedom in the housing area to enter into contracts with their neighbors. Here again, A.V. Dicey, in that preface I referred to before, was enormously prescient and farsighted. And I want to quote for you from his preface. He was talking about a measure to provide for mentally deficient people. State insane asylums, if you want to call them that, or the equivalent. And he wrote, "The Mental Deficiency Act is a first step along a path on which no sane man can decline to enter, but which, if too far pursued, will bring statesmen across difficulties hard to meet without considerable interference with individual liberty." If too far pursued, will bring statesmen across difficulties hard to meet without considerable interference with individual liberty. You are all aware of how depressingly true those words have become in the case of Russia. He talked about mental deficiency acts. And Russia has now been using insane asylums or their equivalent as a way of disciplining dissidents. Anybody who is a dissident is obviously suffering from a disease of being antisocial, and he must be cured by being placed in a hospital where he can get appropriate shock and other treatment from so-called psychiatrists. And what's true in the case of the Mental Deficiency Act applies equally in respect of other measures. If we assign to others the task of taking care of us, we cannot retain our freedom to pursue our own lives as we would. Now let me turn from this general analysis to a more detailed analysis of why it is that the welfare state measures have so almost invariably disappointed their well-meaning sponsors. If you ask anybody, people who call themselves liberals, although that is a term I do not myself wish to apply to them, I am a liberal. I believe in freedom. Liberalism means of and belonging to freedom, pertaining to freedom. Those people who now call themselves liberals have misappropriated the term, because for them it simply means that they are liberal with other people's money. But suppose you ask one of those people who styles himself a modern liberal, what do you think about public housing? Do you think that was a good program? Oh, he'll say, you know, that program had some bad features. You know, we had those wonderful houses in St. Louis, the Pruitt-Igoe houses. We had to blow them up. We have, in the course of public housing, torn down more dwelling units than we have put up. In every city and state of the country, public housing units have become a source of crime and indigence. They have done harm. I remember very, very well a personal episode along these lines when quite some years ago, I was in Los Angeles, not long after the Watts riots. And I went down I had a guided tour through the Watts area of Los Angeles. And the man who was guiding me was a wonderful fella who was in charge of a project sponsored by a trade union for self-help for the people in Watts. And I said to him, well, there are some houses over there. They look pretty good, those dwelling units, those apartments. And he said to me, that's the worst thing that ever happened to Watts, he said. Those are public housing. And then he went on. And he said, do you suppose it really helps the youngsters in Watts to segregate all those who are poor in one place? To take all the divided families? Because after all, a large fraction of the poor come from those in which the family is broken up. So you have all the children with only one parent, and their parents all put together in the one building, and they have only one another to work with. That's terrible. We need to have a very different kind of a setup. Well, what he said is right. Wherever it's been used, public housing has been a disaster. But if you ask the proponents of it, people who have been proponents of it in the past, they will agree. But then they will say, but that's because we didn't do it right. We ought to spend more money on it. We ought to have scattered public housing instead of concentrated. Or we ought to have this, that, or the other thing. And over again, you will find that the reaction is, what we've done in the past has not worked, but that's because we haven't done it right. We ought to spend more money on it. I can understand that attitude in the 1930s, the 1940s, when we were starting in this country on the road, and when we had not sufficiently absorbed the experience of other countries. But it is much harder to understand in the 1970s, when we now have 40 years of experience behind us, and we have seen exactly the same thing happen in area after area after area. Doesn't the time come when we have to say, it's not the particular program, it's the system that's wrong? Well, why is the system wrong? Fundamentally, it's because the laws of the market work as well in the political arena as they work in the economic arena. We have, all of us, had a tendency to look at economic organization and political organization in very different ways. When we come to the economy, as economists, political scientists, or whatnot, we say, well, it has laws of its own. We ask, if you change this, what will happen? And we say, of course, we will treat people in the market as pursuing their own interest. The worker will try to get the highest wage, the consumer will try to get the lowest price, the employer will try to get the best deal, the producer will try to make the most profit. But then when we come to the political arena, we tend to look at it a little differently. We tend to say, well, now let's figure out what would be the right thing to do from the social point of view. Let's persuade our fellows to vote for it, and once we've voted for it, we'll have the results we want. But surely, we have to look at it from a different point of view. We have to say that people who are in the political arena are also people. They are also trying to do what's best for themselves. The politicians are in business. They are trying to maximize the number of votes they get, or maybe not the number of votes, but they're trying to act in such a way as to get enough votes to get elected. The bureaucrats, I don't mean that in any invidious way. I'll come and become more invidious about them later, but at the moment I don't want to start that way. You or I as a bureaucrat, if we're in that position, we're going to pursue our own interests. Now, in saying that we pursue our own interests, they don't have to be narrow interests. The great martyrs in the world have pursued their own interests as they have seen it. But everybody is going to pursue his own interest. As a great friend of mine, an economist at UCLA, Army Alchin, always says, there's one thing you can depend on everybody else to do. You can absolutely depend on him. You can always depend on him to put his interest ahead of yours. So, if we're going to analyze the political arena, we have to look at that as a different kind of a market in which there is also competition. If the government is going to distribute $1 million for whatever program, no matter how, it will pay people to spend up to $100 million to get it to go to them instead of somebody else. If goodies are going to be distributed, well, then you better go out and try to get your share of the goodies. If you have a perfectly operating market, if you have what we economists call equilibrium, you will end up just as equilibrium in the economic market leads to zero profits, so equilibrium in the political market leads to no net gain to anybody. Because you're going to distribute $1 million, people spend $1 million to get it, you're back where you started from. This is not a fanciful view. And let me give you a couple of very simple examples which aren't strictly in the welfare state area, but in which the same principle applies. Consider the issuance of TV and radio licenses. If you can manage to get the FCC to grant you a license for a TV station, under the law you will pay nothing for it directly to the FCC. That license will immediately be worth a considerable number of millions of dollars. We could name some fortunes in this country that have derived from that, and some of the names would even be known to you. Now, given that that's the process, it pays you. If you're interested in getting into one of these free grants, so-called free grant, it pays you to devote a lot of effort and energy and money to making sure you get it instead of somebody else. And so you will go in for a big publicity campaign. You will wine and dine the appropriate legislators. You will see if there is some way in which you can indirectly get influence on the commissioners. You may put on a big program of getting public opinion polls, of developing a fancy package, and so on. You can see what happens. You spend money. And not only you spend money, there's only one of these going to be distributed, but it'll pay 10, 100 people to spend some money in order to try to get it. And on the average, it will pay the whole of them to spend as much money in total as the value of the TV license once distributed. Nobody has any net benefit, no benefit from that program. You take the case of urban renewal legislation. If you have urban renewal, first of all, it will pay you to try to influence and spend money on influencing the legislature to have the particular area where you've got some property you'd like to get rid of included in the urban renewal area. And I may say, in this game, there are universities, some of which I have been associated with, which have not been innocent of playing this game. Once the urban renewal legislation is passed, It will pay you to bid among one another to get the property which is going to be taken over. So that the first proposition is that if you are going to spend somebody else's money is going to be spent, there will be many claimants for it, and not only those to whom the well-meaning people initially intended it to go. In the second place, in this competitive game, who are the most efficient competitors? Is it the poor suckers at the bottom who haven't got any money? There may be no direct and close relationship between ability to compete in the political arena and ability to compete in the economic arena, but they're not wholly unrelated. Those people who have not had the qualities which enable them to succeed in the economic arena are not likely to have the qualities that will enable them to succeed in the political arena. There has been the great fear over the centuries of democracy on the ground that the have-nots would get together against the haves, that the bottom 51% would get together in a majority rule and despoil the top 49%. That fear has proved unjustified, and for very good reason. It's not a sensible coalition. If you're organizing an electoral coalition, that's a silly way to organize it. What you want to do is you want to leave out the top 5%, because the money you can take from them is more important than the votes they can provide. You want to leave out the bottom 44%, because, first of all, they're likely to be more easily duped with respect to providing them with your votes, but they aren't likely to be very efficient, good competitors. And then you form a coalition of the 51% in between and benefit that 51% at the expense of the people at the very top and of the people at the very bottom. A colleague of mine, George Stigler, in writing an article on this subject, called this proposition director's law, after another associate or relative of mine, my brother-in-law, Aaron Director, who first developed this idea that this was what you would expect to happen. Now, that's an oversimplified picture, because, of course, the 51% doesn't become a single coalition in the middle. It's made up of lots of little minorities. We talk about being guided by majority rule, but we're not. And yet we are. We are controlled, we are run in a political system, you are run by a majority, which is composed of a coalition of minorities. You get 5% who feel very strongly on one issue and are willing to give up their vote on that issue, forget about everything else. You get another 5%, and if you want to get elected to office, if any of you in this room have political ambitions, the way to get elected to office is to figure out how you can construct a coalition of enough 5% so you get 51%. That's why special interests are so powerful and get their way. Of course, over and beyond the concentrated minorities who will get their way in the political process, you have another group that develops as the welfare state grows, that becomes increasingly important. And these are the government officials, elected and unelected. This applies to the welfare measures, but of course it applies to many other issues. You now have, for example, a newly established Department of Energy, which has 19,000 employees, which has contracts with contractors who employ another 100,000 people. So you now have 119,000 people who are being paid to devote a large part of their energy to getting government more and more deeply involved in the problem of production, distribution, and consumption of energy. But the same thing is true in the welfare area. Some years back, when Patrick Moynihan was not a senator of the state of New York, but was an advisor to President Nixon, he was responsible for trying to get through Congress a welfare reform program called the Family Assistance Plan, form of the negative income tax. a program not very dissimilar to the one which President Carter has now said he's going to try to get through. Moynihan failed. He wrote a book about that failure, and it's a fascinating book. Why did he fail? Well, there are a number of reasons, but one of the most important to which he refers was a welfare establishment. Enacting that law would have put out of business a lot of people who had nice jobs, exerting real influence in administering one or another welfare program, because this would have been a substitute for AFDC, for food stamps, for a half a dozen other programs. Now, again, don't misunderstand me. None of these I'm not saying these members of the welfare establishment opposed it out of a deliberate malice or with the belief that they were doing harm. Not at all. But everybody is perfectly capable of persuading himself that what's in his interest is in the nation's interest. And the bureaucrats, here I am, I'm running a bureau. We're doing good work. We're doing important things. You mean to say you're going to put me out of business? That's not the way to improve the national welfare. And so you get a concentrated group of governmental bureaucrats who make it more and more difficult to follow policies which are in the general interest if they tend to conflict with their own bureaucratic interest. Let me go from this general level of analysis and get down to specific cases. Let me first give you some numbers to show you that I'm not making up the problem I'm talking about. We have had an enormous number of welfare measures passed over the past 50 years in the name of helping the poor. The total expenditures on all these programs, the total expenditures by the federal, the state, and the local governments, excluding private expenditures, excluding private charity and the rest, total governmental expenditures amount today to 1/7 of the national income. The government, to put this in terms that are more meaningful, the government publishes figures on the number of people who are regarded as being in poverty. Now, I warn you, that's a wholly arbitrary number. These levels that divide people between the not poor and the poor are arbitrary, but take them for what they are. The government estimates something like 12% of the people are in what they call low-income status or are poverty. Suppose I divide the total amount of money spent on these programs by the number of people labeled poor. The answer comes out to $9,000 per person, or $36,000 per family of four, to take the mythical family of four so much beloved by statisticians. Compare this with the average per capita income of everybody. The per capita income, per person income of all the people in the United States, after taking away taxes, disposable income, is $6,500. If that $9,000 per person were really going to the poor, they'd be among the rich. That income given to them would put them in the top 20% of the income distribution. But of course it isn't going to the poor. It's going to you and me. It's going to the governmental officials. It's going to the various programs that are enacted in the name of helping the poor, but end up helping you and me. Let me get closer to home and go away from these numbers. Consider one of the major programs, which in a way is not really a social welfare program, but yet it illustrates the general point so beautifully that I can't resist referring to it. And moreover, it applies to you and me. I have in mind governmental expenditures in higher education. Now, Rochester, being a private institution like the University of Chicago, is less guilty than most others. The worst cases are the state universities. But we, all of us, have our hands in the federal pot, and if not in the federal pot, in the state pot. But consider the situation of higher education. You have a great deal of tax money being spent on higher education. Who benefits? Primarily the people who go to the institutions of higher education, the students. Where do they come from? They come disproportionately from the upper income classes. Even those of them who come from the lower income classes, as I myself did, are going to be converted by their college education in large part and by their own qualities into people in the upper income class. Those individuals from low income families who have the ability and the energy and the drive to go to college are the richer ones of the low income class. They are the ones who have personal wealth, personal qualities. In any event, the facts are clear. Graduates of college are on the average a very much higher income class than people who don't go to college. So what do? We impose taxes on everybody, including those who don't go to college, in order to subsidize the people who do go to college. As I say, when I want to be demagogic, we impose taxes on the people in Watts to send the children from Beverly Hills to college. That's a literally exact statement. There's no, it's put demagogically, but the facts are literal. A study in the state of California some years back showed that 50% of the students at the state universities of higher education came from the top 25% of the income scale, and 5% came from the bottom 25%. What's true there is true everywhere. There is no social program in this country, in my opinion, which is so clearly a case of imposing taxes on low-income groups to benefit high-income groups as government subsidies to higher education. Clearly a case of this middle coalition taxing the poor and the very rich to benefit themselves. Now that case is dramatic and shows these forces at work, and it also shows how hard it is to do anything about it. How many people in this room, how many of my colleagues at the various universities I've been, or your fellow students, are going to go out tomorrow and campaign for cutting down government expenditures on higher education? How often do you hear people in colleges, universities, or graduates of college and universities who will scream their head off about how we must have equality and down with regressive taxes, and we have to tax the rich and help the poor? How many of them have you heard denounce this utterly unconscionable program of imposing taxes on the poor to send people who are going to be well-to-do to college? Why not? Because we know that what's good for us is good for the country. I think it's a good thing that everybody should have an opportunity to go to college, if he has the will, the capacity to do so, provided he's willing to pay for it himself. If he can't do it in advance, fine, let's set up mechanisms whereby we can finance him through college in return for a commitment on his part to pay it back later. And we can go into details about the form and so on. I'm just trying to get at the principle of the thing. Let me give you some other examples. A major one of these programs, the most expensive, is Social Security. Now, Social Security is a case, as you may know, and it's one of the most extreme cases of misleading advertising that I know of. It's not social, and it's not security. What it is a combination of a bad tax and a bad relief program, a bad distributive program. It is sold as if individuals who pay Social Security taxes are paying for their own benefits that they're going to get later on. That's the language in which the Social Security Administration sells it. That's extremely misleading. What's happening is that people today are paying taxes on their wages. People today are receiving payments from the government. The relation between the taxes Mr. X pays and the benefits to which he is entitled is very, very slight. There is a tiny bit of a relationship to maintain this fiction. But on the whole, there's very little relationship. Two people who pay the same amount of money in through their lives may get very different benefits. But let's leave that aside. I want to go to the point I'm talking about, about the tendency for us, for those of us in the middle class, to impose programs that benefit us at the expense of people below us. Social Security does involve a very large transfer from the young to the old. That is, today's young pay taxes, which go to pay benefits to the old. But over and above that, it involves a very substantial transfer from low-income groups to middle-income groups. How come? Well, consider, at what age does a young man or young woman from the lower income groups go to work? 16, 17, 18. He or she will start to pay Social Security taxes at that time. At what time do we go to work, or do our children go to work? You and they stay protected in schools, stay at college. They generally start to work at 24 or 25 maybe, and then they start to pay taxes. If you do a little actuarial calculation, as nowadays you can all do on one of those handy Hewlett-Packard calculators, you will discover that the effect of this is to make the total payments of those who start early about a third higher in actuarial value than the payments of those who start later. But that's only half the story. Have you ever looked at the statistics of average length of life? Who do you suppose has a longer expected length of life, those in the lower income groups or those in the higher income groups? Those in the higher income groups. As a consequence, those of us in the middle and upper income groups pay less taxes because we start paying later, and we get more benefits because we live longer, with the end result that you have a program enacted in the name of helping the poor and keeping the poor out of the poorhouse, which has the effect of benefiting middle-income groups at the expense of relatively low-income groups. Now, over and above that, there are lots of inequities. There are lots of people in the middle-income groups who don't benefit, some in the low who do. I'm not saying there isn't. It's an enormously complicated program, and there are many different considerations. But taken as a whole, it's a marvelous illustration of the tendency for legislation enacted in the name of helping the poor to turn out to be a way in which middle-income people help themselves. The only program I know of for which a good case can be made that the people who get the money have lower average incomes than the people who pay the taxes. The only program I know of is direct welfare, AFDC and direct welfare. And it's not an accident that that's the program which draws the greatest opposition and to which there is the greatest discontent on the part of the population as a whole. Now, it is a lousy program, I agree. So are all the others. It's no worse than the others. It is. There is a welfare mess, and I have, as you may know, long been in favor of major reforms of the welfare program, of substituting a negative income tax for the whole collection of programs. But my point is that that's the only one I know of, and it's only a small fraction of the total expenditures on program labeled as being for poverty. Over and above the waste of resources through these welfare state measures, they have further effects which I think are very serious from the point of view of the maintenance of a free society. In the first place, calling on the government to solve problems strains that social fabric of agreement on basic values that is necessary to maintain a stable society. In order to have any kind of a stable society, you have to have people agree with one another. You have to have them have a certain minimum common set of values and beliefs. And you want to avoid straining that set of beliefs. Now, the great virtue of the market is that people who hate one another in other respects can cooperate with one another on the market without any difficulty. As I often say, when you buy bread at the grocery, you don't know whether the wheat from which that came was grown by a black or a white, an Indian or a Chinaman, Mohammedan, a Christian, a Jew, somebody you like, somebody you dislike. And it doesn't make a darn bit of difference. And even though you and he disagree violently on every issue, you can cooperate, he can produce the wheat and you can buy the bread. That's the great virtue of the market, that it permits cooperation without conformity, without people having to agree with one another. Political mechanisms have the opposite arrangement. You have to enforce conformity on people. You have to decide on the standards. You have to decide on who is going to pay, who is going to get. And when 51% of the people say one thing and 49% say the other, 100% do what the 51% say. As a result, the more you have to use political mechanisms, the more you tend to strain the social fabric. And this has shown up very drastically. This is a reason why you can go much farther in this direction in homogeneous societies like Sweden than you can in heterogeneous societies like our own. But it's showing up in the form of divisiveness, of the tendency of things like the tendency for Quebec to try to get independence, for Scotland to try to become separate. After all, if the government's going to handle the oil, the Scots want to have their hands in the oil pot. So that one of the effects of resort to welfare state measures is to promote regionalism and divisions within our society. In the United States, this is shown up by the growth of ethnic particularism, ethnic divisiveness. We used to be proud of being a melting pot in which we got a common set of values while each of us was able to go our own way with respect to our local customs and our local backgrounds. But now that there is a great deal to be gained by forming cohesive minority blocs, political entrepreneurs are out forming blocs of people from particular ethnic backgrounds. And they are now going to become more cohesive blocs, which tends to divide the society. The welfare state measures develop an acceptance on the part of the public at large of regimentation. It develops it on the part of the poor, who get their benefits by being told what to do. I remember years ago, a fellow who was doing a study of the welfare programs in New York City came to me, and he said, "I've been reading your book, Capitalism and Freedom," he said, "and you talk about the conflict between growth of government and human freedom." And he says, "You don't know what you're talking about." He says, "You don't have your freedom interfered with very much. If you really want to see this conflict in action, you go down to Harlem, and you look at the people who are on welfare. They can't move from one place to another without getting the permission of their welfare supervisor. They can't put in a telephone without getting it approved, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They are the people who are having their lives regimented." Well, it's not only they. Those of us who are subject to Medicare have to know about the forms we have to fill out. Those of you who are students who are getting federal aid or loans or whatnot know about the conditions to which you have to subscribe. All of us who know that our future benefits are going to come from the government have to think three times before we engage in actions that might prejudice our future acceptability. So the effect of the growth of the welfare state is also to develop an acceptance of regimentation. Furthermore, it undermines the ethical and moral standards of the people. It undermines those standards by instilling the notion that nobody is responsible for himself, that if something is wrong, somebody else is responsible for it. Now, of course, what happens to people is not wholly a result of their own behavior or their own actions. Society does have an effect. Outside forces do affect them. But unless you adopt broadly the view that individuals are to be responsible for themselves, you cannot get, in my opinion, a decent free society. Well, we are fast, in my view, approaching the kind of situation, the dicey outline, in which we must be fearful about the extent to which the growth of the welfare state is encroaching on our freedom, encroaching on it indirectly by its fiscal effects, by putting us in a situation where the fiscal crisis that it tends to produce, as in Britain, as in New York City, interferes with our freedom. Interfering with our freedom through the extent to which we become subject to bureaucratic control. What can we do about it? Well, obviously, the right way to do it would be to get rid of these social welfare measures and promote our basic objectives by other means. In getting rid of these welfare measures, we cannot abandon them overnight. We have induced millions of people to become dependent on them. We would have to get rid of them gradually. That's why I have always been in favor of introducing a negative income tax as a substitute for a great many of them, as providing a way in which you could gradually get out. But I have to admit that that's a romantic approach and is inconsistent with everything I've been saying tonight. Because it goes back to the idea that the way you attack government is by trying to figure out the right answers, persuading people, and getting it legislated. And we know that isn't the way government works. What we need to do is to look at an objective analysis of the forces set in motion that may lead to a reversal. And there are forces set in motion, very strong forces. Because as the welfare state moves and grows, you get bigger and bigger taxes with fewer and fewer benefits. And people don't like to pay the taxes without getting the benefits. And therefore, the objective circumstances develop under which you can have a tax revolt. You have seen that, and I think that Great Britain may be giving us a very favorable example from that point of view. Here you have a situation in Great Britain. Great Britain went much farther than we did. In the United States, total government spending at all levels has gone to 40% of our income. In Great Britain, it went up to 60% of their income. Great Britain had a much more severe financial crisis than we did. Its inflation reached something like 25% a year instead of ours just a mere 12% a year. Great Britain has, as a result, had enormous pressure on its political system. And the Labour government of Great Britain in the past 2 years, for example, has behaved in a way to reduce the ratio of government spending to income and to reduce the welfare measures. So I think that there is some chance. And that chance, I think, derives from the impact of two things: the inefficiency of government, which causes discontent with government policies, and the burden of taxes, which cause a tax revolt. In thinking ahead to alternatives, I want to close on a different note. The objectives of those well-meaning people who were behind the development of the welfare state are good objectives, and we must not denigrate them or lose sight of them. What is needed is a recognition that there are other ways of promoting those objectives than the use of force and the use of government. There is a strong tendency to believe that you either must have the government do it, or else at the other end, you have only narrowly defined market activities with everybody looking after himself. That's wrong. There is a great middle ground. There is a great area in which you can have voluntary activity by individuals who cooperate with one another for common purposes. That is what we have always had. The 19th century in the United States, when government spending never reached more than 10% of the national income and federal government spending never reached more than 3%, when we had essentially no welfare state measures on the federal level certainly and few on the state level, was the period, that 19th century was a period of the greatest outburst of eleemosynary charitable activity that the world has ever seen. You had the great development of nonprofit hospitals. You had the foreign missions. And you had the establishment of great universities like this one. The market is an effective means for voluntary contribution in promoting charitable activities as well as all other activities, and in trying to reduce the role of government. One of the worst things, in my opinion, that has happened as a result of the welfare state is the destruction of private mechanisms. What we need to do is to strengthen those and use those instead of the compulsory mechanisms of the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Professor Friedman.
Professor Friedman, in 1946, the McGraw-Hill publication reported that the total tax take in the United States was about 22%, and suggested that if it became 25%, that it would lead to the destruction of our capitalist economic system. Now it's 40%, as you suggested tonight. Is this a gradual destruction that takes place, or is it catastrophic? How much can the tax take become before it really gets to be dangerous?
It's dangerous now, but there is no magic number. It's clear that as that number grows, it becomes more and more difficult to maintain a free society. But where the breaking point is will vary from case to case. To illustrate, in the case of Chile, the breaking point came at 40%. The level of government spending had risen to 40% of the national income under Allende. And that was a point at which the breaking point came, and the system fell apart, and a military government stepped in, and you had a loss of freedom. But Chile is a much less developed, a much less wealthy country than we are. In Great Britain, the percentage has gotten up to 60%, and Great Britain has not collapsed. The breaking point there is apparently higher than 60%. In Israel, the percentage is something like 70%. Now, I should explain a little bit to you on that, because that percentage is a very misleading percentage. You know, accountants are marvelous people. And the way in which you run the national accounts, there is really nothing to prevent the government spending as a ratio to national income from being 120%. Because these are two different concepts. And I believe all of these numbers really greatly overstate the role of government spending. They don't overstate the role of government influence. Now, the other thing that needs to be said is that government can have a lot of influence over your life without spending any money. Those two are quite different. For example, every automobile you drive has maybe $500 or $700 of equipment on it that is mandated by the government. You paid for it, but that doesn't enter into government spending. Or again, the administrative body that administers the Interstate Commerce Commission doesn't spend much money, but its effects has been to destroy the railroad industry, so that you can have great effects without spending money. So the simple answer to your question is that there's no magic number, but the larger it is, the more dangerous it is. Yes, sir.
I have a question about public housing.
Sure.
I agree with you when you say that the number of dwellings destroyed is greater than the number of dwellings put up. But you are comparing the number of dwellings that are destroyed are 3-story apartment buildings left over from the 19th century. And the dwellings that are put up are about 20 stories high and have about 8 families per floor.
Oh, I mean the number of dwelling units, not the number of buildings. When I spoke, I was not careful, and I should have been. I meant the number of dwelling units, where a dwelling unit is something that houses a family. So in the case of the buildings you're talking about, I wouldn't count that as one 8-story building versus one 3-story building. But the number of dwelling units built is less than the number destroyed. How does that improve the housing?
Maybe you dislike the public housing because of the institutional look to it, and that it looks more like a hotel and looks less homely. But the alternative
that has nothing to do with it.
The alternative is either you have a public house or you have a badly maintained apartment building by an absentee landlord.
And there are no dwelling units in this country that are more badly maintained than public housing dwelling units.
In the South Bronx, people are burning their houses.
Of course, why?
They
Why?
are burning their houses
Why?
to move into public
Of course,
housing.
but why are they burning those houses and abandoning them?
Because
Why?
they're badly maintained.
No, sirree. Because you have rent control in New York City, which makes it uneconomical to maintain the houses and means that the only way in which you can get any money out of them is by burning them down.
Also, an absentee landlord is very...
Absentee landlordism, of course. But you mean to say that the public housing units are not absentee landlords? Look, I am not, you must understand, I think it's important for people to have decent housing. My objection to public housing is that it's made the housing of the poor worse. You've torn down dwellings in which they lived. You've put up, in part, if you take the whole housing program, urban renewal plus public housing, the situation is even worse. You've torn down more dwelling units than you've put up. Of those you put up, a considerable fraction have not been available to the poor. You've torn down low-income dwelling units. Take any urban renewal area in this country you want. You've torn down low-income dwelling units and you've put up luxury apartments. And that's helping the housing of the poor? Not by a long sight. So that the problem is, and then in the public housing units you've set up, because of the income requirements and so on, the people who can qualify for them tend to be broken families. They have an abnormally high rate of juvenile delinquency, of sabotage, of destruction. They are poorly maintained. You see, the problem that this young man is illustrating is a tendency that we often have to take the will for the deed. The problem isn't the objective of the public housing units. The point is to go out and see what's actually happened with them. And there is hardly anybody who has studied the subject who will defend the public housing program as having improved the housing of the poor. Yes, sir.
I was interested before you had mentioned a comparison between 19th century and 20th century America. I'd like to know if you think that that's, I don't see how that could be considered a legitimate comparison in terms of the fact that, there were unlimited resources essentially in the 19th century, and now we have a kind of very limited resource and allocation situation. At least this seems to be the thrust of a lot of economists
that's
are
fundamentally
saying.
wrong.
And well, just let me before I'm
Sure, you go ahead. Sure.
Let me finish the question. In the 19th century, when you had a completely free economy, you seem to have situations developing where tycoons would come along like Rockefeller or the railroad barons, essentially, and they'd come to dominate society. So is it not a choice? Do we not have a choice between developing that kind of situation where John D. Rockefeller and that crowd will decide what's good for our society or whether the government officials will?
Well, let's take the Rockefellers and just stick with them.
Who created the University of Chicago, incidentally.
I know. He founded the University of Chicago. Tell me, John D. Rockefeller did a great deal of good for this country.
Yeah.
He developed and promoted. I'm not talking about his charitable activities. That was separate. Not even about the founding of the University of Chicago. But he developed into a major industry, the oil industry of refining, discovering, and making oil available. He reduced its cost. He never got a dollar from anybody with a gun. He got his money by selling people products at a lower cost than other people could provide it. His grandson, Nelson Rockefeller, did enormous harm to the country by operating through the political channel.
Did either Tarbell have anything?
If Nelson Rockefeller if we had the 19th century version, and Nelson Rockefeller, with all his accumulated wealth, had tried his hardest to spend that in such a way as to reduce the freedom and the affluence of other people, he could not have come close to achieving what he did achieve in that direction as a political figure. He couldn't even have afforded to put up the Albany Mall, let alone to have undertaken the measures which made New York State a basket case, which changed the educational structure of New York State, in my opinion, in a very adverse direction. But let me go back to your first question. First place, it is simply not true that we have limited resources now, whereas we had unlimited resources in the 19th century. On the contrary, from every important economic point of view, we have a greater volume of resources now than we had then. Tell me, In 1850, how much oil did we have? It hadn't been discovered. It was useless. We had no oil. The first oil well was discovered, was drilled in Titusville in 1858. We have more oil now than we had in 1850 in a meaningful economic sense. Before nuclear power was discovered, how much nuclear power and energy did we have? The progress of technology has had the effect of increasing the effective volume of resources available to us, so that we have far greater resources available now than we had in the 19th century as a result of the technological and business developments that were produced.
Is government regulation of the resources necessary?
Not at all. Government regulation of resources of the kind we've had has led to waste and misuse of resources. So that, really, go back, look at your analysis. What matters are the resources that are available to be used, not those that will be discovered later on. Of course, one more thing needs to be said. We are, of course, wealthier and better off than were the people in the 19th century. But we are their heirs. We could not be where we are if they had not done what they did. And I think it's a false comparison not to take into account the debt which we owe to the enormous economic progress and development of the 19th century, to the fact that our ancestors came here with empty hands and have made it possible for us to have a decent life. I hate to use the old cliche about standing on their shoulders, but that's what we do. Yes, sir.
Professor Friedman, how is it that Germany, which has one of the highest social security systems in the world, is better off economically than the USA?
Germany is not better off economically than the USA. It's a great deal better off economically than Great Britain is at the moment. But it is not a great deal better off than the United States. It's relatively well off. Why? Because in 1948, there was a man by the name of Ludwig Erhard, who had the good sense on one Sunday afternoon, and he did it on Sunday because the American, British, and French occupation forces offices were closed on Sunday. And he knew if he did it on a weekday, they would countermand his order. And so on that Sunday, he abolished all price and wage controls and rationing that had been in existence, and he unleashed in Germany a free market economy. And Germany, with a free market economy, had an economic miracle. That miracle will not last if Germany long continues to hamper its free market economy by still greater growth of Social Security, welfare, and other measures. But in general, the actual extent and level of those measures is not terribly different in Germany from what it is now. Some of them, in some areas it's greater, what it is here. In some areas it's greater, in some areas it's less. But the most important difference between the two countries is that Germany in the past 30 years has been willing to rely to a far greater extent on private markets and private market arrangements than we have. You know, I was saying before in answer to an earlier question, there's no magic number, 30%, 25%, 40%, which a government can spend while having a viable economy. How much it can spend depends on the other policies which it follows. It depends also on the attitudes and structure of the people. As I was saying, with a homogeneous people, you can go much farther than with a heterogeneous people. So I would say that Germany has done as well as it has, despite and not because of the welfare measures you were mentioning.
In America, it has been argued by some that there are no pervasive values that would form the basis of the private sector performing in the altruistic manner you think it will. But instead, the only pervasive value in this country is material self-interest. And therefore, the private sector is not inclined to perform in the altruistic way that you think it will. And as a result of that, the welfare state has sprung up as the only alternative for the disadvantaged in the society.
Well, let's look at the situation. Was it a pure interest in material welfare and self-well-being that built the University of Rochester and the thousands of other private universities around the country? Was it the material interest in immediate self-welfare that produced the private the nonprofit hospitals around the country that were so prominent a feature, let alone the Carnegie libraries, let alone all the others. It's quite the opposite. There is no question about the evidence that the United States has had a unique, almost unique, experience of private charitable eleemosynary activity on a broad scale. But now I come to the other score. Again, you are looking at it in terms of objectives and not results. You are assuming that these welfare programs do help the disadvantaged. You are assuming that government activity helps the disadvantaged. If I take people of your race, in what respect are the black people in this country most disadvantaged? In respect to the kind of schooling they can get. Why? Because that schooling is provided by the government. Where do you get the idea that the disadvantaged are being helped? The blacks are in the first place forced to have bad schooling because the state provides it. In the second place, having been put under that disadvantage, they are being prevented from getting on-the-job training by a minimum wage law, which is the most anti-Negro law we have on our books, all in order to help the poor, no doubt. That's the purpose of it. That's said to be the purpose of it. But what's the effect of it? So what I am trying to say to you is that it's all very well to talk about using the state, but explain to me how it is that a people who in their separate lives are driven only by material self-interest are somehow in their collective capacity driven by altruistic impulses. How do you reconcile the one or the other? See, the basic situation, as it appears to me, is almost the opposite. Most people are selfish in a narrow material sense. And when the government is run by most people, when you have a majoritarian democracy, the government is going to reflect their preferences and their taste. The only way in which you can have non-material values become effective is by having a society in which a minority can express itself. Which are the most materialist countries in the world? There is no country in the world more materialist than Russia. All it talks about is its 5-year plans, its material accomplishments, its material plans. It is not altruistic. On the other, so that at any time, in any society, I don't care what it is, the fraction of the public that is going to be interested in the well-being of others and in things other than their fairly narrow self-interest is going to be a minority. And the question is, how do you construct a system in which that minority is least hindered? And in my opinion, that's a system in which government has very limited power and in which private voluntary activity has a maximum of opportunity to develop. Thank you. Let's see if we can get some more questions here. Yes, sir.
Given that the best intentions of the government has failed to provide adequate
The government
housing...
has no intentions. Only people have intentions.
The best intentions among the people in power in government has failed to provide adequate housing for the poor.
Oh, go slowly. I never talked about the best intentions of the people in power in government. I talked about the good intentions of the people who promoted that legislation. Once you get legislation, the people who get in power in government are people who want power, not people who have good intentions.
Yeah.
That's a very different thing.
Though it's not really the question I had in mind.
Okay. We'll work our way around to it.
What I was hoping to ask is what specific policies you propose which would lead to adequate housing for all the poor.
Well, in the first place, you know, these are words that really have no clear meaning. Adequate housing for all the poor. Those are not definable words. What's adequate? What we now consider inadequate would have been considered a palace 150 years ago. It would be considered a palace abroad. I don't know if you all know the story about the movie that was made out of John Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath. And it was shown during the war, or I think shortly thereafter, but I think during the war in the Soviet Union. And it had to be withdrawn because the people were so excited and interested about the quality of the clothes and shoes that the Okies going out west were wearing. It backfired. So adequate, poor, The average, the income which we now use in this country as a governmental standard to separate the poor from the not poor is higher than the average income of all the people in the Soviet Union. It's decidedly higher than the average income of most of the people in the world. These are not absolute standards, they're relative. So you have to ask a very different kind of question. What kind of system will give the widest range of people the greatest opportunity to make the most out of themselves, out of their own capacities, their own resources? What are the plans for doing that? I'm not going to try to have a program which will give adequate housing to the poor. I want to have a system under which individuals can have as much opportunity as possible to develop themselves, and in which other people can have as much opportunity as possible to help other people. And I say that system would be a system of essentially free enterprise, private enterprise capitalism with a very limited government. And in that system, you have in fact achieved higher standards of housing than you have through other methods. The number of privately built houses has always vastly exceeded the number of government built houses. So that I'm not answering your question directly, but I'm going at it indirectly. You and I seem to have been involved in indirect circles. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Professor Friedman, there are certain social goods that cannot be supplied by the private marketplace.
Such as what?
Well, let's say there are goods that either the marginal benefits cannot be separated, or that they're so lumpy that...
Such as what?
Roads, for instance.
Roads?
Roads.
You can have private toll roads. You've had them for years. Is there any reason why this interstate highway that you have, the great interstate New York Thruway, is there any reason why that couldn't be leased out to private enterprises to run? And they could finance it by charging a fee?
Okay, my question concerns social goods.
Yeah.
Do you accept the fact that there are certain goods that the private economy cannot supply?
I accept that there are goods which the private economy is not likely to supply. I accept that there are goods in which it is difficult through a private economic system to charge everybody who gets the benefits from it.
Okay.
In those cases, however, it is also true that it's not easy for the government to supply it. You see, the problem with the direction you're going is that there's a strong tendency to say, here's a market failure. I have no way in which Rochester University can be made to pay those citizens of Rochester whose shirt is dirtied by the amount of smoke that comes from Rochester University's chimneys. I mean, that's a market failure. Rochester is imposing a cost on people and ought to pay them for it. It's buying their services, in effect, their services of letting their shirts get dirty so that Rochester can heat its buildings. All right, now, that's true, that's a problem. But in those same cases, it's also difficult to have government do anything about it. And if you're going to consider cases of market failure like that, you have to put into the balance the fact that when government seeks to achieve an answer to it, you're likely to have a government failure.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, I was leading up to this question. Okay, considering that there are externalities, like as you said, pollution.
Right.
How can government limit itself to distinguish between the social goods and the private goods?
Well, it cannot. And there is no easy way to limit it. There are hard questions. There isn't an easy answer for every question. And my answer would be to you twofold. It would be, first of all, if government decides to do something in that area, it will do least harm and most good if it does it via effluent charges or the equivalent, rather than via setting standards or imposing